Okay, we are ready to come back. We had some technical issues with the YouTube stream, so we had to reset everything so we could see all of the streams properly, but we are ready to go back to the action. And Kings, after those technical timeouts, seems like they were still holding pretty well on this Axis side as they've won every single round. So we did have this nice moment from TBA 999 where they've won 3 points, especially with Marek and Wardens doing great job to finish those attacks, but since then, we do see that Kings were able to win pretty much every single round. Wouldn't be anything else on the last point of the Axis side. 9-3, a very decent start from Kings, and now it's TBA 999's turn to show how they can play on the Axis. They would need 10 points here to win the map without overtime, and of course, since we are playing best of 3 today, definitely we will see overtime. I think that the game might be a bit too loud right now. Okay, should be a bit better. And we are going back to Donville. Second half, 9 for Kings, 3 for 999, and let's see if Kings can find the 4 points on the ally side needed to finish this map. We will start with Bix going with this scope, and beautiful nade from Marek, already eliminating one of the allies here. Reactive as well. Buku is able to track down Marek, but it is still an advantage for the Axis here as Reactive finds another beautiful nade. And in this 2v4, Mavo trying to push with a shotgun. Bix also finds Reactive, so the chances for Kings are still up as far as Mavo and Bix are able to survive the point. Bix. Seeking for any sort of information here to know where might be the best way to push Bix. Further and further in, Mavo already on site. And Dudek with a scope. This is probably his chance to strike. Yeah, as he spots Mavo down. Also Bix in trouble. Going for the scan, and Bix with a beautiful finish here. Struggling to survive, but seems like Bix should be fine there. Also nade inside, then so low on HP. Bix trying to go for something more. Mavo will join him in a moment. Mavo really close to Dudek, but Mavo wins the duel. And now it should be an easy plant as Wardens is focused on Bix. Bix dancing around the side, and a beautiful clutch coming from the duo Bix and Mavo, winning this 2v3. Making this 10-3. A streak from Kings continues. This is not a great spot for TBA 999 because it's a very early point for the rivals on the other half. Dudek spots the other scope, cannot land the shot there. And now Buku with a beautiful nade, already putting Marek down, 5v4, and this attack might blossom here as Kings are continuing to push through the middle. They should be on A side in a moment. It is close position from both Dudek and Reactive, and Dudek will be able to find kill there. Logi eliminated, and also Logi disconnected, but now Chui controlling the mid house, being able to track Dudek. 4v3. Wardens going for the push, covered by Reactive. Can find elimination. Reactive low on HP is able to back out from the duel. Kings won't find a kill there, but it is 3v3, and this might be a crucial part in the duel between Mavo and Monty, because if Monty doesn't hold his position, this might really send badly for 999 there, but Reactive is able to find this one, and also Monty winning this duel. Ease up the nerve of the Axis, and Reactive for the triple. Find the last man standing of King team. It's seemed pretty dangerous, especially with Kings really quickly being able to cover up important positions on the middle. but this was the most that they could have done. Bix was a chance of finding that shot, but couldn't land it in time. Nate's already coming in, and Mava going for the orphanage push, covered by Logi. This time 99 deciding to play more towards side, and Dudek with the scope. One more time doing great job of holding this attack for as long as possible. Logi eliminated 4v5. Choice important position. He's able to find Dudek, but also has to deal with two more men being inside, and Reactive put him down. Mava right now. Nice shotgun push, finding Reactive. Biggs with elimination as well, and those scans from Marek. Won't find a target. Biggs will take a cover of Greenhouse. Marek pretty close to the whole situation, but Biggs seems prepared for Marek to show up there. Denser rotating, but Wardenser right now left alone. Beautiful read by Biggs to find Marek, and also now Mavo gets Wardenser. 11-4, Mefking. They strike again. With now only 2 more points needed to win the first map of the series. Marek, we know that he likes to play aggressively there, but cannot find a shot, and in the meantime Biggs already wins the scope duel. It's not the greatest start, especially that Marek is already pushed and no one to cover on A side. Chu is continuing his run and finding Reactive as well. Wardens right now trying to find anything more, but Chu is going for the triple, and Biggs being able to cover up his teammate. Clean round from Meth Kings. They now have 8 map points on Donville to win the first map in a pretty convincing manner. Of course, the upper bracket, but he would like to stick there for as long as possible. Okay, and as I see, Armia already won against Elite Fighters in the first upper bracket quarterfinal, but right now let's focus on what's going on here, because we do have pretty aggressive fight on the cemetery. This time Axis are able to get a good trade with allies, as they only lose Reactive for Biggs and Chewy, but it is 4v3. It's still not a certain round for the Axis, and they do have in mind that it's 8 points that they need right now to tie this game up and to fight in the overtime. Logi on the push. Mefking will do all that there is and power to try and win this round, but they won't finish this map here, as Wardenser and Dudek both prepared for the pushes, and 999 find the 5th points on Donville. 7 more to go. And as I see, Armia versus Elite Fighters. Armia winning 13-3 on Burgundy and 13-4 on Toujane, so a very convincing victory for them to advance to the upper bracket semi-finals. But right now we start a fight here and choose with elimination with an 8. Wardenser trying to fight, but Logi momentarily is able to recover. Monty still fighting out there. Rotation occurring from the Axis side, and Monty going for the double. Very important trade right now as Marek has space to find Mavo, and Monty going for the triple and eliminating Biggs. 6-12. Mefkings try to speed up the things, but 999 with beautiful rotation here, and Monty withstanding this pressure to make another victory for the Axis. 6-12, 2 out of 8 defended, 25% of the comeback done, 75% more to go. Trying to see if we do have results from any other maps maybe. Seems like we don't yet. But everything should be on codmaniac's side, and Chewy once more gets a nice nade kill here, and Mother going for the push. This 4v3 after Wardenser finds Chewy, but seems like A side is completely open for the allies. Mavok trying to find the scan, and he's able to land on Dudek. It is 4v2, a tough spot for Wardenser and Marek to hold in this match. Wardenser and Marek, a very hard retake in front of them. Mavo low on HP. But no one to finish him yet. Marek finds Logi. At least a good start for the Axis here, but it's only 45 seconds on the clock with 3 more people to fight, and also with a bomb to defuse. Wardens are going for the mid gates. Biggs is pretty close with both Scope and Garant. Can Wardens push through to try and close A side from both sides? They have to look out, especially that Buku is also in the orphanage. Marek finds Mavo, but Biggs is able to track down Wardens, so it's now only Marek in the 1v2. Is he expecting that also Buku might come from the orphanage as Biggs is trying to put pressure from the other side? Biggs already so close, but Marek finds the elimination, and now Buku activates. Not landing an elimination, Marek low on HP, but still surviving. Only 14 seconds on the clock. Seems like he does not have time to track down Buku, and this will be the first map for Mev Kings as Buku finds the last elimination of the round. 13-6. Mev Kings winning Donville, which was probably picked by 999 to go up in the series 1-0. A short break, and we'll see if they can finish it on Burgundy or if decider will be needed. And we are going back with the action, or maybe not yet, so let's see. Okay, seems like we need one more moment to start. Okay, this time seems like we are seriously ready to go and fight. 999 as the allies here and Mevking as the Axis. Let's see what both parties can do here as Mavo starts with an 8-bot reactive, finds Logi immediately. But Mevkings with a beautiful defense here. And this might be the way for them to go, as even though that Marek finds one kill, this is an easy defense coming from the Mevking side. Logi once more with a nice nade. And that means, wow, already 4 people down, 3 nades. Buku also joins the fight, and now it's only Wardenser. He's able to find triple kill out there. Wardenser, what a clutch this might be. If he is able to go for the victory, if he is able to find everything he needs, Wardenser, can he survive? As it's now only 2 players left from the enemy team. Wardenser still not deciding to go for the plants. Waiting on the greenhouse. The axes are split. But it doesn't change the fact that he might do something absolutely mad here, winning 1v5 after such a start coming from Mevking's side. But Biggs was prepared and he will kill the dream. Finding this last elimination, a teammate is coming from Mevkings. winning second point in a row, and this is a very nice start considering the fact that they are on the axis here. Dudek was waiting for Biggs and he's able to track down the first elimination, but two defense already going to push through the middle and Buku finding a kill on Dudek. Warden's low on HP, Warden's in a fight. He's able to hide behind the tank, but we do see Mavo trying to push with a shotgun. Okay, surprising one is no one's playing close with Monty. Also playing hide and seek out there and reactive. Already on A side, might be a surprise for Buku here. Question is, does he expect this? Because Monty right now wins the shotgun duel with Mavo, leaving mid completely open and reactive, and easy kill on Buku, completely not suspecting the fact that someone's already on his tail. So this will be another chance for the victory here. Wardens against Chewy now as it's only log. It seems like finally 999 will get their first point of Burgundy. Marek easily finishing it off. And this is the first time that Mev Kings didn't do all the job by nades, and we do see how important they were in winning those points as soon as 999 is able to survive those early barrages, then they have much more manpower to go for the push. And now Marek, nice counter on Biggs, also reactive finding kill on Logi. Chewy also spotted, but Mavo stops Wardensa. Find at least something. Mavo trying to go further. On B side, the problem is that the key positions are opened, especially with reactive now finding a kill. Buku still hoping to keep this round close, making it 2v3. Of course, the advantage is still for 999 Mavo. Nice dodge out there, but Marek was just waiting for him to come back to this window, and Buku left all alone on the middle. He expects someone to be close, and also Marek is waiting inside. Buku going for the fight, and Marek is able to pick him out. But even if Marek would not find a kill, the plant was on the other side of the map, and Buku probably would first fight around B side to find out that the bomb is completely somewhere else, and this round was pretty much done. And now I do also see that we have another result. That's 4-1 against Back for Glory 2-0, winning 13-5 on Burgundy and 13-4 on Matmara. And 999 seems like they are finally starting to get some work done here, result-wise, as once more entry kill goes their way. Reactive dodges the bullet, but now Logi finds Marek. The defense holds for now. Reactive and Wardens both still hunting for this one more kill on bomb side B. And Mev Kings deciding to play this passively. They don't have nades, they don't have any setup, they just want to go and look out for the rival push. Biggs finds Wardens, but reactive trades for Logi. 3 versus 3. And Biggs' position is especially important here as he's scoping middle. Also trying to stop the A-shot push, but now reactive. Spying him through, Chewy. Great join of the fight, but Monty taking advantage of the whole brawl that happened on B side and pushing the A long, finding Book out of position, and it's now 1v2 for the last player. Reactive prepared for the rotation. Nice read coming from the allies here to find third point of the map. But this might be the moment where Mev Kings strike again, as opening from them is really great. 2 eliminations, 3 eliminations already. This time taking more proactive take on the round, but Monty tried to fight back. Bex already here to counter, leaving Wardens alone in the 1v4. We've seen him already try to clutch 1v5. It wasn't this far away from happening. He gets the first. His position now well known. Wardens still going for the push. Logi a bit too early to the party, as he did not wait for Buku and Bix joined this fight, and leading to Logi being eliminated. Bix, of course, prepared with a scope, and Wardens with not much of a chance of survival. So this will be third point for the Axis here. Of course, the winner of this match will place Fora in the upper bracket semi-final. Bex with a quick double, beautiful control on the middle with the scope, but now after Marek's elimination still doesn't change this much, especially with Monty pushing Chewy. Wardens also with a kill. So Bex now left all alone, 3 eliminations already. It has to go for an ace. Wardens and Marek both trying to find the last player. So Marek, and a beautiful shot from Bex to make this 1v1. Bomb still hasn't been planted. Bex for the first ace on the stream. Bex and Wardens, and Bex. Can find who? Bex still trying to bait his rival, and Wardens seems like he would like to push. Bix misses, and this is the big miss for Bix, as Wardens is now able to push him through. No chance to reload, no chance to retake that one shot. And a very important duel for 999 to build the score on the ally side. They know how important it is to find as much as possible here, especially that it's their rival's pick. I would say that 9-3 would be optimal here, and they are still fighting for this score as Dudek and Marek right now dominate the early part of rounds, followed by reactive, catching Chewy, making this a 5v2 and probably a 5-3. And the scoreboard, Logi gets reactive, but it's not much considering the fact that 999 already planting the bomb on bomb side B. Logi gets the on rotation. It is getting pretty interesting, but I have a feeling that planted bomb is probably what's going to be the deal breaker on this round. Marek gets Logi Buku, at least with a refrag, but it still puts him in a 1v2 spot with only 20 seconds to defuse the bomb. But Buku now surprises for Densich, was expecting other position. Bomb tapped. Buku, he needs to push the last player. Buku try to go further, but Monty with a nice pick and shotgun will get the job done, as 999 gets 5th points in Burgundy. Dudek catches Log with the scope, but Buku with a response. The problem is that you have to react in the middle, since 999 are pretty active out there. Bix finds a way to do that with a bit of a delayed nade to surprise Dudek. Marek still trying to put some pressure around middle, but seems like Mav Kings will leave it up to allies to go there, as they split to two sides, with Chewy occasionally peeking around mid with Car. Warders on the A long, and this might be a slow attack on A, as both Wardens and Marek are slowly getting closer. Bix's position will be important here. Can he find the timing? Seems like Wardens will get an easy kill on Buku. And also Bix misses the first one with a scope. Cannot follow with a pistol. Wardens completely cleans A side. Marek should cut out the rotation. Exactly. Beautiful read here by 999. with everything prepared perfectly, leaving only Mavo with a shotgun, but far away from the attack. Seems like this cannot go wrong for the allies, and it absolutely cannot, as it's an easy kill for Monty after this push from Warden's. 999 easily knew how to finish the point, so 6-3. After great start, Mev Kings cannot find anything more yet. They would like to get 1 or 2 more points to make the ally side as easy as possible. Mavo deciding to find a cross angle. Oh, Bix! Team killing Loggy. Good reflexes, but on the bad person here in the smoke. A nice gift from Mev King's sniper, leading to allies getting easy advantage here. Bix will try to redeem himself by finding any one from the other team, but seems like this will not be an easy job for him. And with Dudek finding Buku. B and middle shoot slowly opened for this attack. Bix catches Dudek on a tree, but reactive, and Marek already prepared for the fight. Reactive going for the double, 7-3, as 999 are getting point after point to stack up as many as possible on the ally side, so they can try and finish it off at the axis. You know that Burgundy is known for the greatness of ally side, especially with how risky the rotation towards B side is for axis. And the nades. Might have found someone there, but seems like Mev Kings are able to escape towards B side. And some cover is prepared out there. 99 is playing this Burgundy pretty slowly, but it seems like it works pretty well for them. Those rotation, those slowed attacks on A parts of the map. But this time it's the Axis to strike first. Chewy, one more push. Dudek not prepared for Axis player to be this far up. And it's now 5v3. Wardens are expecting Chewy to push even further, but Axis player deciding to reposition, as the lead is pretty solid here, so they don't really have to do much beside waiting for 999 players, and seems like this plan is working fine, as Monty is now left all alone. His position on Monty can track down Biggs, but it will struggle a lot to survive, and Loggy here for the finish. Too many players from too many positions for Monty to survive, or to even escape to a safer angle. 7-4, important point for Mev King sense, especially important right now. That might lead Mev Kings to the 5th points. The reactive in Marek, low on HP, good nade, but not good enough to find those kills. Bix try to follow up with another one. Bix, seems like no one will explode here. But Log is still with one more nade to try and surprise someone. Buku already eliminated Loggy in the huge fight, but reactive cannot follow up with another kill. And Mavo, important position in this house. Bix smoked down, and Mavo, great job of stopping the first one pushing. Marek eliminated 4v3. Bix with a cover, and 999 deciding to retreat towards the spawn, but Loggy trying to cut out the rotation will succeed by killing Wardens. They're also true with the pushes. He knew that all of 999 players should be around Bimit, and it's now only Dudek with a scope. He will take the greenhouse, but it is 1v4, and Dudek was spotted. He will find one, but Bix already waiting for the refrag. 5th point. Nice finish from Mev Kings there, so they can find very decent results. So we'll start the second half of Burgundy here. Mavking's done a very decent job on the Axis side as they found 5 points. 7 for the 999 here. We'll see if this will be enough for them to bring us to the third map of the series. The start is looking very good as the first round of the half will be dominated probably by the Axis. Mavo, the only one to frag from Mavkings. But it is only one, only two. Okay, it's starting to look a bit better. If also True is able to find someone in the middle, there might be a chance. But now with Dudek catching Mavo, it's only True waiting in the 1v3. He will find Dudek. But with 2 more players to go, this won't be this much of an easy task. One of the players already waiting on the middle. Who can find timing here? Seems like Reactive will join the fight, cover his teammates, and get the job done. 8 points for 999, so good start on the Axis. And this should definitely help in finishing this fight. Here, Dudek once more winning the scope duel. This will be the important part, and of course his teammate, following with an 8, Mavkings fall under the same scheme. But Buku, bomb will be planted, even though that 2 players are trying to scan right now. Mariko already pushing close, True is finding elimination on Reactive, and Buku trying to go for the fight. Buku on the square house, Monty trying to push him out. Warden's fighting True, and it's now very important fight. If Buku dies there, this will be done on the spot, but Buku still surviving. And Marvel's position, same as he played on the Axis side, but 3 players coming on to him. Mavo gets the first one. Mavo trying to go for more. Mavo holding pretty well, and Buku finds Monty. Mavo once more. This might be a beautiful clutch. Mavo finally dies, but it's still Buku. He just has to survive. 12 seconds here. Buku on the ground. Will he be spotted? Says Wardens. Will he peek through the window? Wardens trying to push him through, but Buku surprising him from the ground. And this will be a fantastic post plant played by Buku and Mavo, finding those kills, finding this point. Very important point to bring them closer to the victory. 8-6, first one of the second half, and if 999 cannot close points like that, this will be very hard for them to take the victory. Bigs once more not surviving the start of round, this time not to Dudek but to Marek. Buku finds Monty, but Dudek, even though that he's not killing Bigs, he's still finding an early elimination. Buku, good push, but Dudek strikes again. It is once more 2v3, but we've seen Mavkings win situations like that, especially with Buku being able to go for the plant, and now Chui fighting Wardens on the flank.
Explosives planted!
Chui low on HP, tried to fight Marek, and now aggressive position from Buku, but he will cut Marek off. And it's now 1v1 with Reactive already on side. Buku far away, Reactive might defuse in one go. Oh, and seems like this will be done. Can he do this in time? The nades! It won't kill, but it will break the defuse. Reactive trying once more. Buku has to push his Reactive one more time. He's not bluffing here. Buku, can he get in time? Yes, he can. And he only interrupts the defuse. Beautifully played by Buku. Reactive one more try, but Buku just has to pick right now to see what's going on. And Buku knew that this time Reactive had to hold to the bomb, had to risk it all, but won't do this, and keeping this nade to the very end of the round paid out beautifully for Mavkings as Buku finds the clutch. 4 eliminations for Mavking player, 7-8. Once more, it was very close, but still Mavking winning this fight. And Biggs does not have an easy half there. 4 rounds in a row, he's almost the first to die, but it doesn't really matter if Chuis and Buku are playing such a great Call of Duty there. Chui finds Dudek, scope already down, and Buku already with the bomb, this time 4v4. Monty trying to join the fight, but 2 allies on very far positions there. Buku scanning the middle. Monty finds Mavo, but Chui ready to respond. Ready also to run away and take Marek's attention. Buku holding the square house and still surviving. Buku doing great job on pausing those retakes from 999. Logi finds reactive, but Buku will be left alone inside. Chui will probably join him in a moment, but now tough position as two players are pushing him in. Chui. This is tough as Marek will cover with his body. Seems like Chui might not be able to break the defuse here, or he absolutely can as he finds a beautiful headshot on Marek. And this clean shot let him go just in time to break the defuse once more. A close call for Mavkings, but once again they are able to come on top from a round like that. 999, how many points they can lose in this manner before they completely break, as it's now 8-8 and Mavkings able to tidy things up. Reactive, nice nade, but Biggs and Logi already striking. Biggs, they let him survive those first 10 seconds and he's able to momentarily find a kill, but Monty going for the push. Gets Logi. Mavkings focusing on B side, playing standard Burgundy. Around B, around the side, that is much harder for Axis to control. Biggs going for Wardenso and bashed on Monty as well. Leaving this all in Reactive's hands. He knows about one, gets Biggs. But two more players to go. Both expecting him on a shot. Reactive. Kings taking the lead on Burgundy. On better side, with only 4 more points needed, it's starting to look really unpleasant for 999. And those early rounds, they definitely brought much hope for them to start really well. Reactive gets Doggy, but Biggs finds Warden's fight emerges from the middle, but also Marek trying to hold a long. Marek gets first. Mavo will take down his cover. Reactive going for the very fast push. Reactive join B-side before it's too late. It's still 3v3, it's still not looking bad, but now Biggs tracks Reactive, and it's only 3v2, 3v1 as Biggs goes for the triple. Marek struggles to find this full auto, and Mavo with a shotgun. A nice peek there to kill last one standing. 4 quick kills for Mavkings there to make this 10-8. This attack is looking really well. Seems like Mavkings really want to push 999 to the lower brackets. And the weirdest part is that Axis actually finds those entry kills most of the time, but they are just not able to finish them out. We do see that still lead was on their side. It's 4v3 for them going in the postman. 4v2 even, with Monty pushing Mavo. It's only Buku and Biggs, but both played really, really well. Buku clutching those important rounds in the start of the half, and Biggs, as soon as he stopped dying immediately on the beginning of the round, he's doing such a great job. And now covering Buku. He will finally go down, but Biggs still there. 1v2, but Dudek is holding the bomb. Biggs going for the push, but Reactive won't let him through this time. 999 finally stopping this streak from Mavkings, getting their 9 points. This will be a close map with both sides so close to the victory. Dudek, beautiful nade. Marek with the follow, and it's important for 999 to finally take the payouts of great early that they are playing each round, because we do see them completely dominating those early trades, so usually leaving them with 1 or 2 men up compared to Mavkings, and It's really interesting how Mefking Sports whole half couldn't really do much about it. Still died to those nades, still found themselves losing those duels. This time it went even further, only Buku alive. He was able to find the first kill, but he might fall toward and decides to change directions, but Marik also waiting around. Dudek pushing through and Buku. Danger coming from every side, and Dudek will be the one to finish the deal. 10-10, and a timeout for Mefkings, as they really do see that they are struggling right now, and they even think about the fact how further 999 would be if they would win those rounds that should have been won in 5v3, 4v2, 4v1 even, etc. All those lost occasions that might cost them this map and cost them their spot in the upper brackets. I'm trying to see if we maybe have more results coming in from the upper bracket, but seems like Vikot and Doodle are still fighting. They will play on Burgundy, Donville and Matmara if the third map is needed. And Mefkings. Maybe this break will help them break the curse of those bad starts in rounds, losing 1, 2 or even 3 players very quickly to the Axis. Maybe it will make them slow down their game plan a bit, or maybe go even faster to try and completely dominate the tempo. Seems like 999 are ready. Can we say the same about Mefkings as we do still wait for them to start the match? Okay, seems like one more time we are fixing the headphones. Seems like headphones are really the biggest issue maker here. Okay, and we are ready to go. Rounds number 21, and now pops the question, will even 24 rounds be enough to find the winner on this map? And Mefkings, they take a lesson from those last losses. We do see a fast push, and this time Lance from Axis wants Lance, so Chui will be planting the bomb, but this will be 10-man post plan. Dudek finally getting the nades. Chui will pay with his life for the plan, but is still looking decent, especially with Marvel winning the pomp duel. Now Reactive going for the push, and he's able to take Book down. 3 players playing from the very far position. Nade still up there, but also Mother holding nade for the one that will be defusing, and Biggs trying to peek with the scope, finding Marik 3 versus 3. 999 still trying to go towards side, but they are scared about the fact that middle might be controlled by Mefkings here. They have to really look out to not lose their men too quickly, but it's now only 25 seconds on the clock, and seems like 999 will really have to go for the push. Densa already prepared. Reactive will try to go from behind. Reactive Can do something more. Reactive already in the 5, but Biggs getting elimination here. Reactive. He will get at least Logi, but it is 2 versus 2 with Nate still in Mavo's hand. This might be the deal breaker as now the bomb will be tapped, but Nate will go in and Wardenser won't survive it, so it will be point number 11. Beautifully played by Mavo, keeping this Nate to the very end. Do not give any chance to 999 for the defuse. 11 to 10. MevKing so close to the victory right now. 2 more points needed. Can 999 come back? Because seems like after this timeout, MevKings are able to reborn and find themselves in a better spot. Judek picking this with the scope. Hoping to find something more. Marek dodging the nade, but Troy already inside. Can anyone stop him before he plants? More nades coming in from both sides, but Mavo will be the one to find a kill with it, as Wardenser will not survive. Dudek, beautiful nade. This time Chui won't get away with planning. It is 4v4. But another player already here to follow up with this bomb plant. And Buku now finds Marek. It is 4v3 to bring those match points for MevKings. Also now Biggs winning the scope duel. Only Reactive and Monty fighting for this round to keep MevKings away from match points. Reactive on the middle waiting for his teammate to come in. Monty trying to go from the greenhouse. He will find Biggs with a scope. But already Buku here to try and get the refrag here. The time is ticking down. The time is melting here. They will need to push through if they want to think about winning this round. Reactive already on the shot, but Mavo winning this fight. Getting Reactive down, and it's only Monty in a 1v3. Monty can get the first, but it's not much time. He will have to play really fast if he wants to even think about the victory. But Mavo gets another one. This is the triple. And those are 2 match points for MevKings on Burgundy. Seems like this timeout really worked out for them, as they now secure 2 important rounds, securing also in overtime, making this much harder for 999 to come back to this match. And 999 going for the aggression. Monty already with the nade. Also Marek will try to go for the push, but now Logi finds Reactive and bomb set B weekends. Marek can get Chui, will try to go for the flank. Monty finds Logi, but Biggs with a refrag. Can Mavo win this fight? Yes, he can. Dudek is down, and this means B side is open. It is now 2v2, but Warden's finding Biggs, and it's Mavo in the 1v2. One of the players already really close. Warden's on the tank, and Marek trying to join him to take a cover. Mavo with a hard time to find this kill, and Marek already waiting for this was the bait to lure him out of his hiding spot. And it is 11 to 12. The first match points defended by 999, and one more chance for MevKings to finish it without overtime. One more chance to advance right now to the upper bracket semi-finals, and seems like they will be going for the fast B push. Nades to hold Axis out of the middle to not let them come closer, and Choi already going for the plant. Are the nades there to stop him? Yes, they are, but they won't eliminate him. Reactive trying to go for this cannon wall. Then he has an angle, and he will find the kill. Buku is down. The first kill for the Axis. 5v4, but we are going to the post plant. Choi under pressure, but seems like he can hide out there. And Mavo now gets Monty. A strong fight emerges on the middle, but it is going for MevKings as they find 3 kills out here. And it's only Marek and Dudek in the fight in the 2v4, but Dudek starts this pretty well. He is able to track Logi down. Marek and Dudek, 37 seconds on the clock. Dudek, important duel, but Mavo with a better timing to find an enemy scope. And it is now Marek in 1v3 and Biggs to finish it. 13 to 11. What a map from both sides, but MevKing finishing it 13 to 11, winning 2-0 and advancing to the upper bracket semi-final to fight Sfora for the spot in top 3, to fight Spora in the spot in that upper bracket finals. Of course, this is not the end of the tournament for 999, as they still will have a chance from the lower bracket, but it's much further journey with less margin for any mistakes. We'll see if they can go any further, how far they can go with this lower bracket. But MevKings, they are securing better place for themselves, as this upper bracket semi-final already pushes them further into the tournaments. Short break, and we will probably come back with one of the upper bracket semi-finals. So see you all soon. And seems like we are ready to go with the upper bracket semi-final. Armia versus Doodle. Burgundy is the first map, Tujain is the second, and also Mats Mara as a decider. We are starting with Armia here right now on the ally side and Doodle on the axis. And Doodle with a nice start as Zapper finds the first elimination. We do see that Armia is playing with a sub as Lucky could not continue the tournament. He was substituted by Kemaorni and Armia, even though that they lost the first their first man. They're still able to plant the explosives, and 4v4 right now after Kema's elimination doesn't seem so bad. Lazy right now finds TV Amazing, and he's starting to look pretty decent for Armia right now. Also Tsar trying to push with his shotgun. He's able to find the first elimination. Kaza is down. Also Kema waiting there with Garant. Kema trying to seek the elimination, and seems like Doodle's player is completely unprepared for this one. Zapper and G4E as the only one standing. We've seen G4E yesterday having a fantastic map there. Can he repeat this performance? This might be needed against Armia. Armia by far undefeated, winning all of the matches in the group stage, winning 2-0 very quickly in the upper bracket quarterfinal, and right now starting also with the victory in the first round of Burgundy. Beautiful round by Kema. Definitely a decent substitute there. G4E already trying to seek for anything with a scope. But Pushel with a nice nade, pushing Zapper out. Also a great nade out there to push them from B short, and Kema getting a beautiful occasion for 2 eliminations, and now it's 5v2. Nice cooperation out there, and Almontiak also pushing with a nade, leaving only G4E alive with a bomb planet and a whole manhunt on him, because all Armia players right now are just pushing through to try and get the last player. Kaza even finds a team kill. G4E with 1 elimination on Kaza, but Lazy already out there for the refrag. 2-0, very quick 2 rounds for Armia, and a very decent start. Of course, they are on the better side here. But you have to also prove that Ally is the better side by winning as many rounds as you possibly can. We've seen them winning pretty convincingly in the quarterfinals, and now Kema starts with an elimination, but Zapper and Yankes, beautiful push to try and even out the field, but Lazy already prepared for the fight. Lazy finds 3. Finally G4E will put him to sleep, but now only Sniper remaining from Doodle's team. Bomb is of course planted as Armor is playing very smoothly on this axis, on this ally side, and Kaza right now spamming through G4A's health points. 3-0. Pushel. Nice nade to start, and already lots of pressure put on the Axis side. G4E trying to respond with a nade on his own, but it doesn't really do much harm to Armia's attackers. So already we can see Pushel being on very aggressive spots. Of course, Yankes will get lazy, and G4E right now preventing Pushel from doing anything more here, and Armia changing the path, going towards A side this time. Doodle mostly focused on lower side, but G4E with a fantastic headshot right now, making this 4v2. G4E is struggling to find another one, and Kema is able to push him. Yankes tried to avenge his teammate, but Stevie Amazing with a nice cover, leaving Kema in the 1v3. Seems like this should be the first point for Doodle team. Doodle, who after a very tough match against VCOT, as there were 3 maps and the last one with 2 overtimes, with Doodle winning 19-16 on the last map. First 2 pretty quickly, considering the scores 13-6, 13-7 to either Doodle or VCOT. And now Doodle trying to fight back. Doodle, of course, finished third in the group stage with 2 victories, 1 tie, and 1 loss. against Sfora, who, as well as Armia, won all of their matches since Kema. Olmonchak, once more, Armia with a very nice start. G4E can find Pushol, but the problem is that Pushol already planted the bomb. He already succeeded in his quest. And now it's a 2v4 retake with Kema prepared for G4E pick, leaving only Stevie Amazing, but can he do amazing things? Because it's would be a wonder, Stevie wonder, if he could find 1v4 clutch. And he could not even throw his nade as Olmonchak finds an easy elimination with this timing. 4-1. Armia against Elite Fighters. We've seen them play Burgundy and Tujain, those two maps. 13-3 Berg and 13-4 Tujain. Let's see if Doodle can put up a bit more resistance, but with those beginnings coming from Armia, it might be very tough to find even a few points on the Axis side, as we do see very swiftly Armia pushing through this defense like knife into a smooth butter, as it's 5v1 already. G4E is the only one standing. We cannot say that he's not fighting, because he is, but those frags coming from Doodle Sniper just does not matter at all, as it's 5 players push him in to just finish the round faster. 5-1. We are absolutely rushing through first half of Burgundy. And despite that one loss, Armia still in a very good position. Kema, good nade, follows with another shot. Kaza joins 5v2. This is just Armia completely demolishing those defensive setups coming from Axis. Yankes, of course, finds one kill, but Lazy being able to push. Even Kema finds a team kill, a second team kill, if I'm not mistaken, coming from Armia's side, but it might actually bite them in return, as now Yankes has a beautiful chance to win this clutch, but Lazy, with a better shooting, finishes the rounds in the favor of Allied team. 6-1. It was getting pretty close. This team kill could have costed them a round, but they are halting pretty well, and 6-1. Huge leads emerging from Armia. G4E scoping through the middle. At this time, Armia deciding to go towards A side, as we see Pushel find the first nades. He's trying to march forwards. He might meet with Yankes, but Yankes prepared for this peak. The problem is that Armia finds himself in better positions on the other places on the map, and also Kema right now clears Yankes to almost clear A side, as only G4E is there with rotation, but Olmonchak wins the scope duel, leaving only Tsar on the battlefield. He is able to eliminate Lazy, but the problem is that Armia is already on side. 3 versus 1 with Tsar just barely rotating towards epicenter of the action. Tsar has no single idea about Armia's positions, and Kaza already on his back. Easy shot here for Armia to finish the round. 7-1. Welcome to Brazil, as I like to say, and we might be here for the very fast first map of the upper bracket semi-final. But finally, we do see something more from Doodle, with 2 nice nades, finding both Kema and Lazy. Pushel, he's able to find the double, but Stevie Amazing stops him before he gets any further. It is 3v2. It is, I think, one of the best Doodle situation to find the round, but Kaza right now winning duel with G4E, and it opens B side for the plants. No nades, so nothing should stop plants here. Of course, Stevie is pretty close, but Stevie won't push through in time to stop this plant, and also now Kaza sees Stevie pushing through the smoke, finds elimination and leaves only Yankes in the 1v2. Olmonchak already on his back. Olmonchak is Yankes, suspecting that someone is on his back, because Olmonchak not only has a scope, he also has a car for those short distance fights. Yankes checking his back, but Olmonchak taking an fairly hidden position. Could have seen it up from under the tank, and this was an easy shot for Armia's scope. 8-1. Once more Armia dominating the key positions on Burgundy. And even though that Doodle was able to find such a nice opening for those 2 nade kills, and now finally G4E winning this dual scope. Killing Kolmonchak and despite Stevie, great push, can find Lazy. Stevie pushes through Pushol. Should have been a reprack coming from Amia's side, and this might be a victory, especially that one more team kill coming from Kema. I think this is his 3rd one on this map, and Doodle will take this chance to win a point. 2nd one for the Axis side. Maybe someone has to remind Kema, who is with his team, as this is his 1st match with Amia here on this tournament. But jokes aside, really nice round from Doodle. They are fighting for every point. I mean, this score can still look pretty decent, especially with Stevie now finding Kema on the opening of round number 11. But the problem is that Amia is really good at taking what's important on the map. Of course, they are losing fight on the middle, but after everything is settled, it's actually them being 1 man up, at least for a moment. I wanted to say that they are 1 man up with the plan, but G4E has a bit of a different view on this round, as he not only kills the planting player with an 8, also finds Almonchak in a duel, leaving now Pushol in the 1v2 clutch. Pushol expecting to be amazing, and it's now 1v2 against G4E. Pushol can spot him. G4E with the scope, trying to find Pushol's head, but Pushol dancing with the angles, trying to hold G4E for as long as possible. Nice movement here coming from both sides. Pushol, he is tagged. G4E coming with the pistol, and G4E winning this duel. So it's actually getting pretty interesting, as Doodle is able to find their 3rd point on the Axis side, and it's starting to look pretty nice. G4E with a fantastic round coming from Doodle's player. I said that on Burgundy he was absolute beast yesterday. When we've streamed Doodle's match, it was like 25 something, 26 something, something around that. If I remember correctly, and maybe it's not this dominating from G4E right now, but it's definitely the most impactful player on Doodle's side. But now Doodle losing pretty quickly, and they have to hope that the other players can restrain the burden of this round. But seems like this time Amir shall be successful, finding 9 points. I mean, 9-3. It's not this bad of a score for Doodle, considering the Axis side. Depends how good of an Axis side Army can present here, because they need 4 points to grab the victory. And now G4A can show all of his potential on the ally side. So definitely the one to watch on Doodle's side. And Amia, I have a feeling that they are going to be very aggressive here on the Axis side, and we do see Foreman push coming towards the middle. Kema trying to look for something more, but G4E, he's tagging already one of the Amia's players. Nate to try and finish him off. Zapper trying to go for the push. Doodle putting a lot of pressure on B-Shot, but Pushol trying to go further and find the elimination. Youngest would be the one to do so in the middle. Kema is down. It is 5v4, but now Kaza getting one. They are lazy. Also with the kill, but G4E cleaning Pushol before he gets to push with the shotgun. 3v3, but one of the Axis players still in the side. Zappa trying to take him down. Darkness players dancing around the detonation zone. Zappa not able to finish off the kill, but Stevie now cuts off Lazy from the point. Nolmonchak, he's alone with the scope, and also Kazar in a tough position. For now, he was fighting 1v1, but it's second and third player coming in. Nolmonchak's position is very important. If Stevie can find him, this should be final kill. But Kaza actually winning the duel with Zappa. Stevie and Nolmonchak. Seems like Doodle will try to go for A side. Nolmonchak, can he find enemy scope there? As G4E takes greenhouse. This might be very dangerous for Kazar if he tries to rotate as G4E right now. finally goes upstairs, and Stevie, this should be an opportunity to plant on A side. Armia in a 2v2 close rounds. Important for Doodle to start well on the second half to gain some momentum, and now Monchak already found G4E, but he will be the one to go down as Doodle Sniper wins the duel, and now Stevie Amazing finishes on Kaza. It is 9-4. Doodle winning the first round after switch, and for a moment it seemed like Armia might completely sum this game. It was 8-1, it was them completely obliterating point after point, but Doodle joined the game and really stepped up, finding those last 3 points out of 4 that happened. Stevie hitting Monchak 5v4 once more, and Armia in top position, says Doodle has a lot of space around B side to try and go for the plants. And not much Armia can do about it as they are pushed further away. They cannot even get to the middle, not even speaking about B-side. Cars are going for the push lazy as well. But G4E still keen of the situation. Lazy in a tough spot. Yankes will put him down. 5v2. Doodle has to go for another point because I don't believe that Kema and Kaza can find such a clutch, especially with Zapper and Stevie coming in, finding those last kills. 5-9. Doodle. This is actually getting really interesting. Armia is struggling to find the victory here, and it's still pretty far away from them. 4 points needed, but now Kema with a beautiful headshot. Maybe this is the opening that Armia needed to go for the victory. Smoke on the middle, so they have any space for rotation, and Pushol trying to go far with the shotgun. Pushol hoping to clean the greenhouse. Also the nades coming in to disrupt G4E's position. 4 Armia's players already so far away, but now Stevie finding Kolmonchek's head. Pushol with a refrag, and G4E flanked by Kema. Zapper coming in with double kill. Pushol finds a refrag, but it's 1v2 for Yankes with a 1 planet. It doesn't look this bad for Doodle's player. Can Armia finish it up? Yankes on the ground, hoping to surprise enemy here. Pushol already so close, but now Doodle player's position is known. Yankes trying to go further, but with Pushol on his back, not much he can do. Easy kill for Armia's players, so this will be the defuse, and this will be Armia winning their first round on the Axis side to make the score 10-5. With 3 more rounds needed to finish the first map of upper bracket semi-final. Of course, in the meantime, we do have a match between Mav Kings and Sphora. And on the lower bracket we do have Elite Fighters versus Vcod and Buck for Glory versus TBA. And Armia, what a start right now! Kema trying to show that Armia can finish it quickly before Doodle can get anything more. Now Lazy follows up, and Monchek trying to go for another kill. Completely surrounded Zapper. Can he find anything more? Well, Monchek been looking for the bash, but Kaza trying to go for the scan, and Zapper had absolutely no space to escape, and it's only G4E right now, but he's so far away because he was trying to secure his team with scope. But what can he secure if all of his teammates are dead? It is 11-5, and Armia winning point for point. Seems like this one round that they've won is the point that they needed to unlock themselves from the cage that was blocking them from scoring. 11-5. And now Doodle might be struggling to go for the victory, as there's almost no margin for mistakes. And Monchek right now with the scope trying to make a mistake. Beautiful scan from G4E. Make it 4v4. Important position from Pushol, but he's able to kill Yankes. Can he be there in time to also kill the planting player? He cannot, but Kema with an 8 to secure the kill here. And now Monchek finds Tsar. It's only G4E, but his position is known because he's always there on the greenhouse with a scope. And 2 players already trying to blow his cover. G4E smoke might help, but Scan's already there, and Lazy on his back. A really nice awareness from G4E. He finds first Kema and Monchek. This a bit risky to try and push 1 by 1. But they will try to hold him there in the cage, so he cannot go anywhere out of the house. Or will just try to go and push him 2v1, so he does not have any time to reload after the first shot. So they can find a kill, and now Monchak knew that there are just so many angles that G4E had to cover. And he finds the good timing to blow him out. 12-5, 7 map points for Armia. For a moment, it really seemed like Dudel might show a really good comeback here. But Armia showing us why they've won all four matches yesterday and why they've won the first match today so quickly. Because they are a very good team out there. But Dudel still not surrendering to Armia as they are trying to go for the 5. This nade from Kema might be important, and Kaza right now. Nice timing to stop the plant and eliminate Yankis to make this 2v2. Kaza tried to go for more, but he was too greedy as Zappa was prepared for that. Leaving only Kema in the 1v2 clutch. Stevie amazing on the scope. And Zappa inside, but Stevie covers the middle. And Kema with no chance to escape from an enemy scope. 6-12. Doodle still on this map, but definitely lots of work ahead of them if they want to fight for the overtime. We've seen them do so in the quarterfinal. G4E going for the push. Stops Pushel from going any further with the shotgun. G4E so close to it with another kill, but Steven now finds Kaza lazy. We do finally see a response coming from Armia's side, and also now Kema with elimination, but still Doodle is in control of B side. Olmonchak might be important there, but with Stevie covering the middle, it will be hard to go further, but Olmonchak prepared for this push, and Stevie found out of position, so it's now only Yankes in the 1v2. Olmonchak and Lazy coming from two sides and already grabbing Yankes' focus. Yankes going through the smoke, but Lazy will win this fight, and this will be the first map for Armia, winning this Burgundy 13-6. Meaning Doodle lost their map, and now we will go to Armia's Tujane and see if Doodle can fight out there, but we've seen Armia really present themselves well on those two maps in Burgundy and Tujane. So the question is, can Doodle step up even more? Because we've seen them really match Armia for a moment, but the problem was that the start from Armia was just too good, giving them too much of a lead for Doodle to come back from. A short break, and we will come back on the second map of the upper bracket semi-final, Armia versus Doodle. Okay, and we are back in the action on Tujane. Already few eliminations, but Kaza finding the double here. We are not stopping, we are going for the action as both teams are ready to go. Both teams are on fire and want to fight here on Tujane. The start looks pretty decent from Armia as they are in the lead, 4 versus 3. And now Kema with an opportunity to find another kill, but only pings for 90. He's able to finish G4E out, and Lazy and Kaza and more of it coming in. Armia winning the first point on Tujane. And the Cannon 8 emerges as nades come from both sides, but G4E, what a nice shot to find opening kill of round number 2. Tsar pushing around the smoke, but Kaza with a beautiful scan. Yankes won't let it slide. 4v3, and still Armia pushed out of the bomb site, so Doodle doing their job pretty well of keeping those sites pretty healthy. Lazy, he might fight Stevie there, but he's with a shotgun. He really loves those close fights, and one shot, one kill. Lazy is down, but Kema able to eliminate G4E 2v3. There's still a chance for Armia to win this round. But Doodle doing whatever in their power to not let Armia in, because they know if they let Armia plans to giving them the benefits of holding those positions and forcing themselves into their potential traps. Kema, with help of Volmonchak, is able to out Jankes out of this round. B-side slowly falling into hands of Armia. Zappa trying to go for the push as well as Stevie Amazing, but Kema is able to eliminate Stevie, and it's now only Zappa. Armia might win this round. Zappa hoping to find the angle for clean shots. Could not land it, and now gave his position away as both Armia's players are prepared on B sides. It's a very unpleasant crossfire, but Olmonchak was picking for the wall. But Kema will kill the hope of Doodle winning this round. Armia, maybe not with such a clean start as on Burgundy, because those rounds were much closer, but definitely they also can shine in situations like that. 2-0 for Armia, as once more they are able to come victorious out of the round. Olmonchak right now looking for G4E. Olmonchak hoping to find someone on the border of the smoke. Not a single kill yet, at least not for much, but not for much longer, as Kema finds G4E, and Olmonchak right now catches Tsar peeking out of the car. B side is clear. Doodle might have hard time rotating, as also Kema and Olmonchak are trying to shut down any sort of help coming towards B side. Kema, push or lazy, clean round from Armia, flawless victory to make it 3-0. And it's starting to look a bit worrying, as Armia is definitely feeling great here on the ally side. Doodle, what can they do on the axis? The nades are not landing, the duels are lost, and even when they had advantage, they couldn't bring it home. And now Kaza eliminates one of the most important players on Doodle's side. No scope for axis, defending on the longer parts of the map. Stevie struggling to push through the smoke, and Lazy will not let him escape. It is 5v3, and once more Armia quickly takes control of B-side. Tsar is still trying to fight, as he will find a kill on Pushel, but Kema with a refrag. Also Kaza now cutting off Tsar's rotation, leaving only Zappa in a 1v4 with bomb that is planted right now on bomb side B. It does not look great for Zappa here, as it's probably going to be 4th point for Armia. Zappa, nice jump shot here. Will at least get one. But Lazy already there. 4-0. And once more we are witnesses of a great start by Armia, building very decent lead. Trying to go as far with this score as possible to win quickly and get to the upper bracket final. In this system of double elimination bracket, as soon as you find yourself in the upper bracket final, you are secured on the podium, as you will get in top 3 in the worst case scenario, because if you lose in the upper brackets final, you are pushed down to the lower bracket final, so you cannot get lower than 3rd place. But let's not talk about this one yet, because Doodle right now is fighting back. Kema finds elimination of the Uncle, but it is still 2v2, so Zapper and G4E can clash this out if there are 2 players that might do so. It's G4E, who was fantastic in Burgundy, and Zapper, who definitely is the biggest asset right now on Tujane. Lazy has other plans, because he finds not only Zappa, but right now, with a swift switch of the weapon, also he's able to put G4E down. 5-0, sorry. Armia not giving away a single point to the Axis. Kema couldn't dodge the snakes. Tsar also finds Kaza with the one of his own, but the problem is that even though that you decimate this attack with nades, it is still coming in, and Pushel and Lazy are winning those duels, and those advantages that you have from nice lineups, they just disappear as soon as Armia's players are able to push and find those duels, as Pushel also gets young, as it is 3v2 right now. Stevie, important kill, because if he would have lost his life, this would have probably been over for Doodle, and right now it's not looking this bad, especially with Tsar finding Pushel out of position. Olmonchak has an angle for the refrag. This short opening to find that shot. Beautiful quick scope to do so. So now it's 1v1. Stevie versus Olmonczak. Stevie for the first point of Doodle onto Jane. And Olmonczak hoping to keep their clean sheet here. Stevie amazing. Stevie dancing around this building. One trying to find another, and Stevie!
Axis win.
He won't miss. He was able to track down the spray straight through Olmonczak's body. First point for Doodle onto Jane. And let's hope that the first one would be able to bring a bit more nice dodges here from Armia, but it gives time for Doodle to go for better positions, and G4E prepared for this fight. He's able to find Pushol Kazatsa. Those trades still in benefit of Doodle as they are up one player. Olmonczak with a scope, trying to put some pressure, but Jankes punishing him from fighting from such an open position. Lazy right now also not in position to fight, and Kaza, I think something happened here. Kaza disconnected, so easy finish for Doodle, but despite the fact that Kaza was disconnected here, it would have probably gone the same as Doodle was just having a really great rounds. Finding kill after kill with not much of a response coming from Armia. But we will follow with the next round. Can Doodle continue the streak? Seems like it might happen as G4E finds entry kill on Kaza. Armia still holding grenade. Zapper with a lineup, hoping to find someone on long. Nice dodges here from Armia players, but Doodle standing pretty confidently inside. Olmonczak now wins duel with Stevie. It opens a bit more space around the middle of the map, and Kema now catching G4E in this duel, meaning there's no scope, and meaning that Zappa's position is very important. His presence has to be either with 1 or 2 eliminations or buying as much time as needed for Tsar and Jankes to rotate to the action, but Olmonczak catches Tsar, and also Zappa won't stand for much longer, even though that start was suggesting that Doodle might go for another point here. It's now only Jankes defending against the whole wards, and bomb is planted, and Jankes now on HP. Jankes with no room to play the Armia. They were right on path to finish his health points, to find points number 6. To secure at least tie after the first half of Tujane. Let's not forget that Armia won the first map. They're in position to threaten to win this match. G4E, nice start. We do see definitely much from Doodle that we've seen in those first rounds, but sometimes it's still not enough to beat Armia, to secure those points, because Armia has a way of finding their way out of the trouble. Olmonczak right now has to be careful as there's already Zappa here, but the problem is that Kema, Lazy and Pushol find those eliminations where disappeared whole Doodle team, and it's only Stevie and Zappa still fighting. Stevie, nice push with a shotgun. Kema trying to shut him down. Couldn't succeed, but already 2 players out there. Zappa using the bait of Stevie to find Kema, but it is 2v2. Important fight from Pushol. Pushol low on HP, and Zappa with a nice shot here to join the fight. And it's only Lazy covering the bomb, because the bomb is on the other side of the map. And Lazy slowly trying to go on, but seems like he might be caught here. Lazy still standing still. 2 players on him, but Lazy trying to fight Zappa, going for the defuse, and Stevie won't give a chance to Lazy to even take that shot.
Explosives diffused.
Stevie with a very nice job on the shotgun. 6-3. As I've said, we do see much more from Doodle than in the beginning. They really needed just to get into the map, but the problem is that this cost them 5 points, and this might be hurtful from the perspective of the final score, but definitely helps that Doodle able to regularly find those entry eliminations. But right now it's only an entry trade. Nate for Nate, G4E for Kaza. I'm not sure if it's the best trade for Doodle, but Stevie hoping to do so much more work, and Zappa, even though that he takes the pistol, he's still able to find the elimination. Stevie fight for more. Pushel finally gives something more to Armia, but it is still 2v3 with Stevie. Hunting with a shotgun. Pushel low on HP. Wins the duel with Zappa. Stevie trying to join. Pushel, is he expecting another play and pushing him so quickly? Olmonchak as well, and Pushel finds the timing. Stevie, confused by the fact that he had rivals on both sides, didn't know where to look and what to look for. And Pushel using this to take care of the shotgun player of Judel. It's now on mid-side, the 1v2, the bomb is planted. Can he find the angle? Seems like he can, and the bomb won't be put down. So it puts Olmonchak in a tough spot right now, but it is 1v1 and a clean shot from Tsar to give 4 points to Dudel. A tough clutch on Tsar, but he was able to withstand the pressure, and we do see another point coming from Dudel, and from 5-0, it's 6-4. Dudel being able to bring those points, and Armia definitely in the dumps for the last few rounds with only one victory. And G4E, what a start. Kema saw one of the axes but couldn't find a kill there. And G4E, the scope is working so well. He was able to punish the refrag try. Lazy now blocked on the wall. Tsar having an easy kill there, leaving only Kema, so it will be 6-5, and we might see an even score after the first half of Tujain. Of course, Dudel would still have to present very good ally side to bring it all to Matmara, but it's definitely in their reach considering the fact that they were able to start and really give a hard challenge to Armia here. Out of the last 6 rounds, Dudel winning 5, and Armia not really having much of a chance to win those rounds. This Dudel is winning those early duels. The only one I think of is the one where Tsar had to win 1v2. Kazar, nice nade, but G4E and Stevie amazing, already putting the pressure on Armia's players. And now nades will come from Dudel's side, but G4E caught with an 8 in hand. Easy kill for Pushel. Stevie, can he find those kills because his teammates are losing their life, and also Stevie will go down. Lazy with a kill as well. Armia, after all of that struggle, using that early lead, so they can win the first half of Tujain 7-5. Last round won to bring this score up, but it's only +2. It's still pretty even, and on Tujain both sides definitely can shine. So let's see what Dudel has prepared, because if Stevie plays like that with a shotgun, it's definitely possible for Dudel to still fight for the third map in this match. And we now switch Armia as the axis, Dudel as the allies. G4E. You already saw one of the axes there, trying to put him down. But Olmonchak finds the first elimination. G4E finally tracks Kaza, but Olmonchak out there with the scope, doing a fantastic job with 3 eliminations. Tsar with an 8, but Olmonchak goes for the quadra. It's only Tsar waiting. What a round from Armia's scope. He was the only one needed to completely clean Belong, but the problem is that he was now found with 4 Tsar, and it's now 1v2. We've seen already Tsar winning clutch like that. Of course, he was in a better position as he was a defender, and now Kema had one chance to make this shot and didn't want to waste it, so Armia finds the point number 8. Dudel has to be careful. They cannot have a bad start like in the first half, because it would probably lead to them losing the map, losing the match, and falling to lower brackets of the tournament. Olmonchak. Can he find one more round like that? Seems like he might not have a chance, as Dudel players are coming different direction, but there are also other players here. Pushel and Kema, starting with those eliminations. Jankes finds one, but Armia this time ready for all kind of shenanigans proposed here by allies. It's only Jankes, but not for much longer. Lazy with a kill. and this is definitely one of the best attributes from Armia's side, that they are able to get in those matches so quickly, that they are able to start from such a high tempo. We've seen them start Burgundy 8-1, we've seen them start here on Tujain 5-0, and now putting this work on the very beginning of the half, building an advantage to put Doodle in a very nervous position. And Pushol and Kaza. And Doodle's attack is completely smashed before it even gets a chance to try and give it a 5. Stevie with a miss. Stevie! Really tough fight there, but was able to follow up with the pistol. The problem is that in the meantime he lost all of his teammates, and it's now only Stevie. Stevie low on HP, and Olmonchak will take out the pistol to finish the job. 10-5. 3 rounds of the second half, all won by Armia, and it's now only 3 more points needed for them to grab the victory and advance to the upper bracket finals. But finally, we do see a better opening coming from Doodle, with both Zap and Yankis finding early eliminations. Lazy trying to hold on long, but all other positions have already been surrendered to Doodle. Bomb will be planted, and nothing can take this round from Doodle. This will be the first point after the switch for Doodle, and seems like Lazy might not even get 1 kill. Okay, he will find Sa, but this elimination doesn't really change much, as he will not be able to even go near the bomb. So it will be 10-6. Doodle finally joining us in the second half, but the problem is that they've just given so much to Armia. It's still a 4-point lead for them. Nate's coming in. Stevie on the safe position. Stevie wanted the final Monchek. G4E was faster. But the important fact is that those eliminations are coming on Doodle's side. The problem is that those first duels are all wasted when those first actual pushes finish with Doodle player dying to the next line of defenders. All 3 remaining, already with 1 kill. It is 3v2, 3v1 after Kaza finds Sa, and it's only Yankes, and that miss might be his doom, might be his death. He's trying to go for one more try, but Kema already covering the spot. 11-6, Armia, only 2 more points needed for the victory. Lots of nades coming in, Doodle being able to survive, but also Kema on the very far position. Olmonchak had to focus, but finds a shot. Lazy as well, and you don't even see a trace of the fact that Doodle had the entry kill here. G4 is still fighting, but it's just not enough. Only him getting eliminations. It is a triple. It makes it 2v2, but Kema finds up, and Olmonchak finally stops G4E. It was a nice work put here by Doodle's sniper, but the problem is that if he's the only one getting those kills, it's just not enough to surpass Army, and now Axis gets 6 match points here. 6 chances to advance into the upper bracket final and meet the winner of Sfora and Map King's match. G4E, nice start, TV amazing. Finally, we do see some follow-up from other Doodle players. Kaza and Kema. Nice shots to try and keep it close, but Zappa also finds Kaza, and Zappa with this elimination probably secures the point. Nice nade, Kobe from Sa, 12-7. Doodle survives the first match point. Only 5 more to go. Nate's coming in, Armia this time trying to find very early eliminations with those, but neither of those will land, but definitely G4's shot will land. The problem is that this time Pushol went further to try and find a refrag. Kema Yankes, 2-for-2 trades from both teams. Olmonchak stops Yankes, and now important position from Zappa. Zappa might open a way to go towards B side, but the problem is that Kema gets Tsar, and it's now 1 versus 3, and Stevie already writing GG. They don't believe in Zappa winning this 1v3 clutch. Can Zappa keep their chances alive? He cannot! Lazy with the kill, 13-7. Doodle put up a nice fight out there, but still Armia winning this match pretty convincingly. 13-6 on Burgundy, 13-7 on Terrain, and Armia is the first team in the upper bracket final, waiting for the winner of match. Mev Kings versus Fora. And I do see that VCOT Polska also won 2-0 against Elite Fighters in the lower bracket final. We'll see which match will be streamed next. Would it be the upper bracket final, or will we go to the lower bracket? Because we will also have a chance to see some match from lower brackets. Definitely in the next part of the day. So we'll probably go with Armia versus winner of Sfora and Mev Kings. But short break for now. We will be waiting for winner of the other upper bracket semifinals, and see you all in the upper brackets finals. And we are ready to go back with the action. We have been waiting for a moment since the teams have to reset up, so no one would match one another in the same room. And we start the next match, this time lower bracket round 2, Doodle against TBA 999. First pick current time, of course, from TBA, as they like those slower, more axis sided maps. Doodle, of course, starting as the axis here. And already with the first elimination from Zappa, this completely slows down the attack from TBA 999, but they are pretty close to B-side, and since most of the Axis force is focused more around the middle house, then TBA, with the cover of the smoke, might possibly get into the side. The problem is that two of the Axis still have their nades in a queue, so it will be very hard to go for the plant, especially with all eliminations coming from the Axis side, as it's 3-4-1 right now, with only Dudek finding one elimination with the scope. So for now it's a very, very tough break. Reactive disconnected for a moment. So once he called for a timeout, okay, FPS drops from 999. Dudek still going for the push. Stevie finds elimination there. Monty with a refrag, but is set up in the 1v3 with a shotgun. Doodle just patiently waiting for him to come out to the side and try to go for the plant. Youngest hit a position. Was prepared for the shot. First point to the side of Doodle. Very nice start on the axis. They've played Armia against. They played Armia in the upper bracket semifinals. They lost 2-0, 13-6, 13-7. It was a decent match from Doodle. The problem was that Armia just had too good of a start on both Burgundy and Tejay. But it's not like Doodle were completely defenseless in the semi-final. Right now, they have to fight for the lower bracket and reactive. This is a nice start from TBA, but the problem is that Stevie momentarily finds an elimination on Marek, making this 4v4. And also, Stevie, a bit of an aggressive position. He might be able to find Dudek. Tsar going for the push, and Warden's his position might be a crucial one to open up that defense. Dudek finds Tsar. Now G4E has to look out, and as I said, Warden's would be the key player here, finding this elimination on enemy sniper. Also letting his teammates go for the plant, and Dudek right now finds Zappa with an easy shot, leaving Stevie in the 1v4. Seems like TBA will go for the very fast point on the ally side. This is definitely an upset for them, as on current on every point as the attackers is worth just so much, considering how good Axis side is there, and how much usually this map is Axis sided. Dudek looking for the scans, tried to set up a nade, but Tsar was a bit faster, reactive. He can actually follow up with this nade, so Zapper will also be eliminated from this round. Reactive, trying to scan enemy, but seems like Yankes should be safe from allies here. 4 against 4. And TBA trying to force the way towards A side. This was a nice try from Stevie, but the problem is that there was just too many of TBA's players for him to find an opening when rival is reloading. Very bold play from Stevie, but unfortunately for Doodle, it resolves in advantage on the ally side here. Yankes! A close call, but still Yankes was able to find a kill, but now Marek with a very important elimination to leave scope of Doodles alone. 1v2 for G4E, and Marek once more ready for the fight. He saw the fit, he knew that G4E will look for this elimination, and with a clean shot he's able to provide the last needed kill for G4 for 999 to find another point. So this is a very good start for 999. Early 2 points on Karantan will put a lot of pressure on the defense, forcing Doodle to play really, really well. And now Dudek finds a victory in this CoD duel with G4E. Once more, it's the allies who finds himself an early lead. Stevie Seeking those shadows in the smoke, but TBA playing very patiently. Yanka Swift in trouble. Pinged for 90. Seems like he can escape, but he is forced to reposition himself to a bit of a further angle with less vision of what TBA is planning out there. Of course, there's still 2% more to try and cover up for him. Stevie finds Dudek, but there is a cover, there is a counter push coming from Wardenser, and this will be a response, so it's still 4-3. Finally, we do see Allies setting up the smoke, and we'll see what they can do with it, as Reactive will try to go for the flank, and 3-man attack is still waiting on Belong to try and go for the push for the side. Zapper and Yankes should be ready there. Tsar as the only one alone covering A side. Yankes had a chance right now, but Reactive will win this duel, and now the defense should be even more split. Tsar in trouble. He's forced to go for the pick, and now Zappa in the fight. Two players already trying to hunt him down, while Marek is going for the plant, and Zappa will be found by Marek. It is looking really, really good. Seems like this slow approach is working for 999, and Doodle, once more, the biggest problem of this team is the fact that they just seem like they cannot get into those early rounds, like they cannot get into the match as well. And probably since like round 7, 8, something like that, they will start playing much, much better. But once more, they are losing a lot of tempo, and they are providing the enemies with so many chances to build up the score and to run away, especially given the fact that on this map, this might be very important that you are donating those points while 999 is on the ally side, as this will be 3-1 on 999 on the allies, and they are building beautiful score for them to finish it out on the axis. Of course, it might all turn around. It's might actually be the way that the sides won't really even matter, but considering all the facts that we know, it's starting to look pretty unraveling for Doodle, as 999 are really getting ahead of themselves, finding those early points. 3-1. But of course, we do have to talk about 999 superlatives, because those attacks are just looking really well prepared, and of course, combined with the fact that they are very solid in those aim duels, it creates a perfect mix needed for them to find those points. And now, once more, they are going to find the entry kill. G4E already eliminated, so Doodle will play here without scope. Stevie Amazing to even up the field also takes life of Ally's scope, as he is able to track Dudek. 4v4, and now the important part, going for the push. This time Tsar ready to stop Wardense. We've seen him being the key player, going through those tunnels and emerging from the underground whenever he was needed to surprise the enemies. This time he was not a surprise. This time Tsar was waiting for him. It's starting to look a bit better for the Axis, as even though that they've lost the first man, they are now able to find those responses. Monty, with help of Reactive, this will be an elimination. It is still 2v3. Monty is alone, and this will be a very hard quest for him to try and go for the plant, especially with 2 nades still in the equipments of Doodle. Reactive to try and follow, but Tsar going for the push. Reactive already eliminated, and seems like Monty will have a very tough time going for the plant. Nade going down. Seems like they will miss this time, and Monty, shotgun is a fantastic choice here in the smoke, but the problem was just Doodle players were just too close to one another for him to find a comfortable position for the retake here. And this will mean that Doodle will quickly stop him in his tracks and get points number 2, but it was getting pretty intense, given the fact that Doodle was 4v2, and this should have been an easy point for Doodle. Also having in mind that they had 2 nades still up, and planting player really had not much space in the sides to try and survive this plant. Good thing for Doodle that Tsar was able to surprise Reactive. This actually changed quite a lot, as they could have focused solely on side, knowing that this one player should be somewhere in the smoke. And right now, we finally do see an entry kill coming from Doodle's side, as Stevie Amazing is able to find Marek. Push on Zappa, he might be in trouble, as both Monty and Reactive are pretty close to him. Also now, fight emerges, as Stevie Amazing will try to escape towards A side. Zappa still waiting on the stairs. Trying to find the right timing, and it is perfect moment to peek as reactive. He's completely unaware of the fact that someone is above him and will try to go for his life. 5v3. Seems like Doodle have that one backed, unless Dudek is able to find something more. He wins the scope duel, but it's not much for now. He would need something more either from him or other teammates. Zappa still holding a pretty comfortable angle. 50 seconds on the clock. It might start to bother 999 soon, but Stevie is struggling to survive Monty. Seems like no one will be there to respond, so Monty gets the elimination, opens up some space, but it's still pretty far away from the side. Tsar has denied, but Monty finds another elimination. Tsar trying to go for the push. Tsar, he will be able to find Dudek. 30 seconds on the clock, but Monty already pretty close to the A side, and of course Waldenser somewhere in the shadows, somewhere in the ground. Once more hoping to be the surprise needed for 999 to win the round. Nate will not go down yet, and seems like the bomb will be planted. Monty still inside, has to be aware of the fact that the Nate might still come down. Waldenser seeking for this elimination. He will surprise Tsar, so this Nate won't do any harm, as well as Doodle's player. Beautiful play by Waldenser here, because this push will bring those last two eliminations and provide 999 with one more point. 4-2. And they have to be very happy with the fact how this first half of Quarantine is going, as they are succeeding in those attacks, and Doodle for now really struggling to pull out any kind of streak on the defense. After Quarantine, just to provide you with some info, we will see each other on Burgundy, as this was speak from Doodle team. One more time, and if the third map is needed in this match, we will play Donville. So I would say that two maps which are very convenient for 999. I'm not sure how Doodle will play on Donville, as we do know that it is also one of the slower maps. It is also one of the maps that we've seen plenty of times coming from 999. And speaking of them, they are going for the faster push. Seems like Monty is completely unbothered here, and he shall find the kill with a shotgun. Also reactive eliminating Tsar. It is 5v3, and Walden says taking control of the B house. Even though that G4 wins the scope duel, it's still very hard for Doodle to go for the retake here. Zappa still has an 8, of course, but Zappa is so far away, and reactive right now finds Yankes. It is 4v2, and seems like 999 will be going for the 5th points on Quarantine here. This is a beautiful ally side play by 999, and then Doodle struggling so hard to keep this defense up, as we do see that their setup is very fragile, and 999 has a way of breaking those formations. Zappa as the only one stands in. 20 seconds on the clock. We do say that it is 5-2. That nothing will change that, and that Zappa does not stand a chance to go for this clutch. And right now it's official, as it's only 7 seconds on the bomb, and right now it's physically impossible for Doodle to go for the victory. 5-2. It's absolutely mad from 999 how well this attacking side is looking. The other matches that are being played right now is, of course, Armia versus Fora, the upper bracket final. And of course, VCOD versus Mevkings on the other side of lower brackets, round 2. Winners of those two matches will meet one another, and the winner of that match will play the loser of Armia versus Fora, and of course then we will go to the grand final. That's what ahead of us, and right now what ahead of Tsar is just a mountain of fog, where he's seeking for the first elimination as he's trying to push with a shotgun. Yankes, nice shot here to find reactive. Good entry coming from Doodle. We've seen what happens if you give too much space for 999. And this seems like a moment where Doodle can finally catch a breath, and really hope that this time with an advantage it will be much harder for 999 to break this setup. And now G4E with a fantastic nade to find another player, but Marek ready for this pick, suspecting that Sniper will try to go for the B shot. Tsar, he only pings as shotgun does not work this well on this much of a distance, but Zapper is still here. And that elimination should probably fully stop the attack, as it's now only 2 ally players there. Nate's still coming in, and I don't think that Monty can survive this one. I mean, he can, but he won't plant a bomb, and when he tries to do this one more time, it's just too late, because Zapper is already inside. Also Yankas with a rotation to find the last kill on the Wardens, 5-3. But I would say that if Doodle wants to even think about winning current town, they would need to be perfect on the Axis side. At 7-5 is the least that you can bring into the second half, and it's still a stretch, hoping that you can get 6 points on the allies, or even 5 to play the overtime, especially with that 999 definitely are sharpening their teeth to find something more. But Yankes, one more time, being able to win the opening duel with reactive, important entry to stop any sort of shenanigans around A side. Yankes now follows up with another one, and once again seems like Doodle will be able to bring this one home, as it's 5v3. Positions of the attackers are pretty much known. Of course, Dudek right now will find one elimination, but the frags brought by Dudek are all that 999 can present this round, as he's the only one standing, and 3 more players from the other side still being alive, trying to go for the victory. Dudek, of course, he will still try to get this clutch. He was spotted right now, and beautiful movement by Stevie Amazing to find this last kill to make this 4-5. To stay in contact with 999, because if you would have let them win the first half, considering them being on the ally side, this would have been an absolute tragedy, and probably we could start thinking about Burgundy and thinking if 999 can take the victory there, as we've seen them having a very close Burgundy against Meth Kings. Dudek, nice opening, reactive this time with a different approach, as he died twice in a row to Yankes in the same position. He just decided to nade him, and Yankes not prepared for that, couldn't escape in time. It is a nice opening for 999. Stevie Amazing trying to turn this around, finding elimination Monty, but the problem is that the middle is already taken by 999, and they can close A side with Marek still pushing through on the other side. Stevie Amazing closed into the trap, eliminated by Marek. It is 4v2, and a nice setup for them to go for A plan. Of course, 2 Doodle players are pretty close to this fight. Tsar now with a very important elimination on Wardens, but this nade is just so unfortunate, and it is a wasted resource in a spot where you cannot afford doing any sort of misplays like that. The bomb is planted. Zapper looking for an easy kill to start this retake, but both Marek and Reactic pretty much hidden also. Dudek playing the long shot with the scope, playing almost from the other side of the map. Zapper trying to go through the roof. Tsar pretty close to the situation as well. For now, they cannot spot single player, and Dudek from the other side, confusing also Doodle players where they should expect danger from, and this was an excellent bait for Reactive to push out and finish the round 6-4. 999 is showing such a fantastic performance there. And Doodle, we've seen that they cannot afford to lose those early duels. As soon as 999 can get their hands on the lead, they pretty much can follow up with their points, and they pretty much can turn those leads into victories. Marek scanning the terrain, but now Reactive not fighting Yankes, instead going for G4E's position and succeeding, eliminating enemy scope in the early round. This means that cover for B side will be much less dangerous for 999 players, as not only they have smoke, but also they eliminated the scope, which would have been very bothering from the further distance. They can focus now on those close angles, especially on Tsar waiting with shotgun. Stevie won't let it slide and will also eliminate the scope. We do often see those trays scope for scope, and we're not even talking about the duels between those two, but other players hunting those key parts of the attack or defense, whichever side we are talking about. Marik expecting someone there. It is still an information. Marik. This might still turn into the A-side attack, as both Monty and Marik are now pushing for the middle, but Tsar finding Wardens. This complicates things by a lot. Monty also giving this elimination. It gives info that probably 999 might go for the A push here. Stevie is very close, and Stevie will find Monty, but now Reactive can actually push Tsar. And this is 2v2, but very little time for 999 to go for this victory. Reactive almost shotting his own teammate, but Marik just goes and tries to be a Terminator. Marik, he will find one, but it's just 6 seconds. Can he go for the kill? 4 seconds. Stevie trying to survive, but Reactive finds headshot. And even though that there was not enough time for the plant, Stevie could not escape and could not survive. This will be point number 7 for 999. This is absolutely fantastic coming from them. This will be a victory on the ally side on Karantan with a need on only 6 points on defense, and they still can go for more as we enter the last rounds of the first half of Karantan. Yankes has to look out for the nade. G4E, the first one will miss, and already 3 players close to him. He has to be careful. They cannot afford to lose him this early, as A-side will be an open book for 999. G4E still waiting patiently. He does have cover from Yankes. Decided to play an open position this time. But 999 waiting patiently. Wardens once more cleaning those basements. And G4E, finally, this patience is paying off, as he's able to find Reactive. But even though that Doodle finds the first elimination, this is still not much from the other side about where they are attacking. Wardens with a kill. G4E and also Tsar right now with 2 eliminations. Dudek caught by Tsar with a pistol bash. G4E finds another, and now it's only Monty in the 1v4. He's able to surprise Zapper, but G4E goes for the quadra. So it will be point number 5 for Doodle, but it's still... I still think that it might be not enough, and 999, if they can present a decent axis here, this definitely could be an easy map for them. But we'll see, maybe Doodle. Maybe they can open up themselves on the other side. Maybe they will just feel more comfortable on the allies, but we are definitely looking, trying to look through pink glasses here and find any positive side of what's going to happen for Doodle. We are waiting for just one more player. And it seems like everyone is ready to go. Start the second half of first map. 7 to 999, 5 to Doodle. Only 6 points needed from 999 on the Axis side to grab the victory on the first map. And let's see what Doodle can prepare. G4E already trying to go for the scope duel. 999 trying to play a bit more passively. No smoke set up. Most of nades also kept for later. Stevie in a duel looking for this elimination, but Stevie caught from 2 sides, and Wardens will bring this frag. Dudek also wins the scope duel. Yankes with a response, but Monty sneaking with the shotgun, bringing not only Yankes but Tsar as well, leaving only Zappa in a 1v4. So seems like first one should be done here by 999. This will be 8 to 5, and this will be a step towards victory on the first map. Zappa. Oh, sorry, I wanted to mute mic, but I pressed the wrong button.
Win.
But yeah. Everything as expected. Zapper was found, and this will be point number 8 for 999. Great start. And a very solid defense prepared on B side. Seems like Doodle might go for the similar plan, but reactive already with the nade, expecting a sniper in the same spot. He was able to find him. So there's an early lead, and also Dudek right now finding Jankes Marik, trying to make this lead even bigger. Nade's coming in. Dudek with another, and this is a demolish coming from 999. Is they are once more able to obliterate this attack, leaving Zappa this time not in the 1v4, this time in the 1v5. Even tougher spot for the last ally player. He hears shots, but what can we find here? Zappa could not even bring this one. Warden still with a headshot. 9-5, clean round coming from 999. And seems like those attacks really are paying off for 999 as defense is looking fantastic, and 7 points on the allies was a great build-up for the defense here. Doodle trying to dodge the nades, but nades are not the most threatening parts here, as also there's Dudek finding 2 eliminations already. Stevie trying to put him down, and finally he's going to get the refrag, but Dudek done his job. 2 elimination caught by 999 sniper. And now reactive also waiting for this pick. No one to refrag, as reactive is able to easily run away. Reactive one more time. This time it's Jankes, but once more 999 easily taking most of Doodle's team apart. And Jankes, with him, situation won't be any different, as Marik can easily track him from his spots. And this is 10-5. We've not a slight hint of Doodle winning those attacks. Seems like this current round might end pretty quickly if 999 are able to continue the domination that they are presenting right now. Nate's coming in, reactive. Going for the push. Marik deciding to change his angle a bit, as they are trying to adapt, expecting Doodle to react to those previous positions, but reactive, he still is able to find the first kill. Dudek still firing. First shot is a miss. He'll just decide to reposition, but Tsar this time making it faster. Reactive though, finding headshot on G4E before he can get his hands on the trigger. Warden's also wins duel with Jankes. Warden's trying to find one more. He will succeed, leaving only Tsar in the 1v4. Tsar, they know that here he's nearby, but doesn't really matter, because either way it's a 1v4 one more time. For now, Doodle couldn't take more than 1 elimination per round after swap. This ally side is not working for them. Seems like Carentan is really not the map where they can feel comfortable. And it really shows in fact how big of a gap is between them and 999, and 11-5. 999 just so close to winning this first map. Dudek at the low on HP. Zapper will try to go for the push, but Nade is coming down, and with Nade, Zapper also blows away. Reactive finds Jankes, closing this push on B side, leaving once more Doodle as a huge underdog in round number 17. It is 5v3. Tsar trying to go for the shotgun push. Had a small chance, but this opening closed. Stevie finds Dudek. At least they found a way to deal with 999 scope, but the problem is that all of the team is putting so much work there. Stevie, refrac on Marik. Stevie can get Warden's mistake from 999. That there was not a refrac. A bit too late of a reaction from Warden's, leaving Stevie this opening to reposition to the ground. But now reactive finally taking Stevie's life, leaving G4E in the 1v2, but he is definitely capable of winning clutches like that. But not when Monty has such a good position. Completely surprised by this angle, and I don't think anyone in right mind would actually check this spot. Great position by Monty. 12 to 5. Many map points here for 999 to secure the first map of the series. Is this the round where we finish things off on the Quarantine as Monty quickly finds the first elimination? Dudek reactive, they follow with another one. G4E bringing something to Doodle's side, but it is 4v2 ends. I just cannot believe that Doodle will be able to turn this around. Marek still waiting for that shot reactive. Hoping to find something there. Marek pretty close to this. Warden's also trying to go for the push, but now G4E actually winning the duel with Dudek. But reactive with a clean headshot here to kill all of the hope. G4E in the 1v3. Close to B-side. It seems like even Doodle doesn't believe in their sniper. G4E still seeking for anything. 30 seconds on the clock. And slowly he is working his way towards B-side, but there's still 3 defenders left. Still nade from Marek, despite me. This might hurt also. Nade from G4E, but there is coming nade. Bomb is planted! But even though that he dodges the nade, there's already a whole army waiting for him to pick. Easy retake for 999, as this will be a flawless Axis side to bring this home 13 to 5. Beautiful map by 999. Fantastic Quarantine. Played really well on the strategic ground as well as the aim one. Doodle did not stand a chance on this map, but right now we are bringing this to Burgundy to pick coming from Doodle, and we know that they can be very solid on this map, especially G4E. So let's see if they can bring this to the third map to Breakout, or to Donville, or will we stop after the second map and Doodle will be eliminated from the tournament? Short break, and we'll come back on Burgundy. And we are back to this match on Burgundy. A complete opposite of Carentan. Map that is very dynamic, that is very fast, where a lot will happen also in those first seconds, and that is very ally-sided this time, and 999, they will get the privilege of starting on the ally side and already do with the first elimination, but G4B is also not stopping both scopes with a kill already in the round number 1, but Dudek looking for a chance to find another one. Saad trying to push with the shotgun, Wardense finds Jankes, B-side opens for 999, and Monty also wins the duel right now, so they don't have shotgun, they don't have much, they still have their scope, which is their biggest scope, but not for much longer, as Dudek is going for the push, and G4E not expecting this aggression, focusing on the B side. Right now it's only Zappa in the 1v4, but seems like 999 will be starting this map with a victory as they leave the last man standing with the bomb planet and 4 defenders to hold the side. Of course, Zappa is still going to try, but can he get to the first obstacle? He cannot, as Monty knows all the sneaky positions where he's not expected to be. Quick finish from 999, and this will be the first point going to their side. And as Doodle were expected to put lots of work to the Axis side on Carentan, and which they couldn't do, the same is expected right now from 999 to put like 8, 9, 10 points on the ally side to try and go for the quick finish. And let's see what Doodle can do, because they are now going for the fast push, but Yank is already eliminated due to nades, pushed by Wardense and friends. Also right now Monty trying to seek for the eliminations, but Sa with a nice push surprises Monty out there on the greenhouse. It is 4v4, and Sa's position will be very inconvenient for 999 as soon as he's alive, but he's not alive for much longer, as Reactive right now can react and find the kill. G4 is still trying to hold B-side, and he's able to bring down Wardense, but nade's coming inside, so 999 can open some space, and Marik already prepared for the repeat will find the kill. It is 3 versus 2, and the most important part is that it is a possibility of planting the bomb pretty quickly. Zappa, he might meet with Reactive. He will win the duel, leaving now on Mr. Amazing. He still has nade. This might help a bit, that is hold down this plan, but the bomb will be planted. Stevie is still trying to seek his enemy with the nade, but Marik not even letting him throw this nade. I thought that someone came with rotation to try and help Marik, but Marik did not need any help. He just decided to push him straight forward, and this was a fantastic choice, and this is the second point for 999. Dudek, he gave in for about one of the defenders going towards B-side, and now Marik also catches the rotation from the park, quickly eliminating Stevie. Of course, Tsar playing standard and going one more time for the fast mid push with a shotgun, but Monty, for now, showing that he's a better shotgun player, completely controlling surroundings of the tank, not letting Doodle do much around those. Scope this time playing from the further position, which means Jankes is only left with the car. Zappa might be a surprise here, depending if they can find him, but Monty, suspecting that this might be someone sneaking on his back, is going for the push for the double and for the triple, also eliminating the scope. In the meantime, Wardense clears the square house, leaving side open, and this will be a timeout. I think probably a technical, since it's coming from 999. Maybe some FPF drops, maybe someone else. Definitely. Okay, this is a sound issue, but I hope we can surely fix this in time, as everything seemed fine on Carentan. And we can continue with the match, because 999 are looking really, really well on Burgundy for now. Doodle really struggling to find any eliminations, and we do see that 3 of Doodle's players still haven't found their first kill of the match. This is not looking great for Doodle, as right now 999 is completely dominating the map. And you do have to have in mind that 999 are already 1 map up in the series. And Doodle have to really push through if they want to think about bringing this match to Donville. In the meantime, I'm trying to check if we maybe have scores from other matches. That doesn't seem like it, so everyone is still in the game. We are also back, resuming this match, Doodle versus 999. Maybe this short break will help Doodle reset the mental and find something for themselves. G4E, oh, fantastic shot to find reactive, but the problem is that Dudek will be already with a kill. 4v4, not a bad trade. Tsar deciding to play a bit of a different position as those mid pushes didn't really bring much to the table. Tsar might be a surprise here. But also 999 deciding to take a bit of a slower approach and also trying to focus a bit more on the surroundings of A side. G4E still of course fighting through the middle. He's the one holding the position right now. But G4E in a moment might be needed in the other parts of map. Important position from Stevie. If Marek can find the kill there, then this might really go south for Doodle, as now G4E is left alone on this part of the map. Tsar and Zappa holding B. This should be a warning light that B side might actually not be the target this time, but Wardens are not only clearing the sniper, but also finding Zappa. Tsar will get the kill on enemy scope, but the problem is that he gave up his position. And now they know where to expect him, and Marek won't even wait for him to come. He will be the one joining the fight. And he will be the one left victorious out of it. 4-0 for 999. Yet another fantastic point, and still 3 players on the other side. With no eliminations, only Tsar and G4E for now bringing those kills. Monty, early smoke on B short. Wardenser seeking for this first kill. 999 expecting this time Doodle to push really hard through around the middle, and this is actually a fantastic call with them finding 3 eliminations. Of course, in the meantime, Reactive already pushing towards the B side, but being able to clear the defender, forcing Stevie to rotate there. G4E finds enemy scope. It is 4v2. Stevie is still in a position to try and go for the planting person, but he's not able to find elimination in time, and we already see rotation coming from Marek. As they reinforce B side, it will be now much harder for Stevie to try and push through. Of course, G4E is coming as well, but it is 4v2. It is a huge advantage for this retake for 999. Stevie struggling. Monty low on HP. He's able to find the first one. G4E will try to join him, but Marek with elimination. G4E trying to do anything, but this was just too much for them to overcome. It is 5-2-0. G4E. He was not able to find this clutch, and that means 999 are continuing the streak. If we count current time, this is 11 rounds in a row that they've won. This is absolutely fantastic, and Warden, so with yet another great opening, finding Zappa already. Tsar trying to push with the nade, and Tsar will actually find Dudek. It was a great decision to wait a moment with the nade, and Jankes also finds Warden, but Monty already prepared for the push coming from Tsar. G4E, really nice pick out there, finding Monty. It is 2v2, because also Marek finds elimination. A lot of action here on Burgundy, but it is still even from both sides. Marek can reactive against G4E and Stevie amazing. G4E, the first one will miss, but he will have a great chance of a retake here, leaving only reactive up. In the 1v2, seems like Doodle might finally get their first point of the map. Unless reactive can find this clutch, it's still very open. Lots of time for reactive, and the fact that Doodle players are far from one another means that he might be able to do it as soon as he's able to deal with Stevie. It will be 1v1, because I don't think G4E has a way to respond. But the hard part is that you have to win the duel, and Stevie hidden in the bushes. Surprising reactive there. Finally bringing the first point for Doodle on Burgundy, 1-5. And it's still not too late to start bringing those points. It is still not too late. Start putting in some work. Marek, great awareness of the nade, and Marek trying to go for the fast push. There's only one player there, hidden in the barn. Zappa finds Monty. They are trying to push him down. Zappa still surviving. Jankes will join him soon, and Zappa doing a lot of work there to hold the side. Finally being eliminated by Stevie with an 8. I'm sorry, no, Zappa is still alive. I don't know how he survived, but he is able to put the wall on B side, not letting 999 in. They don't have nades, they don't have any utility. And also now there is support for Zappa, as also Stevie is joining Zappa. Once more, tagged for lots of HP. Wardens are struggling. Tough position from him. And Zapper will get the kill. Absolutely incredible performance here by Zapper. 3 players pushing, and neither of those was able to find a kill. G4E for the victory. It is 2-5, and as I've said, it's not too late for Doodle to start putting up the work, as there's still plenty of time in the first half of Burgundy to try and get those points, try and get the best score possible for the ally side. And 999 is this the start of the struggle, because this round was tough, and now Monty also found by G4E. Tsar with a great nade. Dudek trying to respawn, but it's still an advantage for Doodle. Seems like reactive. Not contested on B, but 999 might struggle in the middle. Dudek finding Yankis, but also Tsar trying to join the fight. Might surprise his scope there. Dudek with a good reposition. And Marek with reactive, deciding to focus on the plants. Tsar still chasing Doodle, but still like Dudek. Seems like Dudek might be able to escape. It is a plant, it is 3v3. Marek, of course, will take the square house. G4E already trying to take him down. But 999, they do have that one moment to comfortably set in positions, to catch a break from all of the pressure put by Doodle in those last few rounds. G4E still hoping to find someone out of their spot, but Dudek finding Tsar. And now this will be very tough, as they don't have this hidden treasure in form of Tsar. But it's only now the plans coming from 999. But Marek with a great cover won't let G4E go for the kill, and they already know where Steve is coming from. So this is an easy 3v1 coming from 999. Of course, Steve is still trying to push through, but it would be hard to find a kill in the crossfire set up by 999 here. No chance to even go back from this position. 6-2. And that means G4E are still in the game with Doodle to find pretty decent score, but of course a lot of work has to be put here. Monty finds Tsar possibly saving Dudek's life. A reactive already with the plan. Stevie found on the bottom, and Dudek! He's able to find G4E, even though that he was prepared for this fight. It is 5v2, and now Marek right now eliminating Zapper. It's only Yankes. So seems like we are back on track for 999, completely dominating those rounds. There was a moment that they were pretty unsure that Doodle actually tried to completely overperform them. Yankes still fighting in his clutch. This 1v3, but also Warden's pretty close to his position. Time is ticking, and Warden's will be the one to bring the kill. Another point for 999, 7-2. A 2-digit score still possible for 999. Another explosive start, leaving Yankes and Stevie as the only ones remaining. Yankes low on the mid. Seems like he might survive this one, and Stevie also finding Dudek. It is 2v3, it's not looking this bad, but Monty bringing all the attention while his teammates are slowly walking towards A side. Stevie still trying to fight Monty there to prevent the plant, but the plant is not coming from this side.
Explosives planted!
Yankes finds the first one. Stevie wants to follow up. Marek wins a very important duel because Yankes finds another one. It is 1v1. Marek and Yankes. Yankes and Marek. Who can find who? Still plenty of time. And Yankes with the quadra. What a clutch coming from Doodle player. Third point, a very important one.
Explosives
By the Axis.
Axis.
Because it could have been 8-2, it could have been a really decent lead for 999, but now that Doodle brought this third point, 999 actually has to worry about how those last rounds will play out. Nate's coming in, trying to stop 999 in the early part of the round, but Wardenser will be the one to do so. Zapper eliminated. Tsar once more going for the classic shotgun push. And reactive on the side. Monty struggling to find the kill. Yankes gets Dudek, gets reactive as well. It is not looking great as in a moment 999 will be surrounded. Of course Wardenser can go for the plant here, but as they lose another player, it's getting really tough. Yankes, an absolute hero of last rounds. 4 eliminations in round number 10, 3 already in round number 11. Can go even further with this one. Very important what Monty does there. But he's under a lot of pressure. Monty trying to dodge those shots from MP44. Wardenser finds the first, but now Tsar going for the push. Monty gets second. He stopped Yankes, he stopped CV. Tsar low on HP, but still able to win the shotgun duel. And once more, Doodle will come on top. 4-7. Lots of work put in those last points of first half, but this might actually be enough for them
Explosives defused.
to grab the victory on the other side. As slowly the score is forcing 999 to also present a very good Axis side there. 7-4. We did see 999 having a very nice game plan prepared for the Axis, but we've also seen them bottle many rounds that started with huge advantages. 4v2, 4v3, 5v2, etc. in their upper brackets match. Yankes already with the push. Same with Stevie. 999 this time deciding to give it up, let them push through mid and focus on side. But the problem is that now Allies have splits and Doodle might use it to their advantage. Yankes with the first elimination, Monty and Tsar. Follow-ups coming in. Still Doodle with one player more, not for long. Dudek finds Stevie. Seems like Marek should be able to go for the plant, and now Wardenser winning this important duel with Tsar to make this 3v2. They really need to bring this. Zappa has to look out, but since the time is ticking, Doodle are forced to take an action here. G4E actually does, finds Dudek, but Wardenser prepared for the refrag, so now it's Zappa in the 1v2. Zappa already touched the 1 HP, and Marek will get the last one. 8-4. It is very neutral score, as 4 points on the Axis is not bad, same with 8 on the Allies, so it all comes down to Doodle's offense here. Can they bring 9 points as the Allies? Can they show us that the Burgundy pick is justified coming from their side? Or is it 999 that will advance further in the brackets? Advance to top 4 if I'm not mistaken. Right now we are in top 6. And let's see if those setups that we've seen from 999 will be as deadly as they were in their upper bracket matches. Dudek finds the first elimination. G4E already killed, and Dudek follows up on Yankes. Really nice start coming from 999 scope, as he plays very aggressively with it, completely shutting down this attack. Of course, the plan is still coming in, but now Stevie's struggling to survive, and Dudek already with the triple. Monty killed as well. Wardenser will find Tsar before he can even think about what can he do in this clutch. Clean round from 999, as they only let the plants to be made from Doodle, but not a single kill coming from the Allies.
Axis win.
9-4. A statement from 999 coming here, showing that they are not letting them grab this map. They are not bringing this match to Donville, even though that it's map that they are pretty comfortable with. Dudek has in for about 2 players. Nate probably will come down there, as Marek and Dudek still hold their nades. Reactive also on the wall, trying to peek through. And Monty finally finds, of course, B-side was given up, but still 999 trying to close the distance and find those eliminations. Bomb is planted, but Reactive already trying to be on tail of Doodle's team. And one nade still being in possession of 999. Yankes finds a kill. Monty Marek. Those eliminations coming in, and this nade really came in handy. In this time of around, it is 4v2, and Monty one more time showing how can this shotgun be hurtful. Stevie finds only one, but one more time there's just too much power to overcome the last of the player. It will be 10-4. It will be 999, just 3 points away from the victory, as Doodle are really struggling to find those eliminations.
Explosives diffused.
Now
Axis
really
win.
struggling. To be victorious on this map. But finally, G4V is able to shut down an enemy sniper. Tsar low on HP, has to be careful, but G4E already there waiting to bring some more action towards Doodle's side. He is able to bring to elimination Stevie as well. Warden, so we've only one response coming from 999, so it seems like it's not only a plant, but also an advantage in men alive. Monty trying to bring this advantage down, making this not only 3v2, but 2v2 with another great headshot. Yankes waiting in the smoke. He will find Warden here, but Monty pretty close. Monty trying to get in there. Seems like Yankes should be able to escape towards the side. Zappa there to help, and Monty in a 1v2, but Yankes with a great push, as Monty needed to check not only the short but also the square house. And we do see the first point from Doodle coming in the attacking side, 5-10. But they still have to be very careful, as 999 are putting a lot of pressure on them, even though that now they are the Axis. Those setups coming from 999. Very decent from the tactical point of view. This nade from Monty, I feel like it might be pretty hurtful. Seems like it will miss, but Dudek already with the push, and this scope is working just so well. He finds one, cannot find the second, but is patient enough with the second shot to find Sa, but Sa ends up also with eliminations. It is 3v3 with all Dudel's players being able to go towards the side. Of course, G4E is still trying to cover with the scope, but Reactive ready. We will see timeout after this one. Reactive still waiting on the ground. Those can pretty dangerous. Reactive has to escape. And Stevie, the first one to frag in this post plans. And that elimination bringing Doodle so much closer to the victory. But now Dudek winning with G4V. 35 seconds on the clock, and Dudek trying to join. Dudek, what a shot to find Stevie. It is now only Zappa. Zappa with the grease gun, waiting in the house. With 999 players coming from both sides, he is trying to spam through, but this was not the best decision, as they are coming towards him. Zapper finally finding his elimination. Only 15 seconds and Reactive. Seems like his hands are tied, as he cannot go for the defuse. Zapper trying to go for the scans, and of course right now it doesn't matter who gets this kill, as this will be point for Doodle. It was so close. This was a very bold decision to go with the rush. It could have ended so poorly from Doodle's player, but it is a point for Doodle, a very important one, to not let 999 on this 11-point mark. Okay, quick break for both teams. Those last rounds really on the edge, but Doodle with 2 important victories. This is the key moment of the match. If Doodle can actually surpass 999 here and bring us the first map of the series. 999, they are so close to the victory. Just 3 more points needed. 2 more to crush Doodle's morale by guaranteeing at least overtime for the Axis here. And it is a bit unorthodox how 999 are trying to play this Axis side here. We see actually the scope rushing in the mid instead of a shotgun, and we do see that they are really delaying those nades, not trying to deal with Doodle coming inside, but letting them in and trying to force all of them into the side to fight them into a very tight space while still possessing 1 or 2 nades to make it as hard as possible so withstand all of this pressure coming from both rifles and nades. It's a quite nice plan. And it worked pretty well for now, but we did see 999 losing this very close match in the upper bracket against Meth Kings. I think it was 13-11 on Burgundy, but it was definitely a worse ally side coming from 999 here. I think it was 7-5 there. Okay, we are one more time changing the headphones here. And the question is, how do they will approach this ally side further in the match? Will we see any changes? Also, will we see any action on A side? Because we've seen 999 trying to combine those attacks slower with fasters, with A side, with B side, while Doodle are just trying to force their way into the B side. Usually it works because of the few reasons I've already spoke about, especially 999 having this unorthodox play pattern, and seems like 999 are ready to come back to this match. We'll see if Doodle are prepared as well. And it seems like both teams should be ready, and we should continue on Burgundy here. 10-6 for 999. Only 3 more points needed for them to bring this victory. On Carentan it was easier the second half, but also on the unfavored side here we are able to win 7-5. And right now we are coming back, and let's see what 999 have prepared. G4V already trying to find someone on this scope position. Not a single one of the players there, but now beautiful nade from Monty, and also Marik finding Sarah on this push. 5v3, great start coming from 999, and the Reactive trying to follow up to bring this advantage even further. Jankes hoping to spot someone, but a beautiful pick from Reactive. Jankes completely unexpecting his rival to push in this manner. Dudek also getting Zapper down, and it's only G4E. Seems like this should be point number 11 for 999, with them being only 2 points away from the victory. G4E. How can he even start this clutch so far away from absolutely anything? G4E gets one, but Monty and the whole squad ready to bring him down 11-6. And this is really looking unsure for Doodle as they struggle with those starts, but not this time. G4E with a nice shot there to start. Reactive finds elimination. Wardenser as well, but Stevie puts down Marik. This 3 versus 3. Wardenser surviving this duel, making this 3v2. Young is trying to go for the plan, but G4E is still alive, and he's able to bring another elimination to their side. But now Reactive finding Yankes, and this might be the way to go for the defuse. Reactive already on the bomb. He is not covered as he's the only one standing. Reactive going for the defuse. No, he will go for the kill, and he cannot find the elimination yet. There's still 40 seconds. Reactive, is this the defuse he's looking for? Reactive still holding the bomb, and this is a miss. Reactive can dodge. 30 seconds, and finally G4E finds the kill. There were so many occasions for Reactive to get this kill, but G4E survives the fight, and this is 7-11. Doodle is alive. This could have been 12-6. This could have been loads of match points for 999, but it's not yet occasion to close this map. Smoke coming in, but still not a single Axis player going towards B side. They waited for G4E to be pushed out of a comfortable position. Reactive now tries to fight for the B side, finds the first one, but Stevie momentarily responds, and also Yankes right now shuts down Monty. It is 4v3. Yankes once more, and Yankes for the third. This has to be point for Doodle. 11-8. It's getting so much closer. Marek in the 1v4. He finds first, but with the bomb planet, this will be much harder. Can he get there in time? Seems like he cannot. And even if he could,
Allies win.
wouldn't really matter, as G4E was already prepared for him to come there. 8-11. Officially on the scoreboard. They are so close to completing this comeback. And 999. Can they get, can they go for this victory? Dudek spotted someone out there. Dudek going for an aggressive push, and now Marek and Reactive trying to put in some work as well. Those are two opening eliminations. The war dancer seems like this might be the point to bring 999 to the match points, as Dudek follows up with elimination of Yankes, and now it's only G4E one more time. It's Scope against the Ward, fighting 1 versus 5. Those have to be match points for 999. This will be not 1, not 2, but 4 chances for the Axis to get the victory and advance to the top 4 of the tournament. And this is now official that Dudek finds the kill, and it's 12-8. If we could have said that Doodle was under a lot of pressure right now, those are mountains of stress on their shoulders to carry this burden through 4 next rounds and bring this to overtime. G4E misses the first shot. Nice jump from Marek there to get to the side, and Monty, beautiful nade to already start with an elimination. It is Sa being put down by Monty. It is 5v4, low HP on 999, but seems like they cannot get out from this one. What a double kill from Stevie to try and hold their hopes up. Of course, Monty is trying to go for the push, but beautiful nade from G4E, setting things down to 4v2 lead for Doodle. This has to be victory. Monty still in the fight. Gets sniper down, but it's bomb ticking. 50 seconds on the clock. And Zappa, as well as Yankes, already prepared for the next player coming in. Struggling to find the elimination. Yankes will lose his life, but he's this Zappa to cover, leaving only Reactive against 2 players. Reactive in the 5, but cannot get through Stevie. It is 9-12. Doodle still alive in this match. It was getting hot in there, as the first elimination of the round went to the Axis, but a beautiful response from Doodle. Stevie especially bringing 3 eliminations. And Doodle still alive in this match. Dudek, this time playing the traditional scope position. Was close to the first kill, still trying to go for the scans, also dodging the nades. All 10 players still alive. But 999 as usual, keeping those nades. Monty has to look out as well. Monty going for the push, trying to work his way through the smoke. Monty on the reloads. But since we don't see any eliminations, Doodle are able to slowly work their way through to the B side, taking control over this warehouse and also bringing the bomb to the side. And right now, finally, we do see an opening kill. It's coming from G4E. It is 4v5. 999. This is looking tough, as they are far away from the side. This will take a lot of time to get in there, and you still have to get through 5 players. Split 3-2. 2 playing on the outside, 3 playing in the battlefields. G4E had an urgent chance out there, but Stevie is also here to help. G4E finds Dudek. This cannot go wrong here. They are going to be halfway through those match points. It is 10-12.
Allies win.
But there are still 2 more points to go for 999 to win this match 2-0 and eliminates Doodle from the tournament. And now the pressure is on both sides, especially with an entry kill from Doodle's sniper. G4E one more time showing that he's amazing on this map. Stevie finds elimination. Monty responding only with one nade, but it's still not enough for 999 to feel comfortable on this map, especially with Dudek being punished for the push. It is 4v2. One more time, it's looking great for Doodle. Marek and Monty in a very tough position. Marek would have to find at least 2 eliminations there. Can he disrupt the plants? Seems like he won't be picking. He actually does, and it is an elimination for him. But right now, it's not only Zapper, but also G4E trying to lure him out of his position. And Monty found by Stevie, so it's now down only to Marek. Marek struggling with the first one, and Zapper bringing this kill 12-11. Doodle so close to be back in this match. One last try for 999. They've lost already on this map today, 13-11. Can they do the same to their rivals? Can they bring the same fate to anyone else? And now, beautiful shot from Dudek. He sees G4E through the smoke and seems like he should be able to escape. And already marching towards the B side, a whole defensive squad finding kill on Zapper, finding kill on Yankes. It's 5v2. It might be over for Doodle after such a try. It's only Tsar and Stevie trying to keep this map, trying to keep their tournaments hopes alive. But Monty waiting patiently. What even can Doodle do in this spot? This would have to be an absolute mad lad play. But they lose another one of their. Sa is being put down by War Dancer. It's only Stevie amazing in a 1v5. For life in the tournament. Already spotted by the Axis. Seems like this 1 point, like this one round, might be everything that Doodle is lacking. And this is the last kill. And this is GG. 999 winning this map 13-11 and advancing to the top 4, to the quarterfinals of lower bracket. What a match. And 999 after a fantastic current run. The Burgundy was shaky, but this time they are the ones to win 13-11 and advance further. What a match. Now they are waiting for the winner of VCOD Polska versus Meth Kings to fight for the spot in top 3, but let's go to the break and continue with next matches of the tournament. Okay, and we will jump to the third map of the last match still going on. VCOD versus Mevkings. The decider, Dawnville. VCOD as the Axis, Mevkings as the ally. The first rounds. By now it's even 3 versus 3, but Klofuzia under pressure. Mavo finds the elimination. Mevkings already on site. Also no Logi finding Sromik, so it is only Jedex in the 1v3. Tries to take down Logi, but Logi will get help from Bex. And this is the first point for Mevkings in this match. 13 to 11 on breakout for VCODs, 13 to 8 on Burgundy for Mevkings. And now on Dawnville we'll see who advances to the top 4 and who finishes in the first rounds of the second rounds of the lower brackets. Crazy. Nice start to find Bix. Winning this scope duel is always nice for the Axis, as Mevkings lose one of the bigger arguments that they have in those pushes. Right now also Jedex following with a kill on Chewy, and it is 5v3, so it seems like this round should be much more peaceful for Vico. It's only Jetex eliminated by Mevkings, and it is comfortable 4v2 with Logi and Buku still struggling to get further into the sides. Hiton's the only one on side, but also we do see Crazy covering with the scope. Hitons finds the first one. Prepared for the next. Clean shot. Hitons with lots of confidence covering this one doors with the car. First point for Vico, so we start 1-1, and I do have a feeling that this will be a very hard map to win for both sides. Bix. Can he track him down? Nate to try and get this first elimination, but it won't land. Bix, the 1 HP. Bix, what a headshot! Hitons tasted the bullet, so it is a nice opening for Mevkings as they are slowly building up their way towards A side. We do see them coming in, but Sromik finds Marvel. Logi, nice push on Jetex as a diversion on the other part of the map. Bix also finding Klofuzia. Now cleaning. I said living only cover from Crazy. Crazy and Sromik as the only two standing. Sromik struggling a bit, so looks like Mevkings should be able to find this second point. Sromik, nice nades. Logi already spotting down the enemy. And if Crazy cannot find an easy kill with the scope, it means that the bomb will be set down. And now this is Vico being forced to push through. Sromik finds the first one. Logi struggling to refrag. Logi hitting Sromik. Buku gets Crazy. And they finish what they started. This is 2-1. Mevkings putting a lot of pressure from this ally side. Meaning that Vico would have to step up their game as the Axis here if they want to think about victory. Jedex. So someone on the cemetery, so probably we will see nades coming into the orphanage. Jedex trying to find this one, only tagging Mavo, also getting low on HP. Seems like both players will retreat just fine. A huge fight against Logi and Hitons. Logi finds Hitons. Sromik with one elimination. Jedex also low on HP. A-side is holding pretty well as Sromik finds another one. A great shotgun push, and Sromik now gets the third. Not letting anyone through. Sromik with 4, and Jedex with the final one. 2-2. by far both teams keeping each other tied up with the score. Benefiting Map Kings by far as they are the one on the ally side, and right now once more a beautiful opening with Logi and Chewy finding those central kills. Hitons slams bullets on Logi. Hiton slams Chewy with his fists. It is 3 versus 3. Mavo pushing pretty far through, and now with Biggs finding Hitons, this might be an opening for them to go for the plant, depending on what Buku does from the orphanage. Mavo still waiting, but crazy! Scope walking, Quill and Biggs too late to the party. Right now Mavo spotted as well, but a great flank from Buku. Plant on A side, and right now Klufuzia forced to fight with Mavo first. Mavo trying to track him down already. Pinged for 75 HP, and right now the second shot will be lethal. Third point for Map Kings. It was getting heated in there, but still Map Kings finding the way to the victory. 3-2. Vcod for now being a bit too shaky on the defense side. Crazy! Had to use an opportunity like that for an entry kill. So apparently Mef Kings are dominating only the odd rounds, odd numbered rounds to be precise. Stromik waiting low in the smoke. Jedex being pushed by Mavo, but Mavo putting this shotgun to a good use, but the problem is that Stromik was so close to the action that he can actually join with shotgun on his own. Crazy and Klufuzia. Easy kills for Viko to make this 3v3. Still not letting Kings run away with the score, but they should do so as well. As right now, Mef Kings are pointing every other round. But this time, to break the pattern of Mef Kings winning odd numbers, Hitons and Klofuzia stop the attacking tracks, making this a 5v3, and possibly bringing VCOD for their first lead on this map. Two v5, Logi still hoping for the push, but now he's left all alone as Jetex gets to Buku. And Logi not surviving for much longer. Nice position from Klafuzia to find the last kill. Flawless victory from VCOD, 4-3. This might be a beginning of something better coming from the Axis side. Klafuzia hoping to start once more with an elimination. Logi has to be cautious, but seems like Mef Kings are committed to this A push. Dromik already gets the first. Crazy right now joining the party with kill on Logi. It is 5v3. Stromik low on HP, but seems like he can survive this one. Buku actually finding the elimination, but Crazy again and again with the scope, controlling the situation and not letting this push happen. It is 2v4. Mef Kings in tough spots, and now clean shot from Hitons, leaving only one last Mef King player. So we are going to 5-3. We are going the way of VCONT in those last points.
Allies eliminated.
And
Axis
crazy.
Win.
Finds the last elimination. And this is third victory in a row for VCOTS. Seems like they finally settled on the Axis side. Better late than never, but Mevkings would love to put a bit more to the scoreboard on first half of this decider. Still 4 more rounds to go. Yeah, optimal would be the score of 5 or 4 rounds at least. Not much needed for it to happen. Logging. Dodging the snakes, still waiting in the smoke for upcoming push, but VCOT deciding to play this one safely as Jedex is controlling the church and has an angle to find a kill. Instant death provided for Chu. Yes, it's entry for VCOT, 5v4. And this surely would lock them inside, just waiting for the push incoming. Orphanage being taken down by Mevkings. They are trying to advance this attack, and Buku finds Jedex, but also Hitons waiting out there. First elimination brought by Hitons. Hitons going aggressively, gets Mavo down, and Klofuzia kills the attack on the other side of the map. 6-3. VCOT starting to look pretty well on the defense. And Mevkings, as I said, they would love to bring at least 1 more point to the table before switching the sides, before getting the chance to play the Axis. Crazy. Already spotted one of the enemies. Mates coming in to prevent any sort of faster pushes through the church. Stromik deciding to give a chance to push himself with a shotgun. Stromik going aggressively, and Hitons following this plan, finding kill on Logi. Stromik, Hitons. The eliminations are flooding the, and there's a river of blood on the middle with only 2 players alive. Are trying not to drown in this river. Biggs and Chu, yes, the only 2 standings, but seems like VCOT finally found their rhythm in the defense. Stromik still waiting. Oh, that is an unorthodox angle to surprise player waiting in the church. But VCOT, they just have to be patient. It is 5v2. It is a very comfortable situation to be in, especially with Jedex spotting one of the allies there. And since there's 2 of them, one has to get this elimination. And now Klofuzia also pushing Chui. Easy round for VCOT, 7-3. 5 points in a row, and VCOT on good way to try and push it with straight victories to the end of the half. Build up as much of a lead as they can before going to allies, so they can advance in top 4 and fight TBA 999 for the spot in top 3. Hitons, nice opening. Mavo is able to surprise Stromik. This 4v4 attack coming from both sides, but both sides prepared pretty well for this fight, with both Hitons and Klofuzia winning the fires. Biggs eliminating Hitons, but there's still much more coming from the side. Biggs with a grease gun. Biggs hoping to find this elimination. Buku, important kill on Jedex, but crazy ready to go with this 2v1. Biggs, both scope and grease gun, hoping to bring this clutch, but this setup was just too much for the last ally player. It is 8-3. VCOT continuing their victorious path of winning every round given, making this 8-3. One last chance for Mevkings to bring anything more to the scoreboard before going to the Axis. But Jedex is not letting that happen. This is an early kill coming from VCOT's side. And now Hitons. Beautiful push. Logi not taking this chance for the refrag. Jedex finding Buku. It is 4 eliminations for not a single one coming back from Mevking's side. Scope as the only one remaining, and VCOT, they will be bringing points number 9, and it started much worse for them as it was round for round with Mevkings leading this conversation, but from the score of 2-3, VCOT seems like they will just win everything. Chui was aware of Heaton's position, was just waiting for him to pick, but it's still 1v3 even after those 2 eliminations. VCOT just has to not throw this one, so they can bring such a huge winning streak towards second half of this decide 9-3. This would look very promising for them to advance further in the tournament. And of course, from now on, every match will be streamed, as it's not possible for more than one match to happen in the same time. We will be seeing the lower brackets semi-final with TBA 999, and winner of this match, whoever wins semi-final of lower bracket, will place Fora for the spot in grand final. And of course, in the grand final, there's Armia already waiting there after defeating Sfora 2-0, 13-9, 13-11. For now, I do see a short buff break, so 3 minutes, and we are coming back with the second half of the deciding map of VCOT versus Mevkings. Stay keen, as VCOT is so close to the victory, but now Mevkings will have their chance to show the best axis they can have on this Donville short break, and we are back with the second half of last map of VCOT versus Mevkings. And coming back to the game, 9 to VCOT, 3 to Mev Kings, but seems like now it's the tougher part of the plan that VCOT have to play on the ally side. Mev Kings, 9 points needed for the draw, 10 for the victory. Who can bring down who, as there won't be any more chances. This is lower brackets. This is the deciding map of the match. VCOT, can they start with a victory to continue their fantastic streaks of 7 rounds won in a row? Can they make this 8? The 8s are still there. Mavo and Chui close to the action. Klofucja, good read, but could not find the elimination. And also Chui now finding crazy. Biggs with a nice shot. Chui following up. Sromik with the first one for VCOT, but isn't it too little considering how much has done the team of Mev Kings? Klofucja finally clears Logi, but there's another player out there. Doesn't even matter for Klofucja as he's able to find Buku. Biggs, nice support, but Sromik finds Chui and it is 1v1. Biggs versus Sromik. Biggs versus Sromik. Very important round for Mev Kings to finally start bringing those points. Sromik slowly marching towards B side. Biggs focused on his own position. And the bomb will be planted. Can Biggs find a quick kill out there? Sromik is just waiting. But now the pressure of time is on Mev King's player. There was a chance, but right now Sromik knows where to expect him. Sromik sneaking through those ruins. Biggs closing the distance, but the time is ticking. It's only 30 seconds on the clock. Biggs still looking for that one kill. Sromik, nice pink, shoulder hit, but Sromik will be finally punished, and Biggs is able to bring this round for Mev Kings. It was getting close, but Sromik was too greedy to go for that kill, and this time Mev King would be victorious. The first point in 8 rounds. They had to wait pretty long for that one. But as it's finally there, they can start scoring on the Axis side. Still 4 more points to go for VCOT. Hitons. Nice start for VCOT this time, especially that they were the ones playing pretty possibly and got a kill from that. But Biggs already trying to cover the middle to block the rotation, and he's able to track down Crazy. And whoa, the nade coming from Chui. 2 clean kills, and now with a loss of Sromik and Hitons, we can probably assume that this round is not going anywhere else than to Mev Kings. This will be 9-5. And Mev Kings, after shaky starts, after losing first player so quickly, pulling themselves back to this round, leaving only Jedex. This has to be 9-5, and indeed it is.
Win.
Vico still in search of that first opening round, but this once more will be an easy entry as Jedex finds Log with an 8. 5v4, can they take the lead further this time? Because last round, the first elimination was almost all that VCOT got from this. Of course, Jedex found one more, but it didn't really even matter since it was 1v4. But right now, VCOT in good position to try and go to a side. Jedex pretty close, trying to cover up those spots. Jedex is able to clean Mavor out of his usual spots. But the problem is that Chui also gets Sromik. Important work for Klefutia, who's once more covering surroundings of Cemetery and Orphanage, while the rest of the team covers B houses, JetX. Still waiting. The timing will be crucial as Chui is getting pretty close. Chui trying to go with the jump shot. Takes out the pistol and succeeds. With this elimination already tying this 3-3. Klafuzia has to be really careful. Hidans. Chui very close. They have to get this kid if they want to get through, but Chui finds one more as Klafuzia's position is cleared and Chui in a good position. Can he find one more? He cannot because crazy. 2 no-scopes, but it is a short amount of time for them to go through. Biggs finds crazy and it's now on the Hedons and Biggs for the double.
Win.
9-6. Great start from Mefkings. Very clean Axis side. 3 points to 0 after swap. Biggs seeking for something more, and the problem is that VCOT were not able to bring those points, even though that they were the ones to find those early eliminations. That's setup from Mefkings was just too good, and Biggs working his way with the scope. Mavo, not a single chance that he would survive in the spot, but Biggs wanted his death before nothing. Hitons with a push. Can Logi find this kid? A very important duel, and Hitons with the push. Seems like this one will be the first point for VCOT after the swap. Points number 10. Bringing them 1 step closer to the victory.
Explosives planted!
No hope for Buku to clash this one out, so this will be finally this points number 10.
Axis eliminated.
3 more to go. Mefkings, the start was great, but this time they completely fell apart like House of Cards. And we've seen these kind of scenarios happen, that after breaking out of this losing streak, after finding this first point, teams were much more active with those next few rounds. But this time Buku showing JetX what's the feeling of being blown away in those first parts of the round, as Mefkings finds the opening kill on one of the allies, Klafuzia, joining the fight, this time leaving Orphanage alone. One more time, VCOT will probably focus on the B side. Crazy already looking for the fight, but Mavo welcoming him with bullets coming in. 5v3. Hitons hoping to clean side one more time, but he's able to get only 1 kill this time. Biggs
Axis win.
with a very active play here, but he's able to bring both eliminations. 7-10. Mefking still on their way to try and close this gap before it gets too late. And VCOT still 3 more points to go. Biggs. The fight, Logi actively trying to force VCOT out of the cemetery. Trying to force out the nades to take out all of the important tools out of VCOT's hands. Biggs still hunting for that first kill. Not sure he will be the one to do so. And Biggs with nice cover. Crazy, great response, but the problem is that Biggs already has done his job. It's 4v3. It's a decent setup for Mefkings to go for another point. And one more time it might get to the duel of Maver and Klafuzia. Buku. Still waiting at the orphanage. But VCOT one more time. Deciding that B side will be the target. Logi. Eliminating Jedex. It is 4v2. Klafuzia going towards Buku's position. Not checking this angle. And Buku immediately finding the kill choice as well.
Win.
Another clean point coming from Mefking with only one loss. 8-10. 5-1 after swap. Let's see if this beginning, when Mefkings were able to find those 3 points, will it be enough to bring them further into the tournament? As Vikot is really struggling right now, and losing Klafuzia won't help. Crazy. Desperately looking for a revenge, but Mefkings one more time setting up the positions to counter when the push will be coming from Vikot, and Biggs finding Jetex. The amount of eliminations that Biggs is putting to Mefkings' defense is absolutely insane, and it's one more time him bringing the kill. Crazy already down, Hitons with a kill, but Buku pushing to the cemetery, leaving Stroming there,
Allies eliminated.
digging him a grave, and now Mavo with a finishing blow. 9-10. Mefkings, they already have Vikot in range. It seems like getting 4 points on the Axis might be easier there than 3 points on the Allies. Vikot seemingly completely lost on the side. They cannot find a way through this defense, and now Biggs deciding to do a little switcheroo, hoping to find something there. Logi, I think he's aware, but Logi has to look out. Logi, fast pick from Hitons, bringing him not 1 but 2 eliminations, getting also hands on Buku. And it's only Scope left right now on the side, but seems like Biggs is doing fine by himself. Finding the first elimination, Chui trying to join him. 4v3, still it's a lead from VCOT to stay in the driver's seat. Marvel. A nice clean hit on Jedex, making this 3v3, complicating things for VCOT. And Biggs, can he find Klafuzia? He's very close, but Biggs has 2 positions to hold. Biggs or Klafuzia? Biggs. He already saw the player, has to reposition. What a clean hit from Biggs. Also Chui, also Mavor. 10-10. It started so well for Mefkings, but once again, for Vikot, sorry, but once again Mefkings not letting it get to their heads. Keeping the focus on the round, being able to bring back a point from almost being lost to VCOT. It was 3v5 and still didn't really matter to the remaining Mefking players. 10-10. Not much more VCOT can do. They find those entry kills. They do find themselves in those decent spots, but it's just not enough to overcome the defense. Klafuzia once more. 2 eliminations coming early for Mefkings. Buku still fighting. Buku. Also Jedex putting pressure on the middle right now. Hard position for Mavok. He's able to get one. Jedex team kills crazy. This is not a moment for that. Stroming's trying to get in, but Buku, even though that he was 1v2, he can kill both. And now Chui gets Jedex, and this team kill was so unfortunate in this moment. It is 11-10. Mefking gaining the lead. And VCOT, they seem completely powerless on this map. Biggs already spotting one of the allies. Can he find him with a scope? Biggs looking for the info. Buku. Smoke on the orphanage. But seems like VCOT will just storm the middle. Mavo with both Carr and Thompson holding the position. Chui to help. And Buku also hoping to find Klafuzia on the close angle, but Klafuzia focus on the church. will probably rotate towards the rest of the team soon. Mavo dodges the nades and Vikot will try to march in. Mavo already gets the first. Can they get a refrag? Mavo gets the second. Jetix finds Chewy, but Mavo going for the first. Hitons barely surviving the fight. Logi also out there. Logi, 2 players on him, and Hitons will be the one to get the kill. It's 3 versus 2. Important reaction from Vikot. If they still want to tie it up, if they don't want to give those match points. Klofutsi on Biggs is back, and it's only Buku in the 1v3. Seems like this will be 11-11, like this will be finally second point for Vikot after the swap. Buku still fighting. Buku with the shotgun, but Klofutsia with a nice headshot, 11-11. And that means that one of the teams will get one chance, one shot at winning this match. Let's see who can get their hands on the match points. Vika trying to push through. Hidons hoping to find any early peaks. Crazy close to finding these shots, but couldn't land it, so we're still 5-all from both teams. Klofutsia trying to march his way towards Hayside to find a better position, but Logi expecting him to take his cover somewhere around here. Finds the first elimination. Skromik trying to go for the push, but Logi once again positioning to surprise the enemy. Hitons, he's the one to usually do the cleaning job around here, and Jetix now finds Logi. Finally someone to put him down. It is 3v3 with only Mavor inside, but Biggs with scope can also be a danger here. Oh, Hitons is trying to plant a bomb. Mavo finally activating from his position. Mavor found by Hitons. Nice shot. Low on HP, but Nate's not connecting, and it is 3v2. Vikot so close to the next point. Plant one more time interrupted. But seems like the first time's a charm. It is 3v2 with the bomb planet. Biggs and Buku, but Biggs already loses his teammates, and he's in the 1v3. Vikot. The awakening happens late, but seems like just in time to still have chance to steal this map. As it's now 1v3 for Biggs, and it's not looking like it's going for the win towards Mevkings. Biggs eliminated 12-11, and one chance for Vikot to find the victory. It was looking so clean for Mevkings with only one loss. It was 8-1. And in the last possible moments, when Vix got the lead, Vikot stepped back into the game, and now it's their chance to finish the match. Can they find one more point, or will we go to the overtime? And Mevkings, it definitely hurts after such a start from Logi. But they still lost last rounds, that they couldn't close those kills before it was too late. Mavo, good start to find Crazy immediately, but right now he will be pushed. He will have some struggle with Buku, but Buku finds a kill as well. It is 3v5. Seems like we are going into overtime, unless Romik does something incredible, but he is covered by 2 players here. Logi finds Klofutsia, Biggs finds Jerex. Clean round from Mevkings to bring this to overtime, 12-12. I said that this match should be really even, but it's even more tight than I supposed, because we are in need of more rounds to decide who will be the winner of this match, who will be joining TBA 999 in the lower bracket semifinals. Vikot starting on the allies, Mevkings on the axis. 3 rounds on this side, up to 3 on the other. Let's see how many of those overtimes will be needed. Vikot, at least 1 point needed here so they can close it down on the axis. Ethan's good start, finding Loggy. Now Stromik also gets Buku, forcing rest of Mefking's player out of safer positions. Crazy. Seeking for the kill on the greenhouse, but smoke does not help. Stromik. Great push to clear Mavor as well. It's now 5v2 Hitons. The first casualty on side of VCOD, but doesn't matter. Maybe it does. As Biggs finds Clafouti as well, but now Jetix with a kill. Biggs finds another one. It is 1v2 for Biggs.
Explosives planted.
Trying to bring this first point for Mef Kings. Biggs. Still trying to look for the touch. He's able to get crazy. This might happen, depends on what Stromik does from this position. 20 seconds, Stromik can just wait. Was not found by Biggs and does not have time
Allies win.
to search any longer. Stromik with the third kill, 13-12. Overtime starts better for VCOD, but it definitely hurts that those rounds are coming in now. If it was any earlier, this could have ended before the overtime, but VCOD have to forget about it and go for the victory right now. Biggs. Eliminated by Heaton Stocky as well. Jetix finds Mavor. Finally a response from Mevkings, but seems like one more time VCOD will be going for the victory and getting 2 points on the ally side. This will definitely look bright into the future for VCOD, as it's now only Buku left and the first shot misses. Finally he lands one, but now has to fight with another two players. Buku gets seconds. Okay, VCOD actually starting to struggle with Buku here. It is 2v1, but the bomb will be planted and both players able to reposition themselves. Buku. Important clutch, he has to get this one. Because if VCOD gets the point here, situation really complicates for Mevkings, as they would need, of course, to win the last round of this half of the overtime. But if they want to think about the victory, they would have to play flawless allies. Buku
Axis eliminated.
could not find the shot, and Stromik taking advantage of that. One more time, it's him bringing the finishing blow on the enemies. It's 14-12. VCOD 2, Mevking 0 in this overtime. Seems like VCOD is just so close to the victory. It's already looking great with only 2 points needed on the Axis side for them to take the W. And they still have one more round as the allies to try and make the spot even tougher for Mevkings. Stromik pushing through. This is finally the first elimination coming from Mevking's side, followed by Mavo. Crazy, nice refrag. Doesn't change the fact that it's 3v4, but Stromik's position might be a great attribute here for VCOD. Crazy. Looking through the panels in defense, but Logi now gets crazy and it gets complicated for VCOD. Klafutia gets Logi. Struggling to Retreat, Klofucja being pushed by VCOD player. Klofucja finds one more, but the problem is that Biggs gets Stromik. It is 1v2 for Klofucja. 25 seconds on the clock. Seems like this time Mev Kings should be successful.
Allies eliminated. Axis
As Biggs is
win.
prepared for that push. 13-14. VCOD still have done great work on the ally side. As I've said, 2 points needed. And Mev Kings, we've seen them really struggle for the most part of first half after that starts, where they've actually put some pressure on VCOD. It was VCOD, and VCOD winning all the rounds. And now Mev Kings, they need at least 2 points to keep this match alive. And 3 if they want to go for the victory. But now VCOD on the comfortable side as the Axis. Can they show the same type of domination they've shown in the second part of first half? Klofucja already covering the middle. Mev Kings deciding to play it slowly. We are still waiting for action in this round. Stromik might give us some, as Mavo is pretty close. This time not with shotgun, this time with Garant. One minute on the clock, 60 seconds to set up an attack. Still 2 nights up from both sides. Hitons deciding to check the middle, and Hitons finds Mavo. A really nice decision from Hitons to go and peek. Unpleasant surprise for Mev Kings as they lose their first person. And now Klofucja gets Logi. Nice tag there to not let him through in the middle. 5v3. VCOD might get their match points. One more time. Stromik gets Biggs, and I think this cannot go south for VCOD. These will be the match points. Mev Kings playing to stay alive. Buku is eliminated. Chui finds one, but so much more coming in. 15-13 and 2 chances for VCOD to grab the victory. Mev Kings, they've defended already one, but last time they were the ones playing the Axis side. This time it's them in the attack. Can this offense be good enough for them to find a victory? Logi finds Hiton. Seems like A side is getting pretty open, but crazy. Finds Logi, Jetex gets Chui, and it is 4v3. Mavo looking for that kill, but it's only attack. Mavo trying to push through, but Stromik already on his back. It is 4v2. Biggs hoping to bring this round back as he finds Stromik, but it's still 2 versus 3. Biggs on solo mission. Klofucja is close. Biggs with the scope. This might not be an optimal choice for this type of a fight. Klofucja tags Biggs, but seems like he will not get the elimination. He won't take a risk because Jedex will get Book, and it's now only Biggs in the 1v3. He has time, but he does not have any support, and the rest of his team already writing GG, not believing in the sniper to get this clutch, and Klofucja gets the last one. VCOD winning decider, 16-13. And advancing to the top 4 of the tournament, to lower bracket semi-final where they will fight TBA 999 for the spot in top 3. Short break, and we will come back with TBA 999 versus VCOD Polska. And we follow up with the match in top 4, lower bracket semi-final, TBA 999 versus VCOD PL. VCOD after that thriller against Mev Kings advancing further in the bracket. And right now we are playing on Breakout. Breakout picked by VCOD and 999 starting as the axis here. What's more interesting, 999 picking Burgundy as their map, and Matmata will be the decider if one is needed in this match. And we start Klofuzia already close to the B-side. Stromik found by Monty, but Klofuzia gets a headshot on Marek. Klofuzia still going further. The problem is that he's losing teammates and Hitons will die to Densa. It is 4 versus 3. Klofuzia still fighting on the blue house. Klofuzia trying to lure Axis out of their positions, and now he finally gets his hands on Warden's. This 3v3 with Jedex. A nice flank, Jedex. He will ping Monty by 90, but couldn't find the last finishing shot. Crazy, nice dodge out there, and Klofuzia gets Dudek as well. It is 3v2. VCOD can start with a very nice round. So fairly quickly bring the first point on the ally side. 2v3 from 999, and reactive really far from the action. Seems like this round might be pretty safe for VCOD unless Monty can do something incredible, but Crazy already spawning reactive, and this will be the first elimination of Postman. And also right now info about Monty. We do see that Crazy is prepared, and also he has teammates nearby, but there won't be needed as Crazy finds the skill to bring first point for VCOD on Breakout. And VCOD for the start in the next round. Crazy and Hitons both with easy eliminations. Marek right now finds Hitons and Wardens. An important shot to eliminate enemy scope. Reactive, low on HP. Reactive has to retreat from this fight as Jetex will be planning the bomb once more. We do see VCOD with a successful attack as the bomb will be set on bomb side A. Reactive already trying to find a shot. Nice dodge by allied player, and Klofuzia finds Wardens. Marek, important push to refract on Klofuzia. It is 2v2, but the time is ticking. Nade going down, but also Stromik holding the nade. This buys lots of time for allies here as they can just hold the positions, and 999, if they cannot find the bush, they cannot touch the bomb as the nade will go down and force them out of the way. 30 seconds on the clock. Reactive had to find the skill, and Stromik happy that rival took the bait. Jedex eliminated, but Stromik is the one with the nade, and nade will be coming down. Not a chance for Marek, so this will be second point for VCOD. A really good start here on the ally side as Stromik finishes this post plant 2-0. 999. It might have been a bit tough to just wait and watch, and they weren't even waiting for the stonk, only for the third map of the last match. But Hitons, he's on fire, finding another kill, and also great nade from Klofuzia coming in. The B-side slowly falling apart, there's lots of space open, only Dudek here as the last resort from the Axis side. Dudek with the scope, but Klofuzia already on his position, and Hitons trying to go further. Jetex finds reactive to also clear other part of the map. Oh, Monty will get Stromik. Dudek also with a kill. This 3v2. But Jedek, as soon as he kills Monty, A side's open, but doesn't really matter since Klofuzia will get kill on Dudek. It is 3-0. We do see that reactive was disconnected, so we'll need a moment for him to come back to the server, but it is 3-0. It is a fantastic start from VCOD, as 999 are really struggling to push those attacks back, and VCOD are building fairly nice advantage on the ally side. And a great start from Klofuzia, 6-1 with a plant. 999 completely overwhelmed by those attacks coming from VCOD, and first round was close, but in those next, the problem was in those early eliminations that were occurring from the side of VCODs, and so them not wasting this advantage. Cleaning the sides, going for the push and going for those important trades. Dudek will try to turn the tables away. Also reactive, finding Hitons. Finally bringing the sentry kill to Axis side. 5v4. Is anyone in position to respond? Stromic tried, but Monty was just waiting for him to come out of the door. Reactive finds another one, and finally seems like 999 shall be getting the rounds. As it's 5v2 with only Klafutzi and Crazy alive on VCOD's side. Klafutzi. Caught Monty, but it's still 4v2. And Wardens finding Klafutzi is all 999 needed to make sure that this round will probably go their way to open the table, to open the scoreboard, and finally start putting some work onto this Axis side. Crazy. Nice no scope.
Allies eliminated.
But he finds himself in the crossfire, and Wardens will be the one to bring him down. 3-1. Finally, point for 999. VCOD trying to move really swiftly into B side. Hitons with a nice nade, and Stromic already there with the pump. Stromic catches Marek on rotation. I think he saw another player, but no one's there as Hitons finds the elimination. Klafutzi as well. What a display of power, leaving only reactive in a 1v5, and seems like VCOD is going to take point number 4. We had one good round coming from 999, but VCOD changing the pace, deciding to go even faster and completely catching 999 off guard as the Axis struggled to find even one kill, and really nice work, shotgun work from Stromic. He was in position to catch rotation from Axis and to fully clear the site with help of his teammates. Reactive finds Hitons, very clean shot here coming from the Axis side, but VCOD trying to force the way through the middle. Marek struggling a bit, nades are coming down. But Reactive is able to find another elimination to make this 5v3. So now seems like 999 can ease up a bit, but not too much as Klafutzi finds Marek. It's still in range for VCOD. Monty low on HP. But allies just don't want to take a risk of going all in out there. So it seems like Monty will be surviving, and now Dudek finds not one but two. And this will be second point for Axis, but we do see the struggle. And how hard it actually is to get those points out of VCOD's hands. Of course, this was a bit easier as we got this first quick elimination coming from Reactive, also followed up by another one. But VCOD's setup are pretty dangerous. And finally, we do see some revenge coming from Axis as this nade is exactly on the Stromic's legs. Marek also gets crazy. Wardens with a kill. 999. This one will be a solid point as Klafutzi is also spotted. This 2v5. So 999 can just stuck around B side and slowly get those last eliminations. Jetex can get one. But it it would be very hard to, maybe not even plant, but definitely to defend the explosives. Jedex still trying to jiggle peek to maybe, just maybe, create a winnable scenario here, but Monty, I think with the
Axis
pump,
win.
fairly easy fight for 999's player, 3-4. Seems like the Axis are starting to catch up, but VCOT already got pretty much what they wanted, 4 points. This seems pretty nice for breakout, and with 5 more rounds to go, there's a huge chance of them getting even more out of this side. Dudek had a nice chance there. It was a good plan coming from Dudek. Wasn't accurate enough to land the shot. Monty going for the push. VCOT. They got the middle, but the problem is that even though that they've created this outpost, they cannot really go any further with that. And with Marek finding crazy, it will get only harder, especially now War Dancer. Beautiful change of targets from Mick. Gets Monty. Some danger appearing around A side, but both Reactive and Marek not really caring about this one. Framik low on HP. He might be able to heal up there, but it's still 1v4, and it still should be a fairly easy victory for 999, 4-4. And seems like we are back to an even score. 999, of course, it would be optimal for them to win all of the remaining rounds. Crazy. He spotted hard shots. Could not find it. What we have in mind that B side was the weak spot of 999. So if there's any place where VCOT might look for the crack, is just there. Klefutia, nice nade. Wardense finds Hedons. Klefutia already has the smoke set up. But Monty wins pump duel with Sromik, and this complicates things quite a lot because it's hard to see VCOT having a way to advance further with the attack. Of course, Crazy right now finds Wardense, but it's still 2 players stacked on the B side. Crazy and Klefutia. Can they seek them out? As Klefutia is already pretty close, but Reactive, he was prepared for that. As I've said, 2 players waiting. Crazy winning scope duel and Jedex putting his hopes into A side. Crazy. Found by Monty, so it now becomes 2v1. Jedex. He will go for the plants, we have to give him that, because both Reactive and Monty are not close enough to disrupt him. And the nade is coming in, and Jedex fairly safe for now. It's definitely not unwinnable for ally player here, as some time has already passed. If he can find the first kill, completely turn the tide, and he's able to get the first. Pings the other one for 45. Monty, shotgun is not his best friend on this distance, and now Jedex can just dance around the building. Monty has to tap the bomb, but they both know that he has no chance of ever getting the defuse. Or maybe Jedex picks too early, and Monty just barely in time is able to get the elimination. And right now, this is a huge victory for the Axis. He should have waited for just 2-3 seconds longer, but was not sure if the bomb was already tapped. And a nice shot from Monty to save this round and bring 999 to the lead for the first time on this map.
Explosives planted.
Fast A push, surprising 999 a bit. As the route was empty, Vikot was able to get to the side without losing a single man. Same with 999, whose full squad is also alive. It will be a 10-person post plants and breakout. Seems pretty unusual. Monty finds the first one. Crazy. In position to respond. Now Klofuzia has to get this one. Struggles for a while. But he's able to track Wodensa down. It is 4v3. Time is ticking for 999. Seems like Vikot should be able to get points number 5 to stay in touch with the Axis. Jedex knows that something is going on here. Jedex struggling for a moment, but Pistol will get the job done. And even though that Dudex gets this kill, with 10 seconds on the clock, it's impossible as Klofuzia finds even a kill on Stromik. Doesn't matter as the bomb will not be defused. Crazy finding the last kill on Dudek. 5-5.
Destroyed.
Crazy. Quick find for Vikot Sniper. And we're using that 999 completely shifts their defense towards A side, but Vikot looks like they've read him, and this might be a B attack. Monty, important skill, and especially now Marek, finding the first person to push on the B side. Weakens the attack. And makes Vikot consider it twice if they really want to go for the plant right now. Jedex on a mission, but both axes well hidden. Now Hitons gets to do the crazy, eliminates Marek, and B side is clear, and now Jedek's position might actually be very hurtful for Axis. At least seem this way, but Monty fairly easily is able to deal with the closest of allies, but it's 2v2 with the bomb planet. Everything in reactives and Monty's hands. But Vikot is so close to getting another victory there as they find Monty, and it's now reactive in a 1v2. Great setup there for allies to find another point to make this 6 points out of 11 on the ally side. This looks really, really well for them to continue on the Axis side. Looks like they might have the first map in the back and be one step closer to the top 3 to match with Sphora to find themselves in the lower bracket final. And Crazy with Hitons catching reactive red-handed. 6-5. Great start and a great finish of this half coming from Vikot. No matter how the last round ends, but 9-9 they can worry a bit as it feels like they didn't do enough during this half. Densa. Nice push to find Klofuzia, but Jedex is going to find the kill there. Also Marek panicked a bit. Hitons using his teammate as a bait to make this 4v3 bomb planet. Seems like Vikot might want to bring this one step closer to winning breakouts. Monty gets Crazy, but a beautiful push from Hitons to find a re-kill. And it is 3 versus 3. Monty still in the wild. Jedex taking aggressive approach, surprising Dudek Stromik following the orders. And last 2 Axis players with no chance of survival here. 7-5. Fantastic. Allies by Vikot with only 6 points needed from the Axis side to get the victory. And we do see that Vikot is going to continue, even though that they change sides, as Hitons gets one with the nade, the other with rifle. Klofuzia, nice follow, only reactive to respond, but it's not much coming from the ally side as it's 4v1. Stromik, nice pump push. Vikot momentarily taking the initiative. Nice no scope from Dudek. Dudek. Fighting all alone. 2 players waiting for him at the B side. Dudek. Finds Stromik. It's starting to look a bit brighter for 999 Sniper. Heaton has to be careful because lead is very unsure here as it's only 2v1. And Dudek making the Dudek dance. Heaton's with a miss. Dudek, what a hit to make this a 1v1. And it's now Scope versus Scope. Crazy. Nade is not coming down, so Dudek can easily go for the plant. No! Crazy with a nade just in time to kill Dudek. Lots of work put by 999 Sniper to find this clutch, but VCOT, after
Explosives diffused.
huge struggle,
Axis win.
going with a really bumpy road in the end of round 13, still able to get the points 8-5. It would have been a huge throw from VCOT if they lost this round, but they want to respond with more aggression as Klofutia finds reactive Monty, this time winning pump duel. This opens up some space at the B side. Heaton's trying to hold it, as well as Jerex, Klofutia. Now it's only Monty, but Monty should be pushed. Marek.
Allies eliminated.
This night will still find someone, even though that Marek is not with us during this round. But Jerex catches Marek, and it is 9-5. VCOT, this time much more in control. But Dudek, we do see finally a good start coming from the allies as Dudek finds 2 quick eliminations, leading to only Klofutia staying on B side. And I think Dudek suspects the position. Dudek looking for another one, but Stromik will be eliminated by Warden. Say it is 5v2 and seems like this should be point for 999. Klofutia. He will at least get Warden, so we can take away that fact, but Klofutia, can he get anything more? Absolutely not, as Monty closes up the distance with the pump. 1 quick shot to the torso to make the 6-9. Let's see if Dudek can find the opening as good as in the last round. Stromik has to be careful going for the pump push. Monty might meet him somewhere nearby, but we do see that 999's focus is mostly on B side, but Dudek still able to find those first kills. Eliminates Klofutia. Jerex trying to take up a sneaky position. Crazy catches Monty. Both snipers doing the work, and Stromik right now tailing Marek. Important kill to stop the momentum of this attack. And after all of those shuffles, it's VCOT with 1 man up. Dudek really close the Heatons. Oh, Dudek, who can get the kill? Dudek will find Crazy, but Jerex catch him in the act. Not in time to prevent the elimination, but in time to get the revenge. It is 3 versus 2. VCOT, this is a good setup to find the 10th point.
Allies eliminated.
Both Heatons and Stromik not wasting the opportunity to find a kill. 10-6, VCOT bringing another point to their table. Dudek. Nice opening this time, stopping Stromic's push very early in the arc, but Crazy also finding Marik, both scopes. Looking for those trades, but in the straight-up fight, Crazy would be the one to succeed. 4 versus 3, wanting with an 8 to clear surroundings of A sides. Smoke being put down. This is a great diversion. At least it would have been if all players coming to B wouldn't be put down by VCOD Sniper. Crazy with a triple already. And now as the attack is split. It would be very hard to group there, but Monty will group them in a grave as he finds both Monty and Wardens. 11 to 6. VCOD running away with the score, needing only 2 more points, 999, and they are now feeling the consequences of bringing so few points on the Axis side, as now as the Allies, they are struggling a lot. They kind of feel the same as their rivals on Carentan, where they were able to bring 7 points on the Ally side and finish it 13 to 5. Marik finds Hedons, but Jedex catches Monty. 4v4, Klofutsia shortening the distance to the smoke, but this time 999 won't be going to push. They are shifting the attack to the middle. Stromic ready to intervene. Also Jedex pretty close. Klofutsia still with an 8. And Klofutsia already saw one of the players. Klofutsia, oh Dudek, Dudek! Beautiful shot. Stromic out there to find the kill, but Denser with a response. Jedex still waiting for his turn. Jedex, great shot to find Denser, but it's still 2v2, Bomb Planet. A chance for 999 to get a victory here, to prevent VCOD, for now, from getting to map points. Jedex all reactive. Jedex seems like he will get past reactive. This will leave him open to any sorts of plays coming from the ally player. 30 seconds on the clock, and with retake this slow, it's hard to think about it being a success coming from the Axis. Also, right now Marix catches Jedex. It's only Crazy. It would be crazy to think he can get this clutch. Taps the bomb. Doesn't really matter, as they can easily check the information if he will be getting the lead. Just 11 seconds on the clock. Marik with the kill. 7 to 11. 999. A comfortable finish round, but still doesn't change the fact that the situation on the server is not great for them. As much work is needed from them on the ally side. Dudek would love to start, checks the reds. Doesn't find anything, sees one of the Axis in rotation. Was not in position to shoot, and Jedex reading him like a book. Jedex also following on reactive. It is 5 versus 3. Marik being the one to stop Jedex, but the Sromic close. Also Hedons as a cover. Lowered HP from Denser and Sromic. This time it's not only shotgun in his many, it's also Thompson finding kill on Denser. It's now Marik in the 1v4. Marik already tracked. Can they put him down? Marik stays on the ground and will stay in the ground as Sromic finds the kill. 12 to 7. 5 map points for VCOD to start this series with a victory and to try and close the match on Burgundy. And with 5 chances for Axis, it feels like we will be definitely going soon to map number 2, especially after entry from Hedons. 999 already struggling to take this attack further. Monty, first to act, finds Stromic. Jedex, a key player of A side of the map, as many times his interventions were really important in the whole success of VCOD's defense. Klofutsia has to get down, has to look out, but Smoke is helping there. We try to go for the push. Dudek trying to hunt him down. Klefuzia actually trying to get on his back. Might be success. Klefuzia, can he find Dudek? Klefuzia with an elimination and now making this 4v2. Mari can react on a close position. Surrounded by Axis players, and now Hitons gets reactive, and they are with information of Marik's position. Marik stacked and crazy for the last shot, 13-7. Really good breakout here coming from VCOD after nice ally side. They were able to finish it on the Axis with still some room to spare. And right now we are going to Burgundy to see if 999 can bring this to Matmata or if VCOD will be advancing to the lower bracket final. And we are back on Burgundy. VCAT winning the first map, 13-7 on the Pecan breakout. Right now we are on 999's pick on Burgundy, and Crazy already starting with the kill. VCAT of course is the allies, 999 is the axis, Dudek, Klofutia, more eliminations coming in. We do know that 999 has an unorthodox way of playing this map, as Dudek is the one to follow the action in the middle on the street. And now Stromik struggles to survive inside, but still looking pretty good. Stromik will be rushed. Oh, what a shot! Dudek misses the one chance to find the skill, and it's now Monty in the 1v3. Seems like VCAT will be starting this one with a victory. Oh, and this is sneaky. It might be planned on A side. No, this is just Jedex coming to join his teammates. And I don't think Monty
Allies win.
is aware of this. Easy kill for Jedex. So VCAT can start with the first elimination, with the first round on Burgundy. Reactive. Good start to find first elimination, but VCAT momentarily responding with two. Overpowering this push coming from 999 side. The bomb is planted. Nates are trying to connect, but all of them are dodged, and now Crazy connecting more shots. Wardenser still in the fight, low on HP. Same as Klofuti, and Wardenser will be the one to bring the elimination here. It is 3 versus 2. Wardenser trying to go for something more. Wardenser, his rival low on HP, and Wardenser will bring Jedex down. It is 2v2 with Denser and Dudek. Dudek catching Crazy. It's looking fairly well. Started as 2v4, it's now 2v1 with only Hedons alive. Hedons. 2 players will push him soon. Hedons, lot of struggle. Hedons, he needs to get the first kill, but he is not able to do so. A fantastic clutch. 3 kills from Wardenser to win this round and to get the first point. VCAT throwing a great opportunity to build up the lead and letting 999 score really early in this half. This point is really coming in handy for Axis here, especially considering the fact that they were in 2v4. And VCAT, if they want to finish this match in 2 maps, they cannot. They really cannot go like this. Dudek finds a great start. Hedons trying to clean the greenhouse. Monty eliminated. Hedons trying to go for something more. All allies out there in the fight, but this lets Reactive take a good position, and Dudek still behind, still finding those shots. Stromik gets Wardenser, but Marik covering Dudek so he can survive this push. Going from Crazy. It is 2v3, but Stromik already trying to go for the plan. Seems like this will succeed, as A side is completely clear. But they couldn't win 4v2, and now this is 2v3. Now the ball in VCAT scored, but Hedons, nice start. Hedons. What can he find? Stromik catches Marik, and it's now only Reactive. He's pretty far from the side. This might be tough. Reactive, is he ready? So already low on HP, and Hedons finishing him for the second point for VCAT. This time clutch coming to their side. And the second point brought to VCAT's board. Dudek, great start from the Axis. Klofutia trying to bring the round back to VCAT. But the line created here by the defenders might be tough to break, especially with only 3 players alive coming from VCAT's side. Reactive. And now with elimination on JetX, seems like 999 will be the one to score this round. Clefuzia and Crazy, of course, still in the fight, but as Dudek finds Clefuzia, I think this is the one to truly tell us that Vicat won't be getting this point, and defense working pretty nice from Axis side, as Vicat are pretty much struggling to bring those easy points, and we do see 999 really displaying their way of playing Burgundy. Vicat dodging the nades, already taking control of the site. We do know that 999 like to let their enemies in just so they can start the hunt. Reactive and Marek with those kills. Important position from JetX. He cannot fall down if they want to hold the site. Hidons trying to help him, but now Sromik is left alone. Hidons. He catches Monty. Barely escapes. And now the position from JetX with a grease gun. JetX. Can he catch anyone there? Seems like he should be getting this kill. But only one is reactive response. 2v2 Sromik. Crawling on the ground. Both planes pushing from the short reactive. Hidons gets the kill on Marek. Hidons going for the bash. Misses. Hidons still fighting. It's a 1v1. Hidons with a pistol. Who can find the kill? Doesn't matter, as the bomb will be detonated. And this is the bash coming from Hidons. 3-2 Vicat. In pain, but they win the next round. 3-2. Reactive, great nade, but Clefuzia controls the middle and finds Marek on rotation towards B-side. Wardensa has to look out as he's sole defender of B-side. Wardensa under a lot of pressure, and Crazy will be the one to bring this elimination. It is 4v3. Also now pressure from JetX on the other side of the map. Reactive low on HP. Dudek trying to prevent enemies from planting the bomb. But everywhere you look, there's allies trying to find the plant, find the eliminations. Clefuzia gets Dudek. They know Reactive's position. Now it's only Monty being on this side of the map. Vicat will bring points number 4 here. And as JetX finds his kill, Reactive is left all alone. Reactive. Reactive just waiting for his fate to seal. Sromik, the one to do the execution. 4-2. Vicat starting to build up a lead. And 2 points is definitely not enough yet for 999 to feel satisfied about this Axis site. Once more we do see Axis stacking around the garden, and Reactive even finding JetX. Of course, Clefuzia will get to the sides, but this will not be a comfortable spot. Clefuzia doesn't have to worry about nades for now. It is 4v5, but Vicat needs to bring some eliminations to support this push. Clefuzia, this is a good way to start, to find Monty in the smoke. Changing angles, they are going to hide. The most uncomfortable positions they can find for enemies to try and check Marek from the back. Important position from Hidons to hold this push from the other side. He's able to get Marek. Dudek, of course, with a response, but this stops him for a moment. Wardensa covering Reactive, another elimination. Now Crazy with the kill. Crazy, can he do the follow-up? Crazy trying to survive. Crazy gets the second one, and let's not forget about Clefutia's angle. Crazy gets free, but Clefutia's position was also really important here to give Crazy some space, to create diversion. And of course, this quick reaction from Crazy, finishing Quadensa, was trying to rush him in the house. 5-2. Great setup there to defend this plant coming from VCOTS. Crazy. Quick snipe coming from VCOTS. Nate to try and stop this B push, but it seems like it's a bit too early. Dudek one more time going for the push. Has to go for escape. Marik running towards B side, gets Hiddens down. It is 4v4. A lot of action on the start of the round, but Marik, can he hold B side? Also Dudek still trying to be the aggressor, but finally forced to retreat. It is 4v4. Seemed like situation finally calms down a bit, but Marik catching Crazy is killing the push from VCOT, as now Clefutia is forced to join Sromik, and there's still a second player. Jedex trying to revive the attack on the other side of the map. Jedex could not get through Dudek, but Sromik finds Marik, and it's now Monty. Close call, they try to push him through. Dudek already in the action. Have to be careful, as now there's two players waiting out there. Clefutia taking the longer route, trying to get behind Dudek, as Dudek is struggling. Clefutia just barely in time, so Dudek cannot respond. Monty won't find a refrag here. Is Clefutia going to A side? Seems like a better option than to try and force Monty out of his position. Monty, as he knows what's going on, had to go and try and make a run for it. But Sromik waited patiently as Clefutia was going to plant on the other side of the map. He got the kill, 6-2. After a shaky start, seems like VCOTS are able to put some more pressure on 999 as Axis are struggling to find those points. Warden's a nice nade to kill Jedex. And for now, those nades coming from the ally side don't connect, and Dudek, as he catches Sromik, seems like the streak from VCOT might finally be over. Marik finds Hitons. Crazy gets Dudek, but it's now only Crazy in the fight. 1v4. This has to be third point for 999. And those last rounds of first half will be very important to define if 999 has a tough job or not in bringing this map. Crazy.
Axis win.
Not really a chance out there, so reactive could focus on landing this one shot. 3-6. Not looking bad for either of the sides yet. Crazy! What a quick elimination. Wardens immediately puts down to the club 1 HP. Has to be careful, but reactive out there hunting for allies. Jedex found by reactive. Crazy killed Marik, opening way to B side. Monty is out there. Monty with MP44 is able to find one. Also Nate to make a bit more space, but Crazy on the spree, finding 3. But this is not the only scope that we can see in this round. Dudek as well, finding Hitons. It's 2v2. Reactive in the middle, but Crazy going for the 4. So close to the ace. Reactive might be in time to catch Crazy. Crazy, is he expecting reactive? I think they are both unaware of the fact that he's coming from this side. Reactive, how will he play it? He has an easy shot out there and finds the second one! What a clutch from reactive. Beautiful timing there. To get this opportunity, it is 4-6, and now actually VCOT are forced to win those last 2 rounds. Crazy. This time Baited tries to nade the rotating Axis player. Hiddens gets Dudek. Finally punishing for this aggressive playstyle with the scope. Jedex also finds Wardenser. Seems like this round is going much better for VCOT as Heatons gets second elimination of his own. 5 against 2. If they find Marek, it's probably all done here, and they do so. So now it's only reactive, waiting on the top mid.
Explosives planted.
Bomb planet, so this round should be a piece of cake with only reacting being alive. Reactive! He gets the first, but he's spammed through with those bullets. 7-4. One more needed from Vika to feel fairly comfortable after the swap. Jedex. A quick kill will definitely help in getting the last important points. Finding Dudek as well. VCOT stepping up for those last 2 points. It's crazy kills Wardenser. It's 5v2 with Marek pretty much closed on Devon. Now Jedex kills Monty, so way to ASAT is pretty straightforward for VCOT. Marek, of course, will try to do anything. Marek, as they do have the info now. Round is pretty much close and crazy for the last kill. 8-4. We'll see if those 8 rounds are enough for VCOT to finish the series on Burgundy. Because 999, they need to find 9 points in the Axis side, in the Ally side, sorry, to bring this ultimate matter. Judek. Fantastic hit to start from 999. Hitons quickly caught. Oh, and this nade! He was waiting with it to catch later rotation. Judek finds 3. A solo ride by 999 sniper. This has to be them winning the first round after switch. Dudek finishing it up with the cherry on top. Getting crazy. 5-8. Great start for 999. This time Hitons starting the round with a quick elimination on Marek. Wardenser seeking the player who might be pushing mid, but no one does so. Doesn't change the fact that Stromik was there, and Judek with a beautiful nade finds the shot. Denser catches crazy. Jedex has to survive this one, but Dudek also finds Klofutia reactive. Every single position taken by 999. And I think Hitons wants to go for the bash. Just for the style. Hitons still waiting. This will be a bash coming from his sides.
Eliminated. Allies win.
So at least he could have done this one, because he knew that probably this round will still go to 999, 6-8. And Allies fairly quickly catching up with the score, as now it's only 2 points needed to close the gap with VCOT Polska. Dudek. This jump shot will cost him alive, as Jedex was watching this terrain. Hitons also finds reactive, but now Marek pushes through crazy. Wardenser finds Hitons. And if it weren't for that nade, it would have been really complicated for the Axis. But the nade connects, gives some space and time to rotate, and leaves Wardenser as the only one still standing. Really good timing there from VCOT, because it could have ended in a completely different manner
Allies eliminated.
if it weren't for that one nade in the perfect timing. And now Klofutia gets Wardenser. So it is 9-6. But VCOT has to be careful. Still 4 more points needed from them to grab the victory, to finish 999's run in top 4 and to advance to the lower bracket final against Sfora. 9 quick push to side. Jedex hoping to catch in one hit-ons, trying to make a run for it. And now great nades are coming. Stromik finds the first elimination. Crazy also follows up. Vico trying to retake the side before the bomb's put down. Jedex also with his nade, but Dudek catching Klafuzia in the middle. And Jedex, this beautiful nade, finds a target. Crazy struggling, but he's able to win the duel with Dudek, and it's now only Wardense. So seems like Vicot might be getting double digits there. But of course, we are not crossing Wardense too early. This time it would be Jedex doing this with a clean shot, 10-6. Vicot with the great response to come back to this 4-point lead that we've seen after the first half. Dudek, hard shot, but he's able to find Hidons, and Marek finds Klafuzia. Crazy Stromik. Immediate response from Vicot, but Dudek is not waiting for any more eliminations. Being set by Vicot, he finds Crazy. Jedex and Stromik far from the action, so bomb will be planted, and the first obstacle would be Marek in the greenhouse.
Explosives planted.
And Dudek, of course, seeking from the other side. Seems like a setup for 999 to get another victory. Jedex close to Marek, but this position would be very hard to check, as Marek's not only having great angle, but also is on the ground. Marek will be getting this kill, and this is what seals the door for, what shuts the door for Vicot. This will be point number 7. Oh, this will be one close of a map. We've seen Vicot having very close fights. They've lost 13-11 to Mev Kings, what's put them in the lower bracket in the first place. They've won against the rival in last round to make this 13-11 to make this into this match. And now this is once more fight for life in the tournament, with Vicot being 10-7 up, but with them playing better side on this map. Marek lining up those nades. Jedex catches Monty. Stromik still can cause some trouble with nade on his own, but two players fairly quickly joining side. Also Dudek catching this push from Hidons. This 4v4, Crazy trying to put on some pressure on side, but seems like both allies are pretty comfortable there. 4v4, Stromik's nade going in, but now Dudek catching Jedex. They don't really have to worry about Axis players coming from the side, as it's now only 3 players remaining for Vicot. Dudek doing fantastic job of keeping this area clear, but Crazy and Klafuzia, those eliminations might complicate things a bit, as Wardense struggles to find either of the skills. Reactive finds Klafuzia, Wardense still holding strong. 2 players on him, but only 25 seconds. Stromik finds Reactive, and Wardense finds the first. Wardense, can he find his kill? No, Crazy with the kill from Car. A very, very intense round from both sides, but Vicot barely winning this point. Wardense hit so many occasions to find this elimination, but pressure got to him. And this is Vicot getting points number 11. All of those steps feel just so heavy from Axis side, but with each step the finish line is so much closer. Crazy, Klafuzia, great set of nades. Reactive will respond, but it's still advantage for Vicot. Jedex now catching Reactive. Crazy pushes Wardense out of the side. It's only Marek alive. This should be 5 match points for Vicot, unless Marek can find this clutch, and he cannot. Crazy quickly takes his life, 12-7. 5 chances for VCOT to get the victory and to advance into the lower bracket final. Klofucja once more. Nate will connect. 999 struggling. Jetex finds reactive. Is this the end of the match? Can 999 bring this round back from such a bad spot? Of course, they will find a way to B-side, but 5 defenders already prepared for this fight. 2 on the middle. Dudek, of course, covering the greenhouse, but still no plans. It's Klofucja. He's putting the pressure. Dudek! He finds Klofucja, but they know where to look for him. And Hitons gets Wardens. Jedex seeking out for the sniper. Monty bomb his planet right now. It is 4v2. Dudek easily finds the kill. Very important that he stays alive there. And Monty catches crazy. This might be it. Oh, Hitons finds Monty. It's 2v1. Jedex, can he get here in time? There is a run for the defuse, but now Dudek finds Hitons and Jedex in time to find the last kill. It will be 13-7. VCOT winning this match 2-0, advancing to the lower bracket final, securing the spot in top 3, pushing further through this lower bracket. But now
Explosives defused.
even harder enemies waiting. Esfora is prepared to take them in the lower bracket final. But first of all, we go to the short break after VCOT winning both maps 13-7. And after break, we are coming back with one of the 2 last matches for today with the lower bracket final. And we are back with the lower bracket finals. Fora versus VCOT. Fora was waiting pretty long for this match. But VCOT, after winning 13-7, 13-7 against TBA 999, now they find themselves in a match against Sfora, who was undefeated until meeting Armia in the upper bracket final. Breakout to start, pick from VCOT. Sfora, of course, pick to start as the Axis. After breakout, we will play on Matmata. And if needed, Donville would be the decider once more for VCOT. Love already starting with elimination. Pekaku as well. So it looks like a very nice beginning here from Sfora. Akidox now Kulafutsia. And it's 5v2 in a very decent round coming here from Sfora. We've seen VCOT on breakout against 999.
Allies eliminated. Axis win.
And that was a beautiful display of both Ally and Axis side coming there from VCOT, but now a bit of a tougher enemy. Sfora who went 4-0 in the group stage. Pekaku already spotted Crazy Love. Struggling to survive. Jedex with a nice cleanup on A side. Opening up lots of space for the allies to bring the attack. Akidox still fighting in the smoke, but center of the action is brought to A. Well, Craven and Pekaku both are able to find eliminations. It is currently 3v3 and Akidox so close to Hidans. Hidans still with an 8. This might be an unpleasant surprise for Akidox, but he's actually holding pretty well, and now Hidans sold out his position. Akidox still waiting for the chance. Also Crazy trying to cover him with the scope. Craven looking for any pushes towards Axis spawn, and now Akidox Hidden surprising him. There was a bit of a struggle, but finally Ally is able to provide elimination for his team. It is 3v2. A bit more control taken by VCOT, and now the finishing blow, first point on the Ally side. Took by VCOT Sfora. They probably have to warm up a bit since they were waiting for the last like 3 or 4 hours or something like that. And VCOT fresh after the game, but also they might feel some fatigue if this match prolongs for a bit too long. Stromik dodges the nades. Looks for the lineup. Love and Akidox, they might be in danger. Also, Klafutsia going for the push with Thompson, but Craven right now finds Hiddens, and as I've said, Love might be in danger. Stromik's nade hits perfectly. And Stromik by zone, going for the pump push. But Craven, the sheriff of the town, catching him in the act. It is 4v3, Sfora in control of those key positions, setting up a line of rifles that VCOT should not pass. Let's see if they find a way around, but this is not much, that's 9, and Pekaku just pierces through Jedex with his scope. And we do see the swaps, that sometimes it's Pekaku, sometimes it's Craven on the scope. That's Sfora. Crazy catches Pekaku, hoping to catch something more before they advance further in the B-sides. Crazy checking those angles, but Sfora waiting patiently as they have more people brought to this round. 28 seconds on the clock, and now VCOT has to act. Klafutsia is going further into the sides, same as Crazy, but someone will have to try and put the bomb on the ground. Crazy had a chance. Klafutsia, nice push to find Akidox, but Ventex found an 8, and Craven ready for that second push. Provides the last kill, and it is 2 for Sfora, 1 for VCOT. And Akidox, explosive start from him. Akidox completely cleaning B-side. 3 men down on the side of VCOT. And this round might be as well as over with Craven finding JetX. It's only Crazy right now. Crazy can eliminate Craven, but 4 more to go and the manhunt begins. Crazy.
Allies eliminated. Axis.
Laugh. Prefer to catch him. 3-1. Clean rounds coming from Sfora with beautiful performance from Akidox. Sromik on the pump push and Sfora trying to keep them away with nades. But we also see Craven trying to find his way with a pump. Klefutia setting up the nades. Can he find Lav one more time? Lav with nade on his own might be tough to run away. Seems like he can succeed this time. And Craven winning the pump duel. Important part to take out those key positions in Rivals formation. Craven low on HP. Craven still trying to run out and Akidox. Great cover here. Finding elimination. Hidox. Crazy. Hoping for one more chance. Oh, what a headshot. But both Akidox and Pekako also scoring kills. JetX catches Craven. It's still 1v3 for JetX. And Baestack
Axis win.
won't let him any further. 4-1. Even though that we've seen one very decent push from VCOD side. Sfora was able to dominate most of the rounds that we've seen by far. A quick timeout, yeah. Classically, some noises in headphones, so probably just quick replug, something like that, and we'll be able to come back to this match. And as I've said, this is just a small issue, easy to resolve, and we are continuing 4 for Sfora, 1 for VCOD. The defense is holding pretty well, especially that this is VCOD's peak, and if they want to prove it, they have to find some points on the ally side first. We've already seen that they are capable of doing so. But Sfora doing a great job on blocking them. Craven! Close fight with Sromik, but this time success is on VCOD's player side. Akidox with elimination and Laugh finding Crazy. Already taking the score away. Laugh still on the back, finding those eliminations and closing the distance. Akidox trying to provide some more time. Disrupts the plant and Baestack. Nice shot to clean the round. And even though that Craven lost this duel, Laugh with a very fast push to find himself behind the enemy's line. And completely dissolve this attack. 5-1. Sfora slowly building the advantage. Crazy. Hunting with the scope. Crazy. Shooting one by one. Sromik once more with a close nade. But this time Sfora actually playing the backside. Sromik going for that push. Was he spotted by Lav, who's pretty close to the action. And he's just waiting now for him. Lav decides to run away. Hiddens. Very peaceful out here on breakouts. JetX looking for the first kill, but both Akidox and Pekako nice peeks, providing those 2 headshots. Laugh as well. And once more, VCOD completely falling apart with only 1 kill to their name. And Hiddens left in a 1v4. Hiddens in the open fields. Already spotted. The bounty on his head and the bullet in his body. Sfora finds the next point. 6-1. Axis completely dominating this map. And finally we do see an opening from VCOD. Crazy finding Clav. Means that probably no more spies on the backline, but Craven gets Clefuzia, and important position from Stromy. Craven pretty close, has shotgun as well, finds Stromy, and also Jedex, killed by Akidox. In the blink of an eye, the whole squad is put to the ground, leaving one more time Hitons in the 1v4 clutch. Hitons
Allies eliminated.
tries to go for Craven, but both players prepared for this fight, and Craven would be the one to get the kill. 7-1. Sfora really wanted to show that they were not waiting for such a long time for nothing, that they are in the mood for a rematch with Armia, and they really want to show that they are the better team. VCOT trying their best, but it's just such a hard task for them to break through this defense. Crazy aggressive position, but the problem is that Sfora once more with an aggressive start. Of course, Crazy will be able to find Akidox, but it's still 3 men down from the VCOT side. 2 kills from Craven, 1 from Baestack, and Baestack, another nade will connect, and Crazy won't survive for much longer. Craven and Baestack taking the matters in their own hands. Fantastic ride by those two. Easily cleaning up whole attack from VCOT. 8-1. And every round more that Sfora is able to win will be a huge benefit towards Allies' side. How much can they bring? Because Baestack starts again with a fantastic shot, and Stromy Crazy. This time Scope ready to refrag, but Lav already on the push. Clefuzia gets Akidox. Actually brings some advantage, and Lav checks the wrong side. With Hitons waiting on the other. Ready to put him to the ground. It is 4-2, and it might finally be the second point from VCOT. Pekaku catches Clefuzia, but it's still 3 more players to go. Plenty of time for them to track rest of the axis, as they don't need to hurry to plant the bomb. And Pekaku finds Crazy. Faster fingers leading to him winning the duel. Pekaku has a shot, and Jedex is the only one standing, of course. He was able to plant the bomb, but it is 2v1. Craven waiting. Jedex, can he win this clutch? Very much needed from VCOT. They need to win rounds like that. They need to start bringing those points. Jedex already spotted, and Craven winning this fight, with Jedex being distracted by those shots from Pekaku. And even though that VCOT had such a huge lead in this round, it's still Sfora winning the points, making this lead even bigger, with 9 points to barely 1 coming from VCOT. It's definitely not enough on the ally side. The best they can do is 3, and still they might lack those victories to close the first map, but we'll see if they can even bring those 3 points to the second half of breakouts. Pekaku, Akidox, quick eliminations, but with Jetex finding 2 kills in response this round. Might be still alive for VCOT, but Pekaku trying to momentarily kill those scopes. Gets Crazy with nade, also Baestack right now with the push, and Clefuzia as the only one alive. Clefuzia trying to go for the hunt. He's only pinging, and he left himself vulnerable for Pekaku. A panic rush from Clefuzia, and it's 10-1. Sfora might finish this map very quickly to bring this match to Matmata. Craven hidden in the smoke. He's able to catch Hitons. It is 5v4. Akidox follows up with another Clefuzia. Very much needed response from VCOT if they want to fight for the second point. They cannot make this 11-1. This would be almost giving them up to Sfora. Clefuzia gets Akidox. The Avenger, the Vigilante, on the mission, but Lav spots another one. Lav in a tough spot, and Jedex. Great push. Baestack might be in trouble. As Crazy has a great spot for him. Crazy has to look out. Crazy actually winning the fight. Second point for VCOD. And now the main question. Is 2 points enough for VCOD to come back on this map? Kinda doesn't seem like it, but we'll see what they can show us on the Axis side and what Sphora has prepared for the allies, as it's now their turn to attack. And VCOD, they definitely need to start with a victory here. Not that Sphora on 11 points. And Sphora going for the Asp8 push. Dodging the nade, Lav ping, but seems like he will be able to push through. And even if he survives the nades and first scans, Hitons would be just too much for him. VCOD pathing him straight to the trap to find the opening kill of round 13. Hitons gets Craven, Jedex finds Pekaku, and this should be an easy victory for VCOD. It seems like it, but Baestack and Akidox, both with a kill, make this more interesting, because it's 2v3. We've still plenty of time, but as Baestack loses this duel, this should be it. Sromik
Axis win.
closes the distance for an easy shot, 3-10. VCOD starts this half with a victory. Sromik and Crazy trying to set up the wall on B side. Sphora, can they break in? Hitons prepared, but Crazy finds Craven's head. Yet another opening for VCOD. Hitons expecting someone to push the... Not even worried about an 8. Akidox straight under Sromik's crosser, and Hitons finding those two. Seems like VCOD will not go down without a fight. It is a great start from them. Baestack finds one. Baestack, can he get another? No, he cannot. There's just too many of them inside. And Jedex would be the one to bring the last kill. 4-10. It is starting to look like a very nice defensive setup. Of course, still a far way to... Still far away from the goal, but we've seen bigger upsets and Crazy. If he can find those entry kills like that, which will definitely help VCOD in bringing this victory. Love catches Sromik, but Clefuzia with a refrag once more. This is VCOD in advantage, and Clefuzia surprises Akidox. Craven still hidden in the side. Might find a kill there. Oh, what a bad timing here to stop. Keeping that angle. And a nice timing from Crazy to get the kill. Baestack.
Allies eliminated. Axis win.
And points number 5 for VCOD. 3-0 after the swap. Crazy already saw one of the Sphora players, but Laugh catches Hitons inside with the nade. Crazy He goes above, trying to see from the smokes. Romik on the wall. Trying to keep the side safe, and Jedex killing Glove, not letting him in, as he likes to march on the enemy backlines. Romik has to hide further in the smoke. It feels like Sfora has B-side, but there's just so much more coming in. Stromik! This was a great chance to find a kill, but he loses the fight. And this means Craven finding the elimination. Crazy! Oh, this should have been an elimination, and now Pekako finding Jedex. It's only Crazy. Oh, it's very unfortunate nade coming from Akidox. But Baestack keeping it low. Finding kill on last Vicos player, 11-5. Two more points only needed for Sfora. Pekaku looking for this opening, but Klofutia's nade deadly for Baestack. Baestack still gets Jedex with his own. Craven pushes Klofutia. Hitons with a kill. Lot of action around B-side. Can Sfora push through successfully? Yes, another nade. He's going down, and Crazy finds Akidox. Stromik pushes through Craven, and it's only Pekaku now in the 1v3. Pekaku, what can he do? Sits in his nest, looking for any opportunity to make this clutch easier. But in such an open position, he's taking huge risk. Ooh, nice shot on Crazy, beautiful by Pekaku. Two more to go if he wants to bring those map points. Pekaku still on the loose, but Romik is waiting with both shotgun and ground, but Pekaku has an 8. Can he put it to good use? But first he has to get through Romik. Oh, this timing! This nade does not really do much out there. Romik can hit on 25 seconds of the clock. Pekaku, it does not seem plausible for him. It's not enough time for him to check everything, and Stromik was just waiting. Patiently, Pekaku checked everywhere beside his position, and Vico takes point number 6. And once more, it's Vicot starting the rounds on the better side. Klofutia. Great setups from Vicot with those nades. Plenty of time. We do see Sfora actually losing 1 or 2 players to those setups. Jedex also finds Pekaku, so no scope for Sfora. Lav trying to turn this round around as he finds Lav, but Klofutia had a chance, but also eligible to survive. Stromik. Clean shot, and Lav expecting here. Klofutia finds himself under Stromik's fire, 7-11, and the score is slowly starting to get closer. Sfora really struggles to find those last 2 points on the ally side. Craven and Pekaku looking for those early advantages. Pekaku seeking for that kill this time. At least Sfora was able to dodge all those nades, but they still have to deal with the whole squad of Vicot players waiting around B-side, and of course with Hedons trying to sneak in eliminations from the further distance. Akidox, nice movements. You should get a nice position here, but Crazy already with an opening. Lav eliminated. Craven. Smoke is slowly fading away, but what can they do as Hedons was waiting for someone to pick up Akidox. Eliminated. Pekaku finds himself in a winning duel. Craven with an 8, but it's still not looking this good. Pekaku has to make a run for it. Craven on the other side. Pekaku finds Romik Klofuzia. Great angle, but pushes too early, and Craven was ready. It's now 2 versus 1. Craven will be the one to go for the plan. Jedex does not have an 8. This might be points number 12. This might be finally the push that Sfora needed to get those map points. Jedex. He tags Pekaku, takes out the pistol to finish it off. But there's still one more player. Craven versus Jedex. And Jedex to keep Sfora out of the map points. Craven keeping his distance. 30 seconds on the clock. Jedex, can he spot Craven? Craven still waiting patiently. Craven already tagging him and doesn't even need to run away, as he is able to bring Jedex to the ground. 12-7. Sfora with 5 opportunities to get the victory. And it now got so much harder for VCOD. Jedex and Hedon seeking for those first kills. Hedon's actually succeeding, but Bentek found Jedex's head and seems like A-side might be pushed. Change of pace. Will it be lethal for VCOD? Shromik Akidox. Very bloody straight, and Hedon's one more time. Very important kill. Pekaku had to use the pistol, but it's still 2v2. Klofuzia so close. Bentek is absolutely unaware of the fact that Klofuzia is already here, and it's Pekaku in the 1v2. Finds Klofuzia. So it's now sniper v sniper. Scope against scope. Can Crazy keep up the hope of VCOD's team? Pekaku already spotted, and Pekaku with a kill. 13-7. Sfora closing first map of the lower bracket final, and now VCOD's under pressure, as they would need to win Sfora's Matmada as well as the Donville to advance to the grand finals of this LAN. A short break, and we are back on the second map of lower bracket final on Matmada, which was picked by Sfora. And we are back with the second map of lower bracket final. Sfora versus VCOD. Welcome to Matmada. VCOD starting as the ally, Sfora on the Axis side. And let's see how will it all play out. Can Sfora finish it here, or would we need the third map to determine a victor of this match. Love starting with elimination on Crazy. A lot of action happening, and Baestack should have an elimination there. Baestack finds Romik. Also Love pushing further. 3 kills already for him, only leaving Jedex alive. Jedex trying to go for the push. He's able to stop Love, but 4 more person.
Allies eliminated. Axis win.
To try and take his life, Pekaka will be the one to do so. First point for Sfora, starting their own map with a 1 round. Love, low on HP, VCOT, trying to put lots of pressure on A side, but Akidox destroying already one side of the attack, leaving only Stromik there. Nades coming in. Sfora keeping the formation, Akidox completely cleaning the alleys, leaving only the B push. Craven looking for the kill. Craven and Baestack, both with eliminations. Craven, Crazy and Kulafutsia. He still tried to put a fire, but it's now only Craven and Crazy in the 1v3. Sfora, they know that they will not be picking the scope this early, and Bluff finally found the timing to get this kill. 2-0 Sfora with a very convincing start. VCOT. They fight their first point. Now Hedons fighting Glaf. Also Jedex killing Craven. This is 5v3, and seems like this time Sfora might not have enough players to stop this push. Or maybe Akidox finds elimination. Baestack has to retreat. Nate's coming in, and VCOT slowly closing the distance to sides. Crazy! That shot should do the job of fully opening the map for VCOT players. Smoke being set up on A side. Klefutsia close to Akidox. Was an unpleasant surprise, and Klefutsia finishing the round. First points for VCOT. Once more, we do see this nice opening from VCOT as Crazy finds Love with an early nade. Jedex hoping to find an Axis player. Oh, Akidox, what a jump shot! To cut Jedex to make this 4v4. And VCOT stuck in the smoke. Klefutsia trying to go around it. Hedons catches Akidox. It is 4v3. Once more, it's VCOT in the lead, but Pekaka with a nice shot. Klefutsia should be close, trying to catch Pekaku. But Hedons might be in trouble. Craven with the kill. Stromik still putting those nades in. Trying to catch Sfora out of their position. Stromik with one more nade. Klefutsia catches Baestack. Craven. Baestack catches Akidox. 2v1 Stromik in the clutch. He knows about Baestack, but is he expecting Pekaku? Scans coming in. Stromik barely dodging them all, but seems like he should be able to put the bomb down. Baestack not deciding to push. And now Stromik in the 1v2. Knows about both players. Tries to catch Baestack. Pekaku deciding to take a different approach. But the time is ticking, so he has to be quick with that one. Stromik Changing positions as well. 35 seconds on the clock. But Baestack easily cleans up remaining Vic player, and it is 3-2-1. Phosphora.
Explosives diffused. Axis win.
Another set of early nades coming in, and VCOD trying to find those first eliminations, but scans, they might be deadly. If VCOD is not going to find those early kills, then Sphora will. Craven with and Baestack with 2 kills, but crazy. Trying to go crazy with those kills. And JetX still in fight, but Stromik might be actually the ace player here, unless Pekaku cleans him up so easily. It is 3v2. Crazy with the scope. Two v 3 seems like B side might be the way here. Crazy and JetX still looking for a way in, but Pekaku doesn't really like to share his space with the allies, and now JetX is the only one remaining. 10 seconds on the clock. This is done. But Craven wants to speed things up, finding this last elimination. 4-1, Sphora. Once more starting with a lead. And Craven Warden 8 to start round number 6. VCOD already losing so hard on the field. Hit-ons trying to break this defense, but it might be really tough as scans are coming in. Nades are coming in, still hit-ons, succeeding in finding those eliminations. Still ready on this side. Craven, can he spam through? Craven barely being able to cut JetX, but he's able to eliminate him out of the round. It is once more 2 versus 3. Stromik and Hidons. This time this is the duo trying to fight for the points. Archidox gets hit on. Stromik still trying to fight this clutch. This is the second elimination. This is 1v1, but Pekaku comes for that he is going to win this round, and he does, finding the last needed kill for the victory. 5-1, Sphora building very decent advantage. Craven. Another great nade, but this time it's followed up by headshot on Hidons. Love gets Klofutsia, 5v2. Sphora absolutely smashing VCOD, and that early pressure completely kills any kind of plan that VCOD could have prepared for the rounds. Craven with one more. It's now only crazy, so it's a matter of time until one of Sphora players gets to him to bring the last kill, and this will be 6-1, Sphora. starting to truly run away with the score, and VCOT, this is the moment when you have to start scoring. This is the moment where you have to start putting in some pressure, as Sfora is getting closer and closer to this rematch against Armia. Love on the roofs, but crazy. This time bringing entry for VCOT. This is what they needed to try and finally bring some more points. Crazy, and Hitons with early kills. Also a quick plant until Sfora, before Sfora can find any sort of reaction. Baestack finds Hitons right now, but at this time that will be the biggest enemy. Baestack finds another one. 3 versus 3, but also they have to deal with Crazy's position. Craven and Akidox straight to the side. Baestack fighting for anything more. Craven finds another kill. Craven finds yet another one, and it's now only Jedex. His position is known, but not much time. Jedex no nade, but the bomb is in reach, and Baestack finds the kill. It is absolutely incredible that VCOT is not winning this point. Starting 5v3 with a quick plans, seemed like everything is going fantastic for the allies, but Sfora somehow managing to overcome this huge setup, winning this post plant, winning the rounds, and making score 7-1. And as VCOT, you have to find those points once more. There will be a great occasion to succeed, as this is yet another point where they do find 2, 3 even quickly kills. 4. Okay, now this cannot go south, as it's only Akidox standing on side of Sfora. Bomb planet. This has to be second point for VCOT. And Crazy
Allies win.
speed things up, catches Akidox 7-2. As VCOT finally frees themselves from the cage of 1 point. Klofucja, tough nade, seems like he will be able to survive, but Lavliet now catching 2 of the allies there, stopping the attack. Craven to help, and Sfora going for the run. Jedex struggling to find his kill. Akidox with elimination, but Jedex can get 1, not much more. 8-2, Sfora turning up the hits. And with such a start from Lav, this had to go Sfora's way. 8-2, once more with a possibility of getting double-digit score in the first half of the match. And Baestack, this time the nade will connect. VCOT had a moment there, but didn't use it to the fullest potential. And right now, when Sfora found their momentum one more time, we do see those aggressive beginnings when this is either Akidox or Lav or Craven finding those 2, 3 early kills. Combine that with great nade setup, and it seems like a recipe for the victory, and a really bitter taste of the defeat for VCOT. Crazy 1v4, attacked and eliminated by Craven. 9-2, yet another fairly easy point for Sfora. Great Axis side presented, and it kind of feels like we are slowly going to the end of this match. Last chance for VCOT to show us something on the ally side. The start isn't looking bad, but now Craven can't get Jedex here. Craven finds another one. Has to go for the pistol, but now Akidox out in the wild. Also finding those eliminations. Akidox going for another push. This time Klofucja will be better, but Baestack already trying to cover. Crazy finds a kill on Baestack. It is 1v2, 1v1. Fantastic shot from Crazy. And it is Now Crazy versus Craven. Crazy versus Craven. Can Craven get points number 10 for his team? Craven closing the distance and just in time to surprise Crazy. Straight after the plants. Easy defuse for Craven. 10-2 for Sphora. Only 3 more points
Explosives defused.
needed for Sphora to advance to the finals. Fantastic round from Craven. Holding A side solo and now finishing it with a 1v1 clutch. And we are ready to continue. VCOT's in need of 11 points on the Axis side. And Sphora, this is their peak. This is the worst part, that VCOT chose the ally side and they were able to bring only 2 points out there. But Jedex, nice nade to start. Craven already eliminated, but Pekaku also gets a hit on Hidons. Sromik controlling the roof, so Lav cannot be under control. 4v3. VCOT might be starting here with a victory. Bentek has to look out. Sphora trying to make their way into the side. Bentek struggling, but Akidox to help. And they will find this kill, not 1 but 2. Crazy wins scope duel with Pekaku, but it's still 2v2 with a chance to plant since both Crazy and Jedex are pretty far away. Hakidox with a stun. But this position is very risky as Crazy might find him. But as long as Smoke is there, he should be fairly safe. Crazy right now spotting Akidox. Akidox, how much more can he do? Apparently not much, because Jedex gets the kill, but Bentek in the 1v2, Bentek has to reposition. Bentek, tough spot to be in. Bentek has to find a headshot, but Jedex with a clean shot. And VCOT won't let this one go away. It is 3rd point for VCOT. Good start on the Axis side.
Explosives defused. Axis win.
And we've seen a similar scenario on the first map with Sphora also winning the first half of Breakout 10-2. And VCOT really revitalizing themselves after the swap. Seems like this might be a very similar scenario as we do see those 2 early eliminations. The problem is that Craven is still out there hunting for those kills. It is 3v3. Sromik trying to join the action. Crazy as well, but the bomb is planted and Akidox finds Sromik. This 3v2. Crazy and Hidon's trying to go through. Crazy finds a Hidon Lav. It is 2v2 right now, but Hidon's had to join the action, so Crazy can feel much safer about this push. 45 seconds. There is still plenty of time. But it will melt quickly, so they have to be really quick in those actions. Craven and Akidox, those two trying to bring this round for Sphora. Can allies find the victory? Is Crazy trying to check roof after roof. Hidons finds Akidox. Now it's only Craven, but Crazy had a clean hit, not wasting this chance. 10-4. VCOT one more time, winning a close post-plant situation.
Explosives defused. Axis win.
Those rounds look pretty decent from Sphora, but VCOT having those answers 1 by 1. Still keeping Sphora at those 10 points. Quick nade straight, and Akidox this time catching Crazy off rotation. And with Bentek cleaning Jetex, it's looking pretty worrying, but now Hidden and Sromik. This might still bring hope to this point, but Bentek reacting before they can escape. It's now Hidden's. Had a chance, but he missed. And the bomb will be planted. It is 1v2. Hidons should have taken that kill. And now will be punished by Craven. It is 11-4. Sfora finding their first victory on ally sides. Sfora changing a bit their main plan, trying to push for the B side and Akidox. Seems like it pays off for him as he finds Crazy really quickly. Crazy not prepared for such a push. Craven also gets away with killing Stromik. Pekak with another one. Jetex, the first response coming from Vehicle, but is it too late for the Axis to fight? Kolofuzi and Jetex still trying to go for it. Still trying to fight close in the side. Kolofuzi in the smoke, hoping to find any sort of kill, but Craven shortening the distance. And Craven for one more. Jetex eliminated. 8 match points for Sfora to advance to the grand finals to try and push Armia out of their throne. Armia, who's undefeated for the whole tournament, who pushed Sfora down to the lower brackets. Waiting here. And Sfora seems like they are willing to go back to look for this rematch. VCOT. They have to defend for 8 match points. Still 12 needed to win. Craven escapes the pick. Hedon's finding double kill here. Hedon's on the back. Craven finally putting it to stop, and Bentek finds Stromik. It is 3v3. The round is still open for both sides. Love couldn't even take a shot as Klefuzia had priority to find that headshot. 2v3. Might not be the points yet for Sfora to take the victory, as VCOT is looking pretty nitty, especially after the start that Hedon's provided. They do not want all of that to go to waste. Craven finds Klefuzia. First kill of the clutch, Craven. But now Crazy is also expecting him. Scope is closing the distance. And Craven still waiting for Jetex to pick. But he, Crazy, coming closer, position by position, angle by angle. And this would definitely get harder, but Jetex finally peeks. And Craven still prepared. Can he also push through the scope? Absolutely not. Crazy won't let it end yet. Nice shot from Crazy to make this 5-12. To defend first match points out of 8 that's for a Hess. Crazy. Well, this was a fantastic chance to open round number 18, but one of the rare occasions that we see him miss. But Klefuzia is also there. Akidox eliminated. Sfora trying to make a push, but VCOT holding pretty well, with Stromik also finding Craven. Laugh trying to take defenders one by one. Stromik still holding well. Pekaku gets Crazy. 2v3. Still it's a lead for VCOT. Unless Pekaku is able to find something more. Jetex gets Bentek. Seems like VCOT are really willing to fight for this overtime. Sfora, this will not be an easy job to finish this match, but with so many chances, it's almost destined that somewhere VCOT has to sleep. It would be very hard to stay perfect for such a long time, but maybe VCOT can do so. Pekaku. Still in the fight, trying to bait VCOT out there, but they are patient. Stromik waiting for Jetex to rotate. And Pekaku.
Allies eliminated.
Nice try, but Stromik isn't played by those tricks. 6-12. Third try out of 8. Sfora cannot make this a habit, because for now it feels comfortable with so many map points, but now, great start. Is this the final blow? Love and Bentek Opening the side, left for the second, it's 4v2 on this Romic and Crazy right now, and Craven finds Romic, it's only Crazy fighting, this is GG, or maybe not. Crazy starts this clutch with the first elimination. Crazy still in the fight, but Arkidox find the kill, and Sfora will take the victory and advance to the grand finals and try to rematch Armia in the grand finals of Polish Call of Duty 2 Championship here in Łódź. One more match in front of us. It's either Armia or Sfora. Would it be undefeated Armia or Sfora trying to go for the upsets? We'll see after the break. And we are ready to go with the grand finals. Sfora versus Armia. One last match of this LAN. Last match between those two ended with 2-0 victory for Armia. This time Sfora will try to do better and take one over. We start on Tejane. This is Armia's peak. Later it's Matmata from Sfora. And I think Burgundy is our decider. And even though that Sfora started really well with those two eliminations from Lav, it's already Lazy and Almonchak taking control of the point, leaving only Akidox and Pekaku. Almonchak throwing the nades. We do see some pressure put on A side. Almonchak catches Akidox. It's now only Pekaku controlling the B. And Almonchak slowly gets into the side. Pekaku will have some trouble in the moment. Kema close as well. And another nade coming in. And also Almonchak on Pekaku's head. Clean finish from Armia. And even after those first two quick eliminations, still we do see allies putting lots of work to get the first point of the grand final. Akidox once more. We do see entry going to Sfora's hands, but Almonchak has a nice angle to find the shot. Has to be careful as he's low on HP as well. As Lazy waiting in the smoke. Craven on the other side. Lazy hoping to find someone there as smoke slowly fades. Lazy is marching forward. Also Kaza and Pusher on the roofs, but Lazy spots Craven and it is first. One for Lazy on this round. Pushol gets Laugh. Lazy with another, and this is 4v1. Pekaku once more is the last standing for the Axis. But the explosives will be planted and Ekaku between all of the action. Pekaku completely unaware that Kazar might come from above. Oh, this might be a quick kill if Pekaku is spotted, but they're still looking for him. Pekaku, nice shots, catches Almonchak. And Bushel finally going for the plant. It is 1v2, Pekaku with one more. Armia being too nonchalant with this round. And Pekaku right now knows where to look for Kaza. And Kaza making a run towards side. Can Pekaku find this clutch? He can! What a clean round from Pekaku! Winning the 1v4. And what a throw from Armia. Not deciding to go straight for the plant, leaving Pekaku by himself, letting him play how he likes and giving him 4 kills this round. And Sfora with this nice clutch from Pekaku, they have to start putting those points. Bentek one more time with an entry and Pekaku winning the scope duel 5 versus 3. Sfora having really good openers by far in Tejane Armia. Truly struggling to win those first duels, and of course they were clutching those rounds, but right now might be hard to clutch. It's 5v2. Lazy. Nate's coming in. Kaza finally opened the score for Armia, but Craven prepared to find him. 3 versus 1. Lazy. Tough spot. But what a shot found on Bentek. Lazy, can he find the clutch? He cannot as Akidox was on the other side with a clean shot. 2-1. Sfora takes the lead on Tejane. finally, we do see an entry kill coming for Army's side. Kaza and Lazy finding those entry eliminations, and Craven fighting back. He gets Kaza, but we do see that A-side might fall apart. Not under Craven's watch. Also Pekaku and Bentek trying to help Lazy one more time. Catching that nice shot, but last time didn't really bring him much luck. Same this time. He's 1v2 and Bentek
Axis.
wouldn't miss a shot like that. 3-1 Sfora. Seems like they have really woken up after that clutch from Pekaku, and Armia completely blocked. As right now, Lazy is the one mostly putting those eliminations. Schema 0-3, Pushel 1-4. To be fair, Armia was waiting for the last 6-7 hours, something like that, as they've won all of their matches pretty quickly. But this is no excuse, as this is the grand final. Pushel, Kotlaf. We do see those entry kills for Armia starting to become a trend, but Bentek with a momental response. Kema, nice nade to catch Bentek. 4v3, and Lazy preparing with the whole squad to push towards B side. Craven and Akidox, can they hold the side from Armia's conquer? Akidox gets the first one. Hard to spot him as the smoke really doesn't let to Armia players to see much, but Lacy and Almonchak finally spot the rivals, get those kills. Pekaku, nice night to start. Can he find another clutch? It is 1v2 after all. Is still possible for Pekaku, but the bomb, this is the key difference between this clutch and the last one. Pekaku still hunting. Pekaku feels like he has to fall down as the attack comes from two sides, and Kema will be the one to kill the last Axis player. 3-2 Armia standing up for themselves. As far as really starting to bully them on this Tujane, but now we do see Armia putting the work. Low on HP. Olmonchak and trying to control the long, and while Lazy and Kaza are looking for the fight. Important position from Akidox, but Olmonchak is able to clear it out. Also brings in for about another one. And Kaza finds Laugh. Sfora in trouble. It is 5v3. As Olmonchak does a great job on both spotting those kills as providing those to the team. Kaza and Olmonchak one more time. This is the duo to bring those frags. Pekaku one more time in a clutch. Starts with a kill, but Olmonchak this time prepared for him to jump out of the position. 3-3. Clean round from Armia to tie up the score. It is their map after all. They would really love to bring the win here. Kema found by Pekaku, but also Olmonchak scoring on love. 4v4. Olmonchak with an aid, and seems like this time Armia wants to clear A side. Kaza already pushing through. Lazy should be close to the fight. An important position from Pekaku. Is being spotted by Akidox, but seems like the spotter was actually the one being crushed by the weight. Bentek gets Pushel, but this was only the side plan of Armia's attack. 3v3. Pekako still waiting for the chance to shine on Olmonchak. Trying to cut the rotation, 40 seconds on the clock. And Pekaku finally activating himself, gets both Lazy and Kaza, while Bentek deals with Olmonchak, 4-3. Sfora still keeping the lead. Olmonchak. We do see that we have a very nice scope working on Army's side, as Olmonchak is putting kill after kill, but as the score says, it's still not enough for them to secure most of the rounds. Kema finds Craven, 5v3. Can Army finally secure the points with such a lead? We do see a timeout call for the Axis, but there is Pekako inside. They have to worry about him. 11 eliminations already from Pekako. Akidox finds Kaza. Olmonchak catches Bentek. 4v2. Pekaku has to dodge the scans. Pekaku trying to spam him out, but he's on the reload. Pekaku, can he get there? He can! But this time there were two needed apparently to deal with one Pekaku. It is 3v1 for Akidox. Pekaku have done something great already. Okay, we do see that timeout is cancelled, so probably the issue was resolved before we even finished the round. Akidox. Bomb is planted. Seems like Army will get the 4 points. We are still keeping the score really close, and Olmonchak.
Allies win.
Clean headshot here for the triple as a cherry on top. Okay, I do see that there's some problem with TeamSpeak, and there is a timeout actually from Armia, so there apparently is a sort of issue. And we do see that Craven disconnected, so I'll go on a short break to try and see what's exactly going on, and we'll come back as soon as the teams are ready to resume the grand final of Polish Call of Duty 2 Championship. And seems like we are finally ready to go back into the match. 4-4 before this timeout. Both teams keeping close to one another. We are playing counter in the peak coming from Armia. Matmada next from Sfora, and if I'm not mistaken, Burgundy is the third map that we might see in the grand finals. Olmonchak waiting for someone to appear. Fires Akidogs, but beautiful refrag by Bentek. Dealing with the scope early in the round. Lazy struggles to survive those scans. Lazy on the ground, but much more pressure coming in. Seems like Armia can actually withstand this one. Kema gets the kill. Pekaku low on HP. 4v3 Armia. Still standing strong, even though how much resources Fora invested in this first counter push. And Armia actually is getting pretty close to B side. Of course, they have to still be aware of Craven, who's with a scope on the Axis spawn. Seems like they should be aware now after this first shot coming in from Craven, and Kaza with a beautiful headshot to clean him out of his spot. Pekaku has to be careful as he's low on HP for now, and a bomb will be planted. Kema gets Pekaku. Kaza finds Laugh, and Armia with a very nice push. It was getting nervous on B-Long, especially after those scans. It was a great setup to find Almonte, but they still had to trade one player for him. But in the end, Armia was the one to bring the point. 5-4. Armia finally taking the lead back. Oh, a very unfortunate nade, but it doesn't change the fact that they still have to go and try to stop this push. Lazy already finds Bentek. Easy kill for Love here, as Pushel was not expecting someone from above. 4v4. Love in an aggressive position, and this is a vigilante play. Love finding two eliminations. Salmonchak, what a nade to find Akidogs. 3 versus Fury. Love still pushing forward. Kaza might be the one to find him. Love. Seems like they missed one another, but Love finally spotting Kaza. A really unpleasant surprise for Armia player. Love getting 4! Killing almost whole Armia's team by himself. Kema gets only one in return, and Pekaku takes the last laugh with a beautiful solo push. Cherry picking Armia players one by one. 5-5. Sfora is not letting Armia run away, and vice versa, as both teams are fighting point for point. Last match, and that's 13-11, 13-9. Those two maps were really close from both sides. And Sfora this time wants to back the victory. Craven starts with an entry kill. Grabs Lazy. Craven gets also frag on Kema. Laugh finds a nade. Pushol trying to respond, but Bentek won't let him escape. It's only Kaza right now. Kaza only with a tap. 1v3 with Kaza still fighting in the smoke, but two players ready on the other side. And Bentek with a kill. 6-5. Sfora will be the one to secure at least a tie after first 12 rounds of Tujane. But this is the side that they've taken, so they have to be really careful about Armia on the defense. Armia, can they make it 6-6? Seems like it might be possible with Olmonchak finding entry. Laugh in trouble. Escapes to the car, and Pekaku wins the scope. Duel, beautiful nade by Pushel. Kema gets Pekaku, and now the whole situation complicates as it's only Bentek and Craven working this round through. Kaza gets Craven, and Bentek struggling to survive on Axis spawn. B-side is pushed, and Kaza with the kill. 6-6. We couldn't have imagined a more even final. 6-6 on the first half of the first map. Let's see if those 6 points from Sfora will be enough to overtake Tujane, as Armia right now is playing the, in quotes, comfortable sides. It seems like on Tujane, the only thing that's comfortable is chaos emerging in those early seconds from all of the nades and fights happening. A few more seconds and we should be ready to go. One more player to press the ready button, and we'll be continuing this grand final. Round number 13, 6-all after first half. And now after the swap, let's see what both teams have prepared, as we've seen some nice plays coming from both sides and both individual. This 4K from Lav, this clutch from Pekaku, and also the team plays that were prepared. And Pekaku, really nice shot to start the round. And then Armia wasn't prepared for such a rush. Pekaku with the second. Olmonchak still trying to hold, but the explosives are planted. It is 2v3. And now Sfora can take a breath and just wait for Armia to come in. What time is ticking? Lazy so far away. And this probably has to be the point for Sfora. Great start and a great round from the sniper, as Pekaku finds 2 important eliminations. I'm sorry, 3 eliminations. Lazy, of course, will get love, but doesn't really matter as it's 1v2. Or maybe Akidox.
Eliminated.
For a moment, it got scary with Olmonchak. Stopped by Akidox. 7-6. Sfora taking the lead once more in this close race for the victory on the first map of Grand Final. Olmonchak spotting Akidox in the smoke. Great shot by Armia sniper. Nate coming in to help, but one more time we do see Sfora trying to go for the rush, but Olmonchak's Nate will do a lot of harm as Lav is dead, and Kaza and Pushol, they are punishing this aggression coming from Sfora. It is now 5v1 with only Pekaku. How many times we've seen him in those spots in the first half. Pekaku finds first. Really close to finding second, but Kaza this time not letting him get away with that. So it is 7-7. Not leaving each other for one single step. But one more time, those nades from Armia will do the job as Lazy gets Akidox, but Laugh said, who needs nades when you have guns? And Lazy actually agrees as he finds the refrag on Laugh. 2-for-1, Kema gets Pekaku, the scope is down, Bentek doesn't find the refrag there. And it gives time for Army to reposition in the 4v2 lead. Craven still trying to go for the push. Craven. Running in, Craven struggling with this pump. Delmonchak gets the kill, push for the finish, 8-7. An easier round for the defense. Armia trying to take initiative in the key parts of the map. They are trying to run away with the score. Once more, we do see them taking the lead. The question is for how long, because Sfora will try to even up one more time, and even though that Pushol finds the first elimination, Akidox and Laugh, this time the rush is coming towards B-side. Very much needed now from Kaza, as he would be the one to have the most impact here from Armia's side. And Kaza finds first elimination, still holding to the backside. Stopping this push from Sfora. Kaza dodging those nades. Not much help from his teammates. Kaza fighting for his life. Lav low on HP. Kaza will not put him down. Pushol tries to help, but he's also low on HP. Pushol struggling, and Kaza still standing inside Pushol. And of course, Olmonchak with the scope. Pushol found by Pekaku. Kaza still standing, gets Lav. It is 2v2, but Olmonchak has no way of joining the fight. Kaza is somehow still alive, and Olmonchak just waits patiently for them to try and push Kaza. But the first shot misses, and now it might be tougher for Olmonchak to find the spot. Also with Pekaku trying to hunt him down, but seems like Olmonchak is pretty safe. As long as action is on B sides. Kaza, can he spot a way to find kill on Akidox? Trying the jiggle pick, 25 seconds. It's absolutely incredible that Kaza is still standing, but We do finally see Akidox inside, and Farak from Kaza. Pekak finds the kill, but a nice jump from him to dodge Olmonchak's shot. 1v1 between both scopes, but the bomb is planted. Pekaku and Olmonchak. Olmonchak doesn't need to rely on scope, as he also has Garant as well. But Pekaku grabs car.
Axis eliminated.
Pekaku, clean shots. He's the man to find those clutches. 21-10. An absolute mad performance coming from Pekaku. And the score is tied one more time. Quick trade to the start. Kema gets lab, but immediately pays the highest price with his own life. Akidox trying to push through. Smoke is being set up by Craven. Akidox found by Olmonchak. Amir trying to decimate this push. In Pusho's position. He cannot fall down to Craven. But as soon as Craven tried to go for the push, he's trying to counter. And Craven, worrying about the fact that someone's on the roof, was actually found dead because of Pushol, and Pekaku cannot find the response. He sees the heads occasionally popping up from the roofs. But it's just Armor jiggle peeking for info. It's 4v2. Can Armor take the lead one more time? Pekaku still fighting with Baestack, but Armia this time waiting slowly. They do have in mind that one round that they've thrown in the first half of the map. Baestack in trouble. Pushel with a clean kill. It's now only Pekaku against the ward. Nate's coming in. And Pekaku can't even find the way to plant here. Pekaku under pressure, and Lazy would be the one to finish him. 9-8. Armia still holding so tightly to the lead. Olmonchak, look out for the nades. But it doesn't really matter for him. It's still a great position for him to try and look for the shot. Catches Slav in the air, now trying to look for the scan. Lazy on the roofs, already hunting Sphora players. It is 5v4, and Lazy going for the further position. But Sphora deciding to play this one slowly. We do see them maneuvering the tempo. And they really hope that Armia will try to maybe go for something aggressive here, but Armia, after this entry kill, they really don't need much. Lazy just trying to bait our info. And he got Pekaku to shoot. Nate's coming in, but those are cleaning the roof, so Lazy is pretty safe. And this setup on B, Pushel the first one to possibly see any action. Akidox. Easy way to find Pushel. Now Olmonchak has to be invested in this side as well. But we don't see Armia rotating yet. 40 seconds on the clock, and Kema standing strong, grabbing Akidox. Craven gets Lazy. And it is now 3 versus 3, but Kaza's position is still untouched. This might be an easy elimination for him as soon as Craven tries to go for the plant, but now Baestack pushes Kema out of the side, and the problem is that Sphora is planting at Armia. He's pretty far from the side. Sphora has a lot of time to position around the plant and try to win this 2v2. Kaza going through the ally spawn. He he would need to really rely on the fact that Olmonczak will get the first elimination. Pekak waiting as well, but Kaza prepared for the fight, and now it's 2v1. Bentek trying to go for the push, 25 seconds on the clock. Bentek, can he withstand the 1v2 for the 14 more seconds? Players already pushing in. Bentek, he misses the first. It's getting tough, 15 seconds. And Olmonczak already tapping the bomb. Bentek standing. Bentek, is the cover here enough? Bentek finds Kazar and he will get him to stop defusing. Bentek for the bash and Bentek for the points. 9-9. Armia panicked there. They should have just pushed him. But grabbing the bomb was definitely not the right choice here. 9-9. We are tied once more. Water round from Bentek. And one more time, Armia not respecting their lead enough. If they throw any more leads, it might cost them the first map of Grand Finals. It might push Sfora to the lead, and now Lav has a chance to find the first kill. Couldn't line the series of shots, so the Axis player still survives, but Sfora trying to put a lot of pressure on sides. Olmonczak finally scores. Kema also gets Craven. One more time, it is a good opening from Armia, but we've seen them waste those, so Sfora is still trying to go for the side. Lav struggling. Lav on the ground and gets Pushel with a nice headshot. 4v3. As Sfora is still in the game. And we did see Armia getting distracted in those kind of fights, but Olmonczak getting Glaf. Bentek finds Kaza. That one miss was definitely painful for Armia's player, but Kema, to relieve the pain, finds the refrag and now leaves Pekako in the 1v3. But you cannot underestimate him. Pekaku couldn't find anything in his clutch, and now the timer is ticking. Seems like might be tough to go for the victory here. Pekaku gets the one elimination. Can they break the plant? They can. Lazy finds the last kill. This was definitely getting close, with Pekaku still hoping for the victory. 10-9, no matter how many times Sfora is able to close the gap, Armia still creates a new one. But Sfora with another push, and seems like this fast A plant might actually go to the plant. Pekako finds Kazar as well. This is looking spotless for Sfora. Armia in the tough retake, 4v5. No nades, no anything. To go for the help and laugh. Didn't even need to react there as Pekako finds a kill, but Lav now might go for Kema. Kema really needs to win this fight. If they want to even think about winning this round, but Lav finds the elimination. Lazy refrag might be a bit too less, but okay. Lazy finds another one. But Akidox now pushing further into Lazy in the 1v2, 25 seconds. This cannot be done by Lazy. This is just not enough time if Sfora plays this correctly. He tapped the bomb, but they soon will pick him. They have nothing to lose. There's up 2 players waiting. He finds Craven. But Akidox can now just wait those last few seconds. This was sealed for Sfora a long time ago. 10-10.
Objective destroyed.
No, this one will be so close. 10-10. And Akidox with an entry. Is this the time where Sfora actually takes the lead and push Armia away? But Kema with a very important push. Kema right now with another great pick. It is 2-for-1. Really important play coming from Kema here. cleaning both entrance towards side, and now we do see more cleanup coming from Armia's side as it's only Akidox left. And Olmonchak already covering his position, 11 to 10, one more time. Armia in the lead, we do see those exchanges. One time it's Armia, one time it's Fora, one time it's Armia, one time it's Fora. But if this continues, Armia might stay on the top. They would, although, need this 2-point lead. Olmonchak finds an entry, can escape, and Pushol gets love. This B push is getting now much weaker from Sfora. They cannot afford to lose right now. They still have an A, they still have a smoke. Sfora finally putting the smoke down, but Lazy already looking for another victim of Armia's team. And Lazy finds Akidox. It's going south for Sfora as it's now only two allies standing. Craven and Bentek fighting for their life. Bentek gets first elimination for Sfora, but isn't it just too little? Craven finds one, but Pushel in position to refrag. And Olmonchak finds Bentek. Armia with two chances to win their own pick and win the first map of Grand Final. Can Sfora make this overtime? La finds Olmonchak, but Kema immediately pushes on A shot, gets left down. It's 4v4. Akidox playing this one slowly. Sfora, they don't want to make a mistake. They know that they cannot afford it. Bentek already close inside. He spots the enemy. Can he find the kill out there? Bentek going for the push and finally getting elimination on Lazy, but Akidox in the meantime finds Kema. It's 3v2. It's starting to look so well. Pekaku gets Kaza. This one should be the victory of Sfora, 11 to 12. First one won by Sfora, but one more chance for Armia to finish this map, to grab the victory. Decent nades, but there's not any more to follow up. So it seems like all Sfora players will survive this first wave of defense coming from Armia, and Bentek gets Pushol. It's a very important entry for Sfora to tie the score and to make this overtime. Olmonchak trying to find something for the Axis, but there's already fire on A side as Akidox finds Kaza. Olmonchak cannot find a kill. Craven is planting the bomb. Armia really struggling for the last 2 points. Olmonchak, can he go for the kill? He cannot. He's held down hostage here by Sfora players. Kema far from the action. Kema, they really need to start getting those eliminations. And Bentek finds Kema. Bentek finds Lazy. What a round! And Craven cleans this. It is 12 to 12. And we get overtime on the first map of the grand final. It was not enough. 6-6, 6-6. Both sides really tied up. And at least 4 more rounds will be needed to decide who will advance to the second map with 1-0 leads. And we start overtime. Sfora, of course, continuing on the ally side. And those last rounds were an absolute masterpiece, especially by Bentek. finding those key eliminations where the team needed it the most. Olmonchak catches stuff. This time it's Army's turn to find those entry eliminations. Every round matters. Every kill matters. Lazy. Will he try for the one more push? Seems like Baestack is pretty much ready for it. Can Pekaku find it as well? Nice dodge from Lazy. But Pekaku gets one more try, and it is 4v4. Sfora slowly trying to close the distance to bomb site B. Two players closed out there. Akidox and Baestack ready to go for the push. Really much needed eliminations from both Olmonchak and Kaza, but Kaza already tagged. Even though he's damaged, he's still going to find that elimination. Olmonchak as well, but Kaza is now being put down. Craven finds the kill. It is 3v2. Olmonchak low, Kema low, but Kema is the one to find the kill. And it's only Pekaku now, far away from the action. He was supposed to cover the bomb, but the problem is that Sfora couldn't get through, and it's now 1v3. Seems like Armia will take the lead one more time from 8-7. No matter how hard Sfora tried, it was only for the tie. 13-12. Armia starting to overtime with the victory. Can Sfora respond immediately? Nate's coming in on Olmonchak's position. And Pekaku cleans Kaza. Already some trouble on the A side. We've seen Armia having really lots of struggle out there. Love also finds Pusher. It is now 3v5. Olmonchak naded to the oblivion by Akidox. It is 5v2. Seems like this round should go to Sfora. Lazy looking for anything, but as it's now planted bomb for Sfora, definitely this round should be theirs. Lazy found. It's only Kema and Armia once more having troubles around the A side. Clean round from Sfora to make this 13-all and to tie up the score one more time. It kind of feels like one overtime might not be enough. The last round of the first half of the overtime, and unlike the normal halves, there has to be a winner. It cannot end 6-6. It cannot end in a tie. And Kema, what an 8 to start the round. Double kill coming for Kema. Craven and Akidox already out of the round. This is not a good information for Sfora. They would love to finally take the lead in this match. But with such an opening from Kema, how can you even think about it, as it's now triple for Armia's player. For Armia's substitute, as Lucky had to withdraw from the tournament. Baestack and Pekaku, two best fragging players from Sfora's side, to try and keep them in the game. Pekaku struggling and Lazy already there. Baestack, easy shot on Kema, but this is only first of the feud. It's only the tip of the iceberg. Baestack putting the smoke, wants to throw himself into the fight, but Kaza is only waiting for this. Might be an easy shot for him, and it is 14-13. Armia winning the first side of overtime. 2-1 on the axis, and now needs 2 more points on the allies to go for the victory. And the question is, can Sfora present axis good enough for the victory, as they would need a clean 3-0 to win the first map right here and right now. 2 points needed to stay in the game, and Armia on their side, things look a bit easier as they were the ones to win the first side of overtime. We are still waiting to start. Sfora still debating on the strategy. And seems seems like we are ready to go. 14-13. This is the score that we are entering the second half of overtime with. Pekaku. Really nice night to start from Sfora. To prevent this attack from happening, we do know that Sfora would love to tie this one more time. You are not wanting to let Armia on map points once again. They already wasted 2, but how many more could they waste? You do not want to check that one. You do not want to take that risk. Armia waiting on the B car. 2 players inside and 2 nades in Kaza CQ. Archidox throwing nades off in the zone. Archidox, can he survive the wave? Seems like he can. And now the push is coming in. Archidox finds the first elimination to make it 5 versus 3, but Kema takes down Bentek. It's now on the Archidox in the side. They are trying to rotate, but Arazi finds Lav. Good catch from Pekaku to find this refract, and Archidox one more time strikes to take out one last remaining player inside. Of course, Kaza is still going to find that nade, but it is 1v2 for the last Armia player. Kaza versus Craven and Pekaku. Kaza still fighting on the Axis spawn, but not much hope there, so he decides to leave it out. Craven, good position for him to surprise Kaza in the future, depending on what Armia players would like to, what Armia player would like to do there in this position. Seems like he might be going towards A side. Can he spot Craven? Can he win this duel? 28 seconds and Craven with a great timing. 14-0. One more tie, and that means one thing. Someone will have one and only one chance to secure this map. Will it be Sfora, or will it be Armia, or will it be another tie? And one more overtime. Nade's coming in. Omonchak seems pretty safe for now. Same with Sfora players. Omonchak. Smoke will not help in seeking those first elimination, but he still has some vision. Push ult. Pushing through, find Bentek's head. It is an opening for Armia to take control of B side. Of course, Holmonchak will try to cover them from the spawn. He still has smoke to be a bit safer in this position, but Armia playing this slow. Armia trying to be patient with Sfora. Archidox has to be careful as he was tagged, but it doesn't really matter for him as he's still going to find the double kills. Sfora taking the advantage. Is it the moment they finally overtake Armia? Might be Olmonchak trying to keep the fight in, but with Pekaku also getting those kills, it might be really hard. It's 1v3 for Olmonchak. He will refract on Archidox, but it's 2 more players to go. One more time, it's Craven and Pekaku. Could it be the golden chance for Sfora to take Armia's peak and take the lead in the grand final? Olmonchak still fighting, but the time is ticking out. 30 seconds on the clock for the last Armia player. But Sfora is split. Doesn't matter as Craven finds the kill. 15-14. And this is one chance for Sfora to win the match. Last time when they were leading, it was 7-6 after first round of second half. And right now, this is the one chance to go for the victory, but Kaza finds Craven. Beautiful nade to start. Craven still going to take out Olmonchak with a nade of his own. 4v4. Love going for the push. Kaza not letting him through. 4v3. Seems like Armia wants like to end this right now. They would love to bring this to the second overtime. It's still 4v3. Bentek's position might be crucial and he might be able to catch Pushol. But Bentek, is he looking in the right direction? Yes, he absolutely is. He catches Lazy, but Pushol better in this duel. Important refract. Kaza gets Pekaku, and seems like we are actually going to the second overtime. They are not finishing this map. Akidok still trying, but Pushol one more time for the refract. 15-0. And the first overtime is not enough to find a winner onto Jane. 30 rounds was not enough. We are still in the game for 4 more at least. And we couldn't have asked for the closer final. A great rematch between those two. This time Sfora holding the nerves. Unlike the final of the upper bracket, they feel that this is much more important than the last time they played. And we do start with Pekako finding codmaniac, Lav with an easy kill as well. Sfora wanting to be the team dictating the terms, wanting to be the team holding the initiative as Armia's attack is really weakened before it even gets a chance to strike. Nate's coming to the sides. Bentek and Akidox in danger, and Bentek would be the one to fall apart. But Lav already came to help, and help much needed as he finds Pushol 2v4. Armia still trying to go for the plant. Lazy. He spots one of the rivals, but Lav already waiting so close to him. Kema gets Pekaku to start this 1v4. But Lav prepared. And fantastic round from Sfora's player. 4 eliminations, 16 to 15. And this time it's Sfora taking the lead as the Axis side has worked perfectly with Lav getting those 4 eliminations. But right now, one more time, we do see Kema go absolutely berserk. 2 eliminations from the Nate and also headshot on Lav. What a start from Kema to let Armia tie the score. Seems like it will be 16-all because this plant probably closes any chances that Sfora had to win this round. And if not, Kema went to finish them off even more as he finds kill on Bentek. Would it be the first ace on stream? Coming from Kema. Pekaku well hidden in the spawn. Pekaku finds 1, finds 2. Pekaku. 2 was the most he could have brought, but the most important part is that it's 16 to 16. We are still keeping the score close. Let's see who will be victorious after the first part of the second overtime. Last time it was Armia winning 2-1. One more time, Nate's coming in. Seems like Sfora this time will do a better job in dodging those, and Lav trying to go for the aggressive push. Lav really close to 2 players already. Lav, can he find the eliminations? Lav, yes he can. He puts down Kema. Bentek kills codmaniac and also Nate finds Kaza. Beautiful cleanup by Sfora. Lazy. The first strike of Armia. Pushol as well. But Lazy already struggling to go any further from the mid. Lazy now tracking Bentek. Couldn't escape. Makes it 2v2 with B-side almost open. Especially that Pekaku's attention is now brought somewhere else. This might be the moment for Pushol to get in the side. He dodges 1, he dodges 2. And seems like the explosives will be set. Pushol still with an A. This might be a key information for Armia. Wherever the snares will land. Will they hold it for the defuse, or will they try to make a better use out of it earlier in the plants? 47 seconds on the clock. 2 versus 2, a very important round for Sfora. They've started so well, making this a 5v2, but Lazy now stands in front of a chance, finds the first. Lazy taking out the pistol, Lazy in the fight. Pekaku finds Pushol in the meantime. Nate is not to use anymore, and Lazy. 27 seconds. Pekaku taps the bomb, but he's not going for the defuse. Lazy changes directions. But Pekaku wins the clutch one more time. 37 kills from Pekaku. And this will be round number 17 for Sfora.
Explosives diffused.
It's actually very impressive that Pekaku was able to find one player hidden in the sign, despite of the fact that he was dueling on the other part of the map. And Sfora one more time in the lead, 17 to 16. This time it's Armia struggling to go back on top. And we are back in business for right now as the allies. Kema once more finds a great nade, and Pushol provides the info about the B-long push. Pekaku finds Kema. It is 4v4. Olmonchak. Very important person here as well as Pushol. Pushol trying to go for the jump shot. Still has a way to escape. Pushol. Smoke will be his shield to not get killed too easily by Sphora players. 4v4 and Kaza right now. A very important elimination coming from Kaza's side. 4v3, stopping Craven early in this fight. 4 versus 3. Sphora, can they make a run for it? They had one map point to do it. Both teams already wasted a chance to finish this map. And it's getting definitely nervous for both of the teams. Pushol found by Pekaku. What a map coming from him. 39-21. And he's still going. 3 versus 3. Lazy was forced to come closer to B side, but great nade from Akidox. And now the path is clear. Only Olmonchak out there might help. But Pekaku with the cover as soon as they can get through Olmonchak. This might be their 18th points. Kaza on the back. Not much he can do right now, and he might be spotted by Pekaku. Bentek would be enough to kill him. And Pekaku for the 40. Sphora has 2 chances to win this map. For the break of pick against Armia. Two more chances for Sphora, but Armia won't go down easily. Olmonchak finds the entry kill on Lap. Kema trying to go for the push. Kema, can he get to Pekaku? He absolutely cannot. Pekaku is on fire. 41 eliminations. 4v4, both scopes. Putting as much work as they can. 41 from Pekaku, 33 from Olmonchak. And these two still going strong. Kaza finds Craven. Can Armia stop them 2 more times in this overtime? Lazy gets Bentek. Seems like Armia might be having this one. Akidox trying to clear B side, but struggling to find this elimination. Akidox looking for the headshot, but great job by Armia players of dodging all of the danger. Pekaku cuts off Lazy as he was trying to get behind their lines. 3 versus 2. Akidox escapes. And Pekaku still on the hunt. Pekaku still looking for more. Olmonchak on the open field. And Kaza right there to help. Akidox is down. It's now only Pekaku. He would need to go for the ace if they want to win this map right now. Pekaku wins the scope battle. It is now 1v2. Pekaku with 3 eliminations, but Kaza will track him down 18-17. Armia still in the game. One more possibility for Sphora to grab the victory. One more try before we go to the third overtime. We are already 1 hour into this map, even counting the time that was needed for the warm-up. Pushol, Laf, Olmonchak, Pekaku, all eliminations coming in, but Armia winning the straight with Pushol and Olmonchak finding those kills, and Olmonchak one more time! 36th round, and still no winner on Tujain, and we are still going further. What a map coming from both sides. 18-0 as we advance to third overtime. Neither of these teams accepts the loss here. No one wants to lose this map, but let's think about how tough would it be to take for the team that finally has to give up the victory on Tujain. How hard would it be to reset after such an exhausting map, after 2 days of playing? to reset your mental and go for the victory on Matmara. And we start yet another overtime, 8-0, as we advance to third overtime. One more time, it will be Sfora starting as the allies, but Sfora took the lead, Armia couldn't stop them with their score. Pekaku, he might soon break the barrier of 50 kills if it goes this way. Kema starts with elimination on Laugh. Armia really would like to take the lead one more time to finally deliver the finishing blow, to finally deliver the fatality on Sfora. Of course, it wouldn't be a fatality since it's only the first map of the grand final. Good thing that I have last train 10 minutes after midnight, so I might still be in time. If not, there's one at 3 AM. It's fine. For such a match, I can stay as long as it's needed. How long can we go on this map? Kaza. Good start from Armia there, finding 2 early eliminations, 5v3. Olmonchak strikes. And this is 5v2. Sfora looking completely powerless this time. Seems like this might be an easy beginning of third overtime for Armia. Kema is close. Olmonchak finds Craven, and now it's only Pekaku, but this time he's not quick enough. Flawless rounds coming from Armia, 19-18. This time it's Armia in the lead. But they would need to find a bigger streak if they want to actually threaten Sfora with the victory. They cannot give a point to Sfora right now, and as soon as I said that, Sfora finds 2 elimination. Akidox, what a fantastic start. Nate followed up by the push. And Lazy and Pushel out of this round. Sfora already so close to pushing towards B side. Olmonchak, can he hold it? Kema also spotting one of the allies, sorry. 4 players trying to conquer B sides. Nate coming in. Not much harm done to Sfora players, as they are now trying to push Kema out of his position. Kema still holding strong, but coming from 2-3 sides is just too much for him. Not much cover from the rest of the team, so it's now 5v2 with only Olmonchak and Kaza still standing. But Akidox get the third one of the round, and it's now only Olmonchak. Olmonchak is able to get one. Olmonchak trying to strike for another point, but it's Laugh finding the kill, and it's 19-all. As Sfora finds a quick response with a great start from Akidox. Score aside, Olmonchak. We might welcome him soon to the 40 kills checkpoint. Last rounds of the first half. Sfora one more time connecting an important Nathan Craven with the follow-up. Not 1 but 2. Fantastic start from Sfora here. Seems like Armia already lost this round unless Olmonchak and Lazy can do something incredible, but Olmonchak is shut down after just 1 kill, leaving Lazy in the 1v4. Lazy trying to go for the push, but now that bomb is planted. Seems like Sfora might be the one to get points number 20 first. And by the way, how ridiculous it sounds. We played to 13, it's 2019 and still not the end. Love with the kill. 20-19. Sfora winning this time. First half of the overtime. One more time, Armia in the need of perfect allies in Sfora. 2 points as the axis. But I think at this point of Tujane, it doesn't matter who is who. All that matters is winning this one key round. And we are continuing. Third overtime of the first map of Grand Final. Sfora currently in 1 point lead. Both teams has wasted map points. For a 3, Armia 2, and Armia going for the push, trying to go fast to 8 side, but Laugh not letting them in. Laugh struggling to survive as Kema finds the kill. Bentek brings down Kaza 4-2-3. Tough position from Olmonchak. Aki Dogs trying to put up a fight. Aki Dogs, easy shot on Lazy, 4-2. Those might be another 2 map points for Sfora. Olmonchak still fighting, 41. He's already almost catching up to Pekaku. He might have stopped for a moment, but the rest of the team stepping up with those kills. 4 T4 from Pekaku, 41 from Olmonchak, both still alive, but it's Sfora with 1 man lead. Armia looking for the chance. Olmonchak and Kema, how can they even approach this round as 2 Sfora players are well hidden around A, and Pekaku hidden with the scope in the ally in the Axis spawn. Armia, they will have to take an action soon, and it's very much needed for either Olmonchak or Kema to find a multi-kill here, or maybe clean Pekaku. But what are you asking for? Pekaku with a quick scope. Olmonchak still going strong. Bentek head away to refrac. 21-19. 2 more map points for Sfora. Armia, can they survive one more time? This time Nathan not decimating their attack, and Kema finds Lap. Olmonchak close to hitting another elimination, but this time Sfora player will survive. 5-4, Bentek in trouble. Kaza trying to push him out of sight. Smoke emerges on bomb side B. But 3 Sfora players nearby. Bentek finds Pushol. Kaza looking for the refrac here. Bentek goes for 2. Bentek! What a job is done here by Bentek! Olmonchak gets Akidox. Bentek, he's going strong. 3 eliminations already, and not a single counter coming from Armia. Bentek for the 4! This might be it! This might be the finish, as now it's only Olmonchak alive from Armia's side. Will it be the end? Sfora won't get a better chance, I think. 3 versus 1, and this is the end! This is Sfora winning the first map of Grand Final, 22-19. But what a performance by Bentek to grab this one last round. 4 eliminations in sight, when he could have suspected that Sfora will fall down, that Armia had a fantastic setup to push, and still it's Sfora getting the first victory in the final. Right now we are going to Matmada. This is Sfora's peak. This is a great opportunity for them to grab the final, but a short break before we go for more emotions in the grand final of Polish Call of Duty LAN. And we are back after first map of this final, 22-19. For Sfora, we are going back to the action on Matmada, and we start really strong, as already we do see eliminations coming from both sides. Kema and Pekaku find those kills, push out Pekaku one more time. Olmonchek, although he's able to grab Bentek and throw him out to make some more space for Armia for this push. Three versus two. Lav and Pekaku still is the only one surviving. Lav deciding to go a bit up further to try and confront Armia's players, but seems, oh, he's spotted by Kaza. It's additional info for Allies where to attack, and Lav actually finds Olmonchak. It is 2v2, still very much winnable for both sides. Lazy. Can he close the distance to A side? 30 seconds on the clock. But Lav and Pekaku both prepared for the fight. Seems like actually they might switch their interest to B side, and this will be the chance for Army to strike on A. But the most important part is that Khazar is able to win the duel. But is it a good idea to plan on this side? Okay, actually they decided that Lazy will be the one planning, but Pekaku is able to kill Khazar. It is 1v1. Pekaku in a clutch. Can he start as strong? Can he start as strong as he played the last map? Almost 50 kills coming from Pekaku. One versus one. Lazy holding the angle. Seems like distance should be his friend here. Can Pekaku find the last elimination? Pekaku seems like he might be in need to push Lazy. But Lazy playing this very safe to bring the first point to Armia's side. 17 seconds. Lazy finds the last kill, denying this clutch from Pekaku and bringing first point of Matmada to Armia. Smokes emerge and we enter round number 2. But Lav starting really strong. Archidox with the nade. Seems like the one thing that is not changing about this final is the fact that both teams will keep one another close. Kaza trying to take back control of the attack. But the problem is that finding only Lav is just the beginning. You would need to do much more. We do see, although Army slowly being in power on B side of the map, but it's just due to Sfora repositioning themselves a bit further away. Kaza, nice headshot on Craven. It is 3v3. One more time, it might be getting close. And Army still waiting with the plans. Bentek, will he try to activate from his position? Bentek. Still waiting for the signal to start pushing. 35 seconds. Army are really wanting to bait for out of their positions. Lazy. Joining rest of the team, but you would need to finally grab the bomb and plant it on B side. Olmonchak going for the plant, but Bentek and Archidox was just waiting for it. Olmonchak right now, a tough spot to plant as he's fully open. He's able to get one elimination, but the problem is that 2 more players are coming in. Seems like he will be able to get the bomb down, but can he also find those kills? Olmonchak, low on HP, and Bentek will get the last kill. Sfora wants let Army come back to this round 1-1. And you seriously thought that we are going to see someone taking bigger lead. I mean, what do you expect after the first map we've solved? The only time we've seen 3-round lead was when Sfora finally won the map 22-19 due to fantastic Bentek's presentation of on site. Olmonchak. Already going for the push. Olmonchak misses and laugh. So an opening there to find the kill. Kaza with one elimination, but the problem is that also Craven and Bentek strike. And this is a very fast push coming from Sfora to take back control of the side. Bomb is although planted, but it's still a favorable situation for Sfora as it is. One man lead. Lazy right now. Doing hell of a work to finish this round. Lazy going for the triple and Lazy for the quadra. Army are taking the lead 2-1. But what a round from Lazy. And the fact that the retake from Sfora was completely uncoordinated gave Lazy enough times between those kills to find all the eliminations and to save the bomb. 2-1. Sfora already putting all mates to work. Not a single one will find the kill. Army can safely get through. Kema finds elimination number 1, finds elimination number 2. Akidox with only one response. Lazy looking for the scan, but Army are already having plenty of spades around B-side Bentek. One more time. Very much needed for him to find those few kills, but Pushel wins the pump duel. Olmonchak grabs Craven's life, and it's now only Pekaku. Seems like Armia might be getting points number 3. And I did suspect that the first map might have been exhausting for both teams. Armia was waiting a bit longer. Armia went to this final fresh. The last match that they played was as well against Sfora in the upper bracket final, and this was like many hours ago, since it's 9:30 almost. Bushel and Akidax one more time, dodging call of the nades, and this time we do see Armia trying to switch things up, going towards A side. Akidax finds Daisy, but Kema and Pushel, in a blink of an eye, are responding with 2 more kills. Pushel finding another one. This pump is working its way through the defenders. Olmonchik also grabs Pekaku in the scope duel, as it's now 3 versus 1, leaving only Craven. Craven is able to find 2 eliminations. It's now 1v2, but the bomb is being planted on A. Craven trying to close the distance. Craven trying to find a planting person. But the aggression was punished as Kema jump from the above to find the last kill. 4-1. Armia building the lead, and Sfora with some struggles on the defense. Army currently looking pretty solid on the attack. Pekaku with the kill. Pushel laugh. Also find those eliminations, but Kaza cutting Laugh's rotation. Kema, Craven. All of this happening in one moment leads us to the 2v2. Probably a post plant, as Kema is right now planning the bomb. Seems like Pekaku should not have a way to spot him, but right now Kema loses his teammate. It's only 1v2. Kema an important clutch to keep Sfora down, to not let them get those points. We do remember that Armia looked actually pretty dominant at the start, but they gave this clutch to Pekaku, which completely activated Sfora. But now this won't be a case, as Armia is losing this one to Sfora. 2-4.
Explosives diffused. Axis win.
So Armia was able to run away just a bit, but not far enough for Sfora to lose them from their sides. Kema, nice nades to find Craven, but Lav and Pekaku trying to push a bit further. Kaza with response. Lazy 1, Lazy 2, completely cleaning his spot. Leaving only Baestack hidden inside. Baestack, as he doesn't land the first shot, this is bringing him much trouble as he's forced to push out of his position to grab the first kill, leaving him open for the refrag and Armia. Taking advantage of that, 5-2. One more strike for Armia to keep the 3-point lead, as they really want to bring this to the third map. To try and turn the tables and to grab the victory of the whole tournament. Olmonchak one more time winning the duel. Both snipers are trying to work their way to the top of the table. Crucial and Lazy. Oh, Armia starting to crush for us defense. As Akidox also falls down. It's only Craven right now. Craven gets one. We've seen good Matmata from him earlier. Craven struggling to find this finishing strike on Kema. It's Craven in the 1v3. Seems like this should be 6 points for Armia, as Craven won't be getting
Allies win.
a better chance to start this retake. 6-2 Armia. Already threatening a really good result after the first half of Matmata. And as far as we do see some miscommunications, it is definitely due to the exhaustion after those few hours of playing. Love finds an opening. Kazar with a momental response. Kazar struggling to survive, but seems like he and Pushol are able to find those eliminations. Pushol going for the plant. Baestack with the push. He will interrupt the plant, and also Craven now finds an important kill on Lazy. And that means that they will lose control of the site. That's Fora. Should actually take control of the rounds. Kaza and Olmonchak still fighting for this round to grow the lead over Sfora. Axis still waiting. Armia wanted to go for the plant a bit too fast. Now they are punished for the mistake. Craven finds the kill, leaving Kaza in the 1v3. Will probably result in Sfora getting the round as Craven secures the triple. 3-6. But a lot more needed from Sfora if they want to tie the score in this half. Of course, still, it's not like Army is winning this map, and it's not like Army is stealing this final, but you do not want to go to the third map. You do not want to give that to your enemy. Lukaku hoping to find something more, but Akidox landing the snake and Love right now with the double push. One shot, 2 kills. What a nice catch from Love. And it's 5v2 Sfora. Seems like they actually awakened on this Axis side, so we might be brought to the close results one more time. Lukaku and Craven
Axis win.
delivering the finish. 4-6. Sfora starting to slowly come back with the result. Still in hopes to tie the score before we switch sides. Craven one more time. Olmonchak not even let. We didn't even let him start the round. Lazy. Great push. Countering Kolav, but Baestack also here. Catching this jump shot. They are trying to go for Baestack's life. Pekaku found by Kaza, but Baestack still holding strong. Pushol finally being the one to break him down. Craven rotating. Kema with a kill. And Akidox not being close enough to find an immediate refrag. So it's 1v1 for the round. Can Armia bring this victory? Kema or Akidox? Akidox or Kema?
Axis eliminated.
And Kema gets the timing. Armia finding this important win, 7-4. A really close round. But Armia taking this victory, 7-4. We'll finally see someone winning the half other than the overtime, which is impossible to tie. Nate's coming in and Armia trying to go for the fast A push. Forcing Sfora out to the other side of the map. Kema. Spotted by Benz. A quick elimination coming from Sfora to start the rounds. And Armia losing the momentum. They won't go to either A or B, as B is held by 5 players, and on A they do not have anyone to follow the push quickly enough after push-all. Push-all is able to catch one, but Laugh only waiting for someone to appear. Akidox getting Kaza, probably will be followed by 5th point from Sfora. 7-5, even though that it's not a tie, it would be still a pretty close result after first half of Matmata. Maybe another overtime. We'll see what the fate brings. Can Sfora come back and finish this final in 2 maps? As they are leading right now. Hazy still, of course, fighting. Lazy gets one, but Sfora decided that that's enough. 7-5. Still a really close half, especially after the lead that Armia had in one moment. Great catch-up by Sfora to stay in the game and to not let Armia run away with the score. And we are starting second half of Matmata. Armia currently in the 2-point lead. A bit of a blockout, but seemed like they were able to dodge the nades with the whole team. Armia trying to go for the fast push already on A. But Craven waiting with the nade so it can connect further in the round. Kema finds elimination. Kaza also spams Pekaku. 4-3. Armia looking pretty good on the defense. Sfora hard time getting anywhere near by the side. Of course, now Bentek finds Pushol and it's 3v3. Laugh. If he's able to find Almonchak, this might lead Sfora to B-side. Of course, Laugh needs to be careful as it's already Kema seeking for his life, but seems like this mission is actually successful coming from Lav, and it's Sfora right now in the 3v2. As they are closing the distance to both sides, Kaza and Kema need to work out a plan. Sfora looking for anything more. Kema is pretty close. Kema spotted by Bentek, but Kema will win this duel. And now things complicate as it's a really close timer for Sfora to find this victory. Akidox struggling in the fight with Kaza. Akidox or Kaza. Lav here to help, and Akidox looking for the last one, but Lav being the one to find those 2 kills. Sfora with point number 6. One step closer to the tie, and of course trying to catch up to Armia, as they are the ones threatening to finish this final on this map. Kema. Great nade to take down Aki Dogs. But now Army being pushed out of the side. Leads to lots of space, of course. Now Craven will try to go for the elimination. Craven pushing with Laugh. Lazy trying to counter push. Casa finds the elimination. Bentek with the refract. Lazy right now. He gets Bentek killed. Lazy, can he run away? It's 2v2. And one more time Olmonchak. Might be the target for the last person. Pekaku decided to lose the scope. Pekaku or Olmonchak also an important find, and Pekaku grabs Olmonchak's life. It is 2v1. And they do know where Lazy is located. So now they are rushing towards B-side Lazy. It's not looking good as Sfora is not only in the possession of the lead, but also they are now possessing the timer as the bomb is ticking. And Lazy
Eliminated.
is easily found by Love. 7-7. Good start of the second half by Sfora. Both rounds pretty close, but with Sfora withstanding the pressure and bringing those key eliminations to finish up round 7-7. Craven dodging the whole path of nades. Falling up with some of his own, and we do see a fast push coming from Sfora, and with those nades some Army players are in trouble. It is 2-4-1 trade, but now both Craven and Archidox found by Olmonchak. Olmonchak one more time. Olmonchak found the triple, and it's all heads coming from Army Sniper. 8-7. Army is not giving up the lead, but it will be still so close between those two teams. I won't be surprised if we find them in another overtime. Armia. Seems like they might be losing control of A-side as Sfora is already prepared for the plant. Kema looking for the scan, but Bentek straight through his head. Nice opener for Sfora here. This should be enough to get the plant done. Push-all still looking
Explosives planted!
for some counter, but Laugh finds Lazy, and now Pekaku snipes Push-all. 5v2. Sfora will be tying the score one more time. Kaza gets Craven, but Laugh now baiting the info for teammates. Bentek finds Olmonchak. Kaza still fighting. Pekaku should be the one to take him down easily, as Kaza cannot look everywhere in the same time. 8-8. And we are dangerously close to another tie. Kaza, great start finding Craven in those first seconds, but Love going for the push. Love finds one. He's not able to escape. Was so close for him to run away, and now Kaza and Push-all both find those elimination. Bentek with a counter, but one more Army player in the sides. Bentek might not be expecting this one. Lazy still holding the position, waiting for Kema to find this shot. Pekaku grabs Kaza. One more time, it's a 2v2. Great map by Bentek, but all of Sfora players playing so consistently. And Olmonchak this time being on the other side of the scoreboard as he's 8-15. But as I've said, it was definitely a very exhausting map for both sides. Bentek, can he find anything more? Or this might be actually Pekaku going for the plant. Still plenty of time, so they don't need to rush the decision. But nice timing from Lazy. And this leads to Pekaku being in the 1v2 clutch. If he is able to quickly grab the first elimination, it still might be possible. And he spots one of the rivals, but also his position is known. Tags Lazy, but Kema is already here. 9-8. Armia, one more time, taking the small lead. Nades coming from both sides. Armia forced to run away, but Kema actually hunts Baestack down. Lav with elimination. Lav can get something more. Absolutely not, because two players already prepared for counter. Pekaku, nice scope, covering Lav's spot. It is 3-4-3. But as Kema finds Akidox, it might be hard to plant as it's now only Craven inside. Pekaku far away, and the Armia players know about that. So as soon as Craven tries to plant, someone will follow with the scan. Someone will follow through. Kaza has to be careful. You do not want to waste that lead. Kema shot by Craven, but as I've said, as soon as Craven will try to do anything, someone will be there to counter. Not a single chance for Craven to get the double kill here, as Kazar was prepared for the quick refrag. One more time, it's Pekaku in the 1v2. A bit more time. But doesn't really seem like a spot where he can find this victory. Armia running away with 2 points would be something huge for them, as we are really getting close to the final score of the second map. Pekaku still fighting, but with 15 seconds on the clock, all he can do is plant and pray. But Lazy already grounding through. Pekaku somehow survived, but not for much longer. It is point number 10 for Armia as soon as they defuse the bomb.
Explosives diffused. Axis win.
And it's 10-4. 10-8, sorry. Armia in the lead. Sfora couldn't find themselves in the driver's seat on Matmada for a single time on this map. But if there's a moment to do so, this is now. But it might be hard when Pushel already kills Craven. Those entries, one by one, grabbed by Armia. Of course, we do see some responses from Sfora, but usually Armia is well prepared for that as well. It is 4v4. And Kaza, what a spot. No one covering it. Akidox, defenseless, powerless, while he was planning 4v3, and Kaza disappears in the smoke. Olmonchak already so close to the action. Baestack will try to go for the plant. Olmonchak, can he spot him? Seems like Baestack will be safe, at least for a moment, but as soon as he peeks, Olmonchak finds his head. Lav at least clears Kaza, and now it is 2v3. It's not the greatest spot that you could find yourself in, but it's also not the worst! Pekaku! Okay, what was that miss? I don't know, but he finds the bash. It is 2v2. Lav trying to control the potential defuse. Olmonchak going for the push. Pekaku finds Pushol. Olmonchak kills Lav, but Pekaku, does he have an angle to find a shot here? 20 seconds. Pekaku with his cob in his hands. For now, it's Olmonchak only tapping the bomb. Pekaku, what can he find? 12 seconds. Pekaku, easy headshot. 10-9. And Sfora with the kill. I'm still not sure how Pekaku found that bash there, but it was so important for him to survive that spot. 9-10. Sfora trying to tie up the score. Sfora trying to overcome Armia and win this final 2-0. Craven, great nade. Finally, we do see an entry coming from Sfora's side. Olmonchak also in danger on his position, but Kema controlling the entrance and finding Lav. Olmonchak with a miss. This might lead to him dying. Olmonchak, can he get another shot? Seems like he's under control of Sfora right now, but Kaza already loosening the attack as he finds Pekaku at his 3v4 with still two players close to the sides. Kema hoping to find a scam, but Craven and Baestack two quick eliminations now, bringing Sfora to an advantage. Also with a bomb planted, Baestack, another headshot, finds Lazy, and it's now only Kema. In 1v3, he's so close to the bomb. Kema taps the bomb, but there's already a full cavalry.
Axis eliminated.
Going for his life. 10 to 10. Sfora tying up the score. And one more time, the question pops, is 24 rounds enough? As we do start round number 21 to see if Army can keep their lead. Sfora is tying up the score once more. Fights all over the map. Lukaku, hoping for the first elimination, couldn't grab the headshot there. Sfora for now. Kept close to the spawn. As they are struggling to find those first eliminations. They kept 2 nades. And finally they've also set up smokes. Sfora seems like they might finally go for the A push. With nades coming in. Sfora trying to go for the plan. Let's see who can grab the first elimination. Already Lazy on the good position, but Craven finds Kaza. And he finds Lazy as well, expecting where to look. Arkidok still has an 8. Pekaku with the scope. Can they force Lazy out of his position? He's the only one standing between them and Plant right now. Kema joins the fight, finds Arkidok. This is not looking well for Sfora as this attack is stopping while Armia is setting up the trap. Bentek. Sfora is really in need of an elimination right now. Pekaku cannot land the shot. Pekaku, one more try. But with a miss, Pekaku, can he get another? A really tricky angle here. And Pushal will get the kill as Pekaku was desperate to find that elimination. With time running out, Armia might get to the point number 11, meaning that Sfora, if they want to win without overtime, they would need to win all 3 rounds remaining in this map. Bentek shot down by Lamonchek, and Pushal grabs Craven. I think Sfora without good nades, they won't be able to push towards sides. (11-10). Army so close to map points. Of course, they don't mean that they are going to win the map, but Lazy, good nade to start the round. Lazy struggling a bit. Seems like he can hold his position. Craven finally pushing him out. 4v4, but Pushal and the whole army is already here. Pushal with the double. Love trying to respond. Kaza, he finds a kill there. It might be over for Sfora there. This might be point number 12. Kaza. With the push, but Laugh finds Pushal. Olmonchak. Will he be the difference maker? Seems like he might be. He finds the first elimination on the reload, but it doesn't matter as he finds Laugh. 12-10. Armia with 2 chances to bring this to the last map. To make this, in some kind of way, a best of 1. And Sfora. Can they bring this to overtime one more time? They are dodging the nades, but same from the other side. And Sfora will just try to go through A side. Bentek finds the first elimination. Akidox with another. Nice follow-up there from Sfora players, and seems like they might take control of the battlefield. 4 versus 1. Only Lazy standing on behalf of Armia players. First one missed. Will it happen again? It was the same score, the same situation for Armia on the Tujane. 1v3. Lazy slowly getting to the sides.
Axis eliminated. Allies
But Laugh
win.
finds the shot. 11-12. One more time. And Sfora brings us to another overtime of this grand final. Olmonchak, this is the start that Armia was looking for. Kema with another. Seems like this overtime might be too much. Love has a different opinion. Fighting Kema there. It's still 3 versus 4. It's still better spot for Armia to be in. If Sfora can find their way out of this one to the overtime, this might really go wild in the push-all, trying to find this last kill. Push-all. With the push, and now Olmonchak with a bash on laugh, and this might be it. This might be second map for Armia, bringing this all to Burgundy. Bentek finds Olmonchak. Is someone there for the refrag? Seems like not. Craven and Bentek still fighting for this. Push-all, struggling, and Bentek gets the kill. It's 2v2. It's still possible for Sfora to bring us to the overtime. Can they get the plant? Kaza is there. But Bentek was waiting. It's a triple for Bentek. It's 2v1. And Armia might throw this round. And this might be another overtime in this grand final. How many map points can Sfora withstand? As Baestack with the Quadra! It's 12-12! One more time! Sfora survives impossible! This is absolutely incredible. Every time Sfora needs a hero, either Pekaku or Bentek, step up. And we are entering fourth overtime of this series. First one on Matmada. And this might be absolutely devastating for Armia. Those are yet another 2 map points that were not I lost one, that were not fulfilled by the Axis here. And we start another point, but this is not going well for Sfora as they lose quickly. 2 men. Archidox will find Push-all. But this is not much. Sfora still pushing through the smoke. Can they get a plant? Because Olmonchak sees everything out here. Craven struggling. Craven. Can he get another one? Craven with the pump. He gets Olmonchak, but Kaza is already here, leaving Pekaku in the 1v3. And it's absolutely incredible that one more time Armia can win the round, but just not in the most important moment. 13-12. Armia still in the lead. This is absolutely disgusting because Sfora wasn't leading this map for a single second, but they are still somehow surviving. 13-12. Can Sfora still win the first half of the overtime? Doesn't seem like it, with Lazy already finding the first elimination of the round. Kema, another beautiful nade. Bentek down. And another one from Kaza. What a display of nades. What a display of lineups. Coming from Armia here, leaving only 2 players alive. But Pekaku! Is it his moment? 2 eliminations. Push-all finally on his back. Not much Pekaku can do about it. Archidox in a 1v3. Archidox still waiting in the smoke. He, of course, is pretty close to planting. But planting the bomb and defending him from 3 Axis players, those are 2 really different things.
Allies eliminated.
And Kaza
Axis win.
closes the round 14-12. Armia one more time in the 2 points lead. If Sfora wants to finish it without need of next overtimes, they need to be perfect. All 4 rounds have to be won by them. Seems like this time they will dodge the nades, but can they? Push through, Push-all and Archidox. 2 eliminations coming in, 1 from each side. Kema, Bentek. More action, but still it's Armia winning those fights. Olmonchak with 2. Seems like Armia might present a perfect Axis side in this overtime as Push-all finishes with the last kill of 15-12. 3 more map points for Armia. And this time, seems like this has to end. Seems like this has to be Armia's map. And we are back. Seems like this is not going well for Spora, as now Armia has 3 more chances. It surely won't happen, would it? Oh no, not with the start, as Armia already finds 3 eliminations. Seems like this might be a clean victory. Armia finishes this quickly, 16-12, and we will go to Burgundy. We will go to the 3rd map of this grand final to see who's the winner of this tournament. Short break, and we will see one last map of the tournament. Who will be the winner and who will be the sole runner-up? Let's see after a short break. And we are back for the final map of the grand final. After Sfora won the first map 22-19, Armia won second 16-12. We are starting on Burgundy, which will be the final, one of the tournaments in Kema. With a start, Armia is the Axis Sfora after one pistol bash. Chose to stay as the allies, but beautiful start from Armia. 3 eliminations already. Akidok still trying to go for the push, but he's the only one standing. Armia completely dismantling this attack, as it's now only Akidoks, but not for much longer. His first point for Armia, clean sweep out there. And how much energy do they still have left? Craven, nice opening from Elmonchak. Armia trying to hold B sides. Pushol still looking for the opportunity to find a kill, but already you can see Sfora flooding the side. Love and Akidox and Pekaku, and this time it's a complete opposite of the first round, as it's almost flawless from Sfora, losing only one player. 1-1. As I said, every point matters here. Craven still seeking for the push, but Olmonchak once more finding opening for Armia. They know how important is the tempo on this map. They know how important is to stop Sfora early. And how important is every single point. One on the Axis. Pekaku had a chance, couldn't find a kill, but Akidox is able to track down Lazy. 1-for-1. Sfora holding potential plays from Armor's side, but we do see that Armor is deciding to play full inside, taking the defensive approach. Sfora deciding that it's worth to match rival's pace and also play this slowly. No action so far. Akidox checking the garden. Craven hoping to find contact with Army's players, as soon Sfora will be forced to push. Akidox looking for any chance, but Kaza tracks him down. Olmonchak finds Pekaku. It is now 4v1 after Olmonchak finds another. And Craven eliminated. They were waiting for too long for it to be possible to happen. 2-1. Armia with one more victory. 2 early points on the Axis side. It is looking pretty convincing from Armia, but it's just the beginning. Olmonchak. Love and Kema. Quick trade from both sides. Can Armia one more time put Sfora in the controlled slow game? We do see that Sfora is waiting one more time. Kema. You already saw one of these Sfora players on sides. They are trying to push for the smoke, but now Laugh. He's able to actually sneak the kill through the window. Olmonchak close to the side, but Sfora got there with a good setup to plant. Lazy finds Craven. Still no plants coming from Sfora's side. And Kaza cannot find the scan. Kaza has to look out. They're still, of course, waiting for Lazy to come closer. 3 players close inside, but Olmonchak already loses his life. Also being a surprise out there in the barn. 3v1. Seems like this one is going to Sfora's account, so who would have guessed those two teams are tied one more time. As Lazy loses his life, it's 2-all. But Sfora really need to step up if they want to find a victory in this final. They really need more than just every other round on the ally side. What can they start with? Suspiciously low amount of kills with nades for Burgundy. And we do see a team kill on Pushol. This is not the greatest start from Army, especially with Sfora. Swiftly getting towards B side. Quick plans. Army are pretty far away. They would have to, of course, take up a fight, but Lav buying as much time as possible. Of course, he will go down, but not for nothing, because it's still 4v4, but with 15 seconds left for Armia, with them still being pretty far, away from the bomb. Baestack. Marches through the smoke, gets Olmonchak, and now all 3 players are coming from one side. Olmonchak, nice nade, Kema as well, but Craven holding this. It gets to 2v1. Baestack has to grab this point, but Baestack loses his life, and it doesn't matter that Kema finds the team kill. Armia found 7 eliminations this round, if I'm not mistaken. Armia was actually able to kill all Sfora players, as well as 2 of their own, and still win the round, of course. Okay, why not? After so many hours of playing, this might happen a bit more often than usual. But Craven, this time he wants to be responsible for those eliminations, and he's able to get Olmonchak down in the scope duel. Kaza. I'm hoping for a response there. Lazy gets Laugh. Nice spam, and also Lazy's position. Important, has to look out for Craven's scope. In the meantime, Kaza trying to get on Craven's back, and Kema holding sides. Good job done there as Baestack falls down. Craven misses the shot. Kaza will push some pressure. Seems like Sfora attack was stopped for a moment. Sfora still waiting. But seems like all of the allies are kind of trapped there, as it's hard to advance into the bomb sites. And now with Kaza finding Akidox, it's going to only get worse for Sfora. Seems like Armia might go for point number 4. Can Kaza surprise Craven? It's definitely not a surprise, but still a chance for elimination. Kema finds Pekaku, and it's now only Craven left, all alone. With 20 seconds on the clock, Craven rushed by all Armia's players. They might even try to go for the bash. Craven finds one, but Lazy gets the elimination. It is 4-2. Armia dominating the Axis side. It is starting to look pretty suspicious. For Sfora, as they've won the bash, they took allies, but it just seems that those attacks are lacking something. The finish, the last detail to make them successful. La finds Kaza. Akidox, so Kema, and this time he was successful in this duel, making it 5v3, but Pushol still inside. Pushol surviving, 2 players here to help, and Pushol on his own finding those 2 eliminations. Glaf forced to run away. Nate's coming in, and Lazy finding Glaf. This attack completely falls apart, leaving only Pekaku in a 1v3. Armia getting so much closer to the grand victory after such a first map. recouping themselves. After so many lost map points, seems like things are finally going their way, as it's going to be 5-2 on Berg. With the fact in the back of the mind that this is Army playing Axis. Or maybe Pekak one more time, clutch to restart the engine for a further out of their limits. Pekaku. Can he at least find the plant here to start anything? Seems hard with 7 seconds on the clock. And okay, right now it's over, as he won't be planting the bomb, he won't be surviving either. Olmonchek finds the last kill, 5-2. Armia dominating the Berg so fast. Fora really struggling to succeed in those attacks. Can we see any change? We do see nades coming in. Can they catch Fora? Seems like they were well prepared, and now a different setup from Armia. Are they expecting Sfora rushing towards side because they're already planning the bomb? Oh, nades are coming in. Can Akidox dodge it? Seems like he cannot, as there was a follow-up from Kema. And the first nade connects, already giving them some space around the middle. Pekako finds Kaza, lazy, clears Craven. Bomb will be finally planted. But Armia is in advantage here. Huge miss from Pekaku. But Lav finds Kema. Important to hold this position. Pekaku in the smoke! Pushol. Not finding this elimination might be huge. Lazy was there to help, but still. They would need that one extra person. Lav going for the kill. Lav in the reload. Lav still in the fight. And from both sides, Olmonchak will use the distraction of his teammate and finds not only one but two players. One more retake for Armia, 6-2. Sfora is under some kind of curse. They just cannot win rounds. Just cannot get out of those 2 points. Pekaku. Nice entry from Scope, Lav, Kema, Olmonchak. After dust settles in the middle, it's still even, both sides, with 3 players on each side. But we do see Kema slowly marching towards ally spawn. And one more time, it's Olmonchak and Kaza taking control of B side. Olmonchak, what a shot! To find Craven. Another flow found in Sfora's attack. And if right now Pekaku falls to Kema, this might be as well as over, leaving Bentek in 1v3, and Kema
Allies eliminated.
will not fail the mission. Kazar for the finish, 7-2. What a domination on the Axis side from Armia. Can even Sfora come back from this? Seems like they might be destroyed after this, but Mada Pekaku, a really nice opener. Craven, Kema, a lot of action in the middle, but Kema low on HP, another nade coming down. Kema still surviving on the tank. Kema still looking for a kill, but Sfora already settled inside. No more nades to try and stop the plant. Lazy, I don't think he's aware of him, or actually he is. Pekaku with the kill, and this should finally be the 3rd point for Sfora. Better late than never, but it's just
Eliminated.
so hard to think in positive manner after such a domination coming from Armia. And it's all after one pistol bash by Sfora. Sfora, he would need to follow that point with 2 more. Kema finds Bentek, plant is disrupted. Kema for another one. Can the third player succeed? Oh, he absolutely cannot, as Craven is blown out. Also Kema for the triple, finds love. And it's now only Pekaku, suppressed by the power of Armia, 8-3. Only 5 more points needed for Armia to take the championship, to take the main trophy. As Sfora looks completely washed after so good 2 first maps. Putting such a fight against Armia, 20-19, 12-16. Will it all go down towards Burgundy? Love is still fighting. One more time, it's an entry coming for Armia. Olmonchak spots Craven. Olmonchak still survives. Great help from Kaza to eliminate Love. Make this 4-3. One more time, bringing lead to the Axis side. Kaza, Archidox. More eliminations coming through.
Explosives planted!
And Pekaku taking different position. Archidox should be the first one. They will meet Archidox. With help of Pekaku and a nice play coming from Sfora's sniper. To clean this post plant, leaving only Pushol alive. This will be 4 points for Sfora. But this would mean they would need at least 8 points on the Axis side.
Axis
Tough
eliminated.
break there.
Allies win.
Armia, they just need a decent ally side. It's not much of an ask. Can they deliver those attacks? Can they deliver the victory? And we are starting last full half of the tournament. 8 to Armia, 4 to Sfora, and this would have been a very decent score if it was now Sfora's turn to attack. But it's Armia. Everything seems to benefit them in this map. Olmonchak nade coming in. Oh, this might hurt Olmonchak. Forces Sfora into the side, but Lazy already prepared. Lazy with Kaza, finding those entry kills, leaving only Craven inside. But they are aware of his position. Nade coming in, but it's not doing much of a hurt to Army's players. Olmonchak, nice shot from Craven to clear the first of the attacking players. Pushel holding the middle. Archidox will go down and they will try to get Craven. Kama also one taps Pekaku. Craven eliminated, 9-3. Armia starting with a successful attack. Another step on the path of victory for allies. After almost 3 hours of this grand final. Olmonchak, close call. Couldn't find the first shot. Olmonchak this time. Love even looked him in the eyes, but Archidox will at least connect the nade. But Lazy with a kill. And a lot of space opens around the A side with Olmonchak still holding the middle. Archidox in the garden. Can Kaza get him out of the round? Yes, he can. It's now 4v2. Sfora splits and it's both players all alone. Either on A or on B. 4v2 looks like another point going in Armia's way. Pekaku still trying to hold B side, but Olmonchak being the executioner. Only Craven against 4 Armia players. Seems like this will be 10-4. Sfora is falling down. Bomb is planted. And Craven still fighting. Craven finds one, finds second. Olmonchak still there to find the last kill. 10-4. Great start of second half by Armia with only 3 more points needed for the championship.